Chapter 787. Hearing my honey's words, Yen Chutian did not refute, because he had to admit that he did not have the strength to go against Shen Junyao or Jiang Shao. However, it was one thing to not have the strength to go against them for the time being, but he would not ignore them because of this. After all, it was always a good thing to know one's enemy. No one could guarantee that there would not be a sudden change that would force him to go against the former. At the same time, the smell of gunpowder on both sides had become extremely strong before the two armies faced each other. However, just as the atmosphere was so oppressive that it seemed like an attack could erupt at any time, there was a sudden movement in the dragon-shaped mountain range that was originally shrouded in clouds and mist. Even though the movement was extremely slight, everyone was extremely concerned about the dragon-shaped mountain range. Therefore, no matter how small the movement was, it was immediately noticed by them. In an instant, the originally tense atmosphere completely disappeared. All that was left were pairs of eyes that were staring intently at the mountain range. Under the attention of countless gazes, the mountain range did not restrain its movements, and faint sounds continued to be heard from it. Vaguely, the mountain range in the clouds and mist continued to rise. Then, from the center, the mountain ridge gradually split apart, and a surge of crystal marrow aura that was countless times richer than before immediately filled the world. Such a situation caused the eyes of the disciples from both factions to turn blood red. This was because they could clearly sense and even vaguely see just how rich the crystal essence aura had become. If it was before, the disciples from both factions felt that this was only a place of opportunity that was close to the level of a treasure land. But now no one had any doubts. This was definitely a new land of treasures. It was also because of this that the smell of gunpowder between the two factions became unprecedentedly strong, because no one was willing to share such a treasure land with others. In front of the many disciples of the Kongtong faction, Jiang Shao stepped on spiritual energy, and the faintly moving aura around his body seemed to make the space unstable, as traces of cracks constantly appeared. Then he spoke without the slightest trace of politeness. Cloud Sky faction, the opportunity here is occupied by my Kongtong faction. Leave as soon as possible. Behind Jiang Shao, although Shen Junyao did not say anything, it was obvious that she agreed with the former's words. Seeing this, Yuan Yang's face darkened, because the other party's intention to monopolize was really too disrespectful. However, just as he was about to speak, Bahong sneered and said, Jiang Shao, isn't your Kongtong branch a little too arrogant? How can you occupy such a vast land of crystal essences as you please? Haha, it seems like you are not willing to give up. You want to stubbornly persist. Hearing this, Jiang Shao sneered. As he spoke, his face was filled with sharpness, and he did not restrain his fighting spirit at all. From his appearance, it was clear that he wanted to attack. Although Yuan Yang and even Bahong were unwilling to see such a situation, they had no choice but to face it head-on in order to compete for this crystal essence land. Otherwise, were they supposed to hand over the crystal marrow treasure right in front of them? However, just as they were ready to welcome the Kongtong disciples, led by Jiang Shao, who were attacking them, the Kongtong sect's disciples suddenly appeared. Unexpectedly, at this moment, Shen Junyao's faint laughter suddenly rang out between heaven and earth. Haha, the competition for this treasure land is inevitable. However, today perhaps we can use a simpler method between our two branches to minimize the losses of our disciples. For some reason, Jiang Shao did not refute Shen Junyao's words. However, both Bahong and Yuan Yang did not dare to relax in the slightest. This was because they knew very well that, in terms of means, Shen Junyao was an extremely powerful character. However, they had to admit that Shen Junyao's words had hit the nail on the head. Whether it was Bahong or Yuan Yang, neither of them was willing to lose their disciples. This was because this was the foundation of their Cloud Sky branch in the competition between the various branches. If too many of their disciples were lost, it would be a result that neither of them could bear. Therefore, After the two of them exchanged a glance, Bahong responded, "I would like to hear the details. It's very simple. In order to avoid losing our disciples in the competition, our two branches will simply send out disciples to compete. The victory of the disciples will determine the ownership of this treasure land. Of course, if you feel that it's unfair, we can use 10 rounds to determine the victor, even to the extent that the disciples participating in the competition will be limited to those below the 5th level of the Heaven Palace realm. However, if that's the case and you are still unwilling to compete, then even if we are unwilling to lose our disciples, we will have no choice but to use the strength of all our disciples to compete with you." This simple speech had already made Yuanyang and Bahong understand the power of Shen Junyao methods, especially her last words. Although it seemed that she had given the initiative to them, in reality, she had already forced them to nod their heads in agreement. Otherwise, before the competition, the momentum of their Cloud Sky branch would weaken because of this. However, although this method of competition seemed fair, with their understanding of Shin Junyao, they did not believe that she would do something that she was not confident in. Since she had proposed such a method of competition, she definitely believed that she had great confidence in winning. The rather difficult situation caused Yuanyang and Bahong to be unable to make a decision for the time being. However, the two of them were also clear that such hesitation would imperceptibly weaken the momentum of their branch. Therefore, after pondering for a moment, Bahong finally secretly gritted his teeth and said, "All right, then we will use this method to determine the ownership of this treasure land." Hearing this, Shin Junyao smiled faintly, a trace of craftiness quietly flashing through her bright eyes. Immediately, she continued to lightly open her red lips. "All right, then we will use 10 rounds of disciple competition to determine the ownership of this treasure land." Following which, the two sides continued to specify the specific details. After everything was clearly stated, Bahong and Yuanyang rushed back and returned to their respective disciple camps. The two had finished their discussion, and each chose 5 people to go up. At this time, both Maihani and Yen Chutian knew that it was not time for them to hide. They both took the initiative to step forward and enter Yuanyang's line of sight. However, Yuanyang only nodded slightly when he saw Maihani, but he did not even look at Yen Chutian. Yen Chutian had already expected this, so he did not hesitate and immediately opened his mouth. "Senior brother Yuan, Yen Chu is willing to fight." It was a simple sentence, but it had already caused countless gazes in the surroundings to turn towards him, because no one expected that he, who seemed to have just entered the Tianfujing 4th floor, would actually take the initiative to ask for a fight. Could it be that he did not hear clearly that the realm and the rules was below the 5th level of the Tianfu stage? At this moment, only those disciples who knew about Yen Chutian faintly understood what was going on. This was because they knew that the strength of the guy in front of them could not be seen on the surface. Yuanyang also looked at Yen Chutian. He did not know about Yen Chutian, but with his usual attitude, he did not directly ridicule him. Instead, he repeated the rules again about disciples below the 5th level of the Tianfu stage. He believed that this way, the other party should understand his meaning. However, he did not expect that just as he finished speaking, Yen Chutian's voice rang out again. "Senior brother Yuan, Yen Chu is confident in winning this round." This time, as soon as he finished speaking, Maihani hurriedly stood up and spoke for him. Then, even Lien Qiang and Guo Yu also stood up. Hearing the words of these people who had stepped forward, Yuan Yang's face, which was originally about to become impatient, could not help but become shocked. Maihani aside, even Lien Qiang and Guo Yu held him in high regard. Then, even he, Yuan Yang, could not ignore him. He quietly calmed down, then looked at Yen Chutian, who was right in front of him, and slowly said, "Are you really sure that you can win this round?" Hearing this, Yen Chutian immediately nodded. When he decided to stand up, he decided not to hide anymore. This was because he wanted to use this opportunity to make a name for himself, and at the same time, he wanted to ensure that he could win the next round. This was a precious land of crystal essences, so he could not wait for it to belong to him. Otherwise, when the time came, it would be too late for regrets if he could obtain the ownership of this land of crystal essences from the Cloud Sky bloodline. Chapter 788. However, just as Yuan Yang had decided on a candidate, Bahong looked over and couldn't help but frown. He directly said, "Yuan Yang, you can't be thinking of letting this guy participate in the competition, right?" Hearing this, Yuan Yang did not refute. Seeing that he had no intention of refuting, Bahong's face suddenly darkened, and undisguised anger appeared on his face. What nonsense! These 10 battles will determine the ownership of this treasure land, and you are going to casually choose a candidate? If you can't even choose a candidate, I can choose this person for you, so as to avoid losing face for my Cloud Sky bloodline and missing out on this treasure land for nothing. Yuan Yang couldn't refute Bahong's words at all. After all, even though he had heard the words of Lien Qiang and the others, he still wasn't sure how strong Yen Chutian was. Thus, based on the principle of being careful, how could he risk standing out and speaking up for him? Thus, he only looked at Yen Chutian behind him. Obviously, Yuan Yang wanted to let Yen Chutian himself prove whether or not he had the qualifications to participate in the competition. And if the other party were to back down at this time, then he wouldn't mind changing the candidate. In fact, as Bahong had said, it wouldn't be a problem for him to choose a disciple. However, Yuan Yang obviously wouldn't have the chance to do so. Just now, Yen Chutian dared to face him directly. So how could he not have the courage to face Bahong directly? Yen Chutian immediately took a step forward, and with a firm aura, he said to the impatient Bahong, "Senior brother Ba, I have the confidence to take 10% for my Cloud Sky bloodline." Hearing this, Bahong couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, because he never thought that this guy, who seemed to have only just entered the Tianfujing 4th floor, would actually dare to face him directly. However, Bahong was naturally still Bahong. After being stunned for a moment, he returned to his previous appearance. However, he didn't want to waste his breath, or rather, he didn't want to argue with the ant in front of him. He directly signaled to a certain figure behind him. After receiving his signal, the figure jumped out without any explanation and swept in front of Yen Chutian. Immediately after, he first excitedly bowed to Bahong, then turned around and said to Yen Chutian with a tone full of ridicule, "Ha! You really overestimate yourself. Do you think you have the strength to help my Cloud Sky faction obtain 10%? With your weak strength, you will only make my Cloud Sky bloodline a laughingstock." As soon as the young man opened his mouth to speak, many people in the surroundings began to mock Yen Chutian. Even in the group of disciples under Yuan Yang, there were quite a few people who doubted Yen Chutian. They even found it hard to imagine why Yuan Yang would agree for him to go on stage. The young man used this momentum and continued to mock. "If you know what's good for you, then hurry up and scram. Don't continue to embarrass yourself." However, no matter what the young man said, Yen Chutian still looked at him indifferently. This sort of situation caused the young man to feel very displeased, because it made him feel as if he was a clown. But just at that time, Yen Chutian finally spoke. "In the end, whoever I want to go on stage will be judged by strength. Since that's the case, then I am willing to fight with you. Each person will display a spirit art. With the power of this spirit art, everyone will see who is better. How about it?" Yen Chutian's words had evidently startled everyone again, because none of them would have thought that he would be so straightforward. Could it be that he wasn't someone who was trying to please the crowd, but actually had extraordinary strength? But how was that possible? Even if a person who had just entered the Tianfujing 4th floor was strong, how strong could he be? But all in all, Yen Chutian's words caused everyone to look at the young man. In fact, even the young man himself didn't understand why the other party dared to say such words. But a person who had just entered the Tianfujing 4th floor dared to take the initiative to challenge him. So how could he back down? Because of that, he immediately coldly laughed. I didn't think that you wouldn't cry until you saw the coffin. Fine, I'll teach you a good lesson today, and let you know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. After the cold laugh, under the indication of Bahong and Yuanyang, the crowd slowly dispersed, leaving a space for the two of them. As the arena began to unfold, many discussions began to ring out in succession from the surrounding crowd. This guy really doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Does he think that these 10 matches are just child's play? He actually has the face to participate? It doesn't matter. After this battle, he will naturally reveal his true colors. This kind of person just doesn't know what he's talking about. He thinks that just because he can strut around among the bronze disciples, he can still act lawlessly among us silver disciples. Most of the words were mocking Yen Chutian for overestimating himself. Only the disciples under Yuanyang chose to remain silent. After all, no matter what, this person had received Yuanyang's approval. Even if they didn't know about Yen Chutian's deeds, they still felt that he was overestimating himself. However, they definitely wouldn't reveal it on the surface. Otherwise, if they indirectly offended Yuanyang like this, how would they be able to survive under him? At the same time, the two people in the middle of the arena, the young man still had a cold smile and ridicule on his face as he slowly smiled at Yen Chutan. Although there's no need to pay attention to someone like you. However, today is also your luck to be able to make me willingly use the myriad fire array to deal with you. However, since you are lucky enough to see my myriad fire array, you will have to bear the corresponding price. Before he finished speaking, layers of spiritual energy had already spread out around the young man's body. As the spiritual energy surged up, the waves that rolled up were like flaming lotuses rising up. Following that, an extremely scorching tide of fire swept out. Wherever this tide of fire spread, it was enough to cause space to become blurry. It was hard to imagine how powerful the myriad fire array would be when it was fully formed. It was also because of this that many of the disciples who knew this young man couldn't help but feel that he was using a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. However, thinking about it, this was very likely the first treasure land that their Cloud Sky faction could occupy. If that was the case, they naturally had to think of a way to help their faction fight for this treasure land and display their contributions. Therefore, using a butcher's knife to kill a chicken was excusable. However, even though they knew this point, they couldn't help but laugh coldly, because if that was the case, that ignorant fellow would be in for a bad time. This myriad fire array was an extraordinary spiritual technique, not to mention the difference in cultivation between the two of them. The moment the 10,000 fire formation appeared, it was possible that it would directly burn the nameplate into pieces. However, thinking about it, they were disciples of the same faction after all. This fellow should have some sense of propriety, right? As the crowd secretly thought about it, the number of flaming lotuses around the young man increased. The temperature of the tide of fire that occasionally spread out made people's hearts palpitate more and more. However, at this moment, Yen Chutian, who was looking at the scene before him, didn't have any trace of fear. It was also because of this that many people around him felt that he really didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. He was actually still stubbornly holding on at this moment. However, of course, Yen Chutian wasn't stubbornly holding on. The fact that his opponent was able to display such a powerful spiritual technique was within his expectations. On the contrary, if his opponent didn't even have such a powerful spiritual technique, then he would have to worry about the strength of the remaining disciples. In the next moment, he didn't delay any longer. As the spiritual energy around him slowly surged, the mysterious energy from the depths of his body continuously flowed into his right palm, and gradually, a mark appeared on his right palm. This is a spiritual technique, the fragmentary star mark. How is this possible? Too many people were familiar with the prelude to the casting of a spirit art. Hence, cries of surprise rang out instantly. Perhaps it was also because of this spiritual technique that the atmosphere calmed down a lot. However, soon after, someone finally spoke up. From the looks of it, it should have reached the level of 5 yuan. It's actually reached 5 yuan? This fellow hit it so deeply. He's just lucky. Moreover, even if it's the 5 yuan fragmentary star mark, it's difficult to reverse the situation with such a huge gap in the foundation of Heaven's sanctum. At most, I won't let myself lose too badly. Chapter 789. But no matter what the crowd said, the 5 yuan fragmentary star mark in Yan Chutian's hand was the real deal. At the same time, the young man's eyes narrowed as he watched the scene unfold. However, he still believed in his own strength. Although his myriad flames array couldn't compare to the fragmentary star mark, his opponent's spirit art wasn't complete either. Furthermore, he had a huge advantage in terms of cultivation. He didn't believe that his opponent would be able to defy the heavens no matter how strong he was. In short, under the gazes of the many pairs of eyes, the flaming lotuses around the young man continued to float out. In the end, they faintly converged into a flaming lotus formation between heaven and earth. In fact, it was an exaggeration to call it an array. In fact, it was the power of the flaming lotuses that were stacked together in the form of an array. At the center of the flaming lotuses, a flaming palm could be clearly seen gradually forming. As the flaming palm appeared, it emitted an even more terrifying fiery aura than before and immediately spread out. Such a fiery aura could even be felt by many cultivators at the 5th level of the heavenly palace stage. Immediately after, the flaming palm tore through space and descended from the sky with a monstrous wave of fire, heading straight for Yan Chutian. However, it was also at this moment that the 5 yuan in Yan Chutian's palm erupted. Immediately after, an indescribable fragmentary star mark suddenly appeared between heaven and earth. The fragmentary star mark seemed to be invisible. Many people could only catch the flickering light before the fragmentary star mark and the flaming palm intersected. As they intersected, there wasn't any earth-shattering sound. In fact, there wasn't much of a movement. It was as if the waves of fire around the flaming palm had gently fluctuated for a moment. Therefore, many people couldn't help but think that the fragmentary star mark had failed. However, it was also at this moment that a crisp shattering sound suddenly rang out between heaven and earth. Hearing this sound, many people looked at the flaming palm as if they had sensed something. Under the attentive gazes of those people, the flaming arms suddenly began to shatter from the middle. At the same time, many people could see that within the shattered flame arm, there was a dazzling light of the star mark flickering endlessly. Seeing this scene, how could they not know who had won the battle of spirit spell arts? However, it was precisely because they knew who had won that those faces all revealed expressions of disbelief and shock. After all, they had never imagined that Yan Chutian would be the one to emerge victorious in this battle of spirit arts. In their opinion, no matter what, this battle should be won by the young man. After all, his cultivation was at the peak of the 5th level of the Heaven Palace realm. However, the truth was right in front of them, and they had no choice but to accept it. While the crowd was still in shock, the remaining power of the flaming palm was finally reduced to specks of light that filled the sky under the star fragment mark. Immediately after, the remaining power whizzed toward the young man. Although the remaining power was unable to cause him any harm, it still caused his face to turn pale. This was because he was very clear that he had already lost in the battle of spirit arts. Naturally, this result was hard for him to accept. His previous words and attitude were not false bravado. He truly believed that he had the strength to suppress his opponent. However, the result was as such. How could he not be shocked and unable to accept it? Furthermore, he felt that his arrogance and disdain from before had instead turned into slaps that landed on his face. He wished for nothing more than to find a hole in the ground and crawl into it. Thank you for letting me win. Seeing that his 5 origin fragmentary star mark had torn apart his opponent's spirit art, Yan Chutian did not act arrogant and only spoke softly. Then he turned his gaze back to Ba Hong. Thinking about it, his opponent should have no reason to object. As if sensing Yan Chutian's gaze, Ba Hong also looked back. However, when their gazes met, he could not say anything. After all, he had tacitly allowed this spirit art battle to take place. Thus, now that his opponent had one, what else could he say to object? While Ba Hong was silent, behind him, Ba Xian's face was not only filled with shock, but also thick jealousy. This unordinary glory that was the center of attention should belong to him. How could it belong to such an ant? However, Ba Hong was very clear that although he still viewed Lin Fan as an ant, fear had already formed in the depths of his heart. That was because even he did not believe that the young man was his opponent. However, since the young man was defeated by that ant, didn't that mean that he was not his opponent? Beside Ba Xian, Wang Qin looked at Yan Chutian, who was already extremely dazzling in the crowd. His gaze could not help but reveal some respect. Although he was a cultivator from the Tianfujing 6th floor, he could faintly feel that Lin Fan would very likely become an extremely extraordinary person in the future. If such a person could not be beaten to the bottom, it was best not to provoke him. Compared to Lin Fan, Ba Xian was like a lump of mud that could not be supported. Although he had some talent, he could only rely on the might of his elder brother, Ba Hong. It was not that the Kongtong faction did not sense the commotion from the Cloud Sky faction. Looking at this scene, Hua Yunxiao, who was among the many silver plate disciples of the Kongtong faction, quickly took a step forward and said to Shen Junyao and Jiang Xiaoyu, who were at the front, "The grasshopper from the Tianfujing 4th floor is extremely strange. Although it appears to be from the Tianfujing 4th floor, its strength is likely to be extremely difficult to deal with within the 5th level of the Tianfujing realm." Hearing those words, Shen Junyao and Jiang Xiaoyu both looked towards the Cloud Sky faction. Within their eyes, Yan Chutian's figure gradually appeared. In the next moment, Shen Junyao lovely laughter rang out. "Hee, what an extraordinary little fellow. However, a little fellow is still a little fellow. It cannot change the result of my Kongtong faction occupying this precious land." Hearing Shen Junyao lovely laughter, Hua Yunxiao did not say anything else. After all, he knew the methods of the woman in front of him. However, when he turned around, his gaze inadvertently swept across the deep white gully in front of the red robe. Although the woman in front of him was terrifying, it had to be said that such a figure made him have some thoughts. However, Hua Yunxiao did not expect that just as he was taking this opportunity to sneak a glance, he would feel an enormous power suddenly attack him in the next instant. Even though his reaction was extremely quick, the defense he condensed was directly torn apart. Then, the crisp sound of a slap rang out between the heavens and the earth. Following that, Shen Junyao' sweet voice slowly rang out with a sinister chill in it. "You don't want your eyes?" Being slapped in the face in front of so many people, to Hua Yunxiao, this was more than just a great humiliation. However, even if he felt humiliated, he did not dare to say anything. He could only lower his head and return to the crowd. However, not saying anything did not mean that his heart was the same. At this moment, there was already surging fury in his heart. Right now, he did not say anything because he knew that he was no match for her. However, there would be a day when he would make this woman pay the price. After a short period of silence, 10 people from the Cloud Sky faction and the Kongtong faction each stood out. These 10 people were selected by both sides to participate in the 10 battles. Among these 20 people, Yan Chutian was naturally the most eye-catching. After all, the cultivation of the others were at least at the late stage of the 5th level of the Heaven Palace stage. He was the only one who was still at the Tianfujing 4th floor. However, the disciples of both factions had seen the commotion caused by the Cloud Sky faction's battle, so they did not truly make a move. Therefore, not many people looked down on him because of this. At most, the Kongtong faction thought that Yan Chutian might be a breakthrough point. After all, although he could not be looked at with ordinary eyes, his cultivation should really be at the Tianfujing 4th floor. As a result, he was one level lower than the others. Therefore, no matter what, he should be the one who had an easier time breaking through. In contrast, the Cloud Sky faction was inevitably worried about Yan Chutian's battle. After all, his cultivation was at the 4th level of the Heavenly Palace realm, and he was weaker than the others. Chapter 790. But no matter what, the 10 candidates from both sides had already been decided, so the following 10 battles were inevitable. Astonishingly, one could see a figure stepping out from each of the 10 people on each side. On the Cloud Sky faction side, it was a youth in purple. His spiritual energy aura had already reached the peak of the 5th level of the Sky Palace stage. Moreover, the moment he stepped out, he attracted the attention of many disciples from the Cloud Sky faction. There were even exclamations that rang out one after another. The first to step on the stage is Zhou Yan. His strength is at the peak of the 5th level of the Sky Palace stage in our Cloud Sky faction. With Zhou Yan on the stage, even the Kongtong faction won't be able to gain any advantage from us. Zhou Yan will win. While the Cloud Sky faction was stirring up quite a bit, the young man in a green robe on the far left of the 10 candidates from the Kongtong faction also walked out. Similar to Zhou Yan, the youth in green robes was also quite popular in the Kongtong faction. At the very least, it wasn't difficult to tell from the expressions of the Kongtong faction's disciples that they were extremely confident in the first battle. Although Yan Chutian didn't know the identity of the Kongtong faction's disciples, from the surface, the cultivation of the disciples from the 2 factions wasn't much different. Therefore, the only thing that could determine the outcome was the strength and means that both of them were hiding. The disciples from the 2 factions didn't have to wait for too long. Soon, the first battle began under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Zhou Yan from the Cloud Sky bloodline was the first to make a move. The spiritual energy around him surged and a massive pressure spread out. It was enough to make even an ordinary cultivator at the 5th level of the Heaven Palace realm feel pressured. Zhou Yan shot out and descended above the youth in green robes. Immediately after, he unleashed a sky full of fist shadows that formed a curtain of fists. The attack seemed simple, but in reality, its power was extraordinary. If the opponent wasn't strong enough, they would more or less show signs of weakness under the curtain of fists. However, looking at the figure, the youth in green robes had an indifferent expression. When the curtain of fists fell, he slowly raised his arm. As he raised his arm, spiritual energy spread out and formed a light screen in the blink of an eye. However, no matter how frightening the descending fists were, they were unable to do anything to the light screen that appeared to have been casually formed. At most, it could only block out a few ripples on the light screen. Such an outcome was clearly not only difficult for the disciples of the Cloud Sky faction to accept, but also for Zhou Yan himself. However, Zhou Yan was also a decisive person. After a moment of absent-mindedness, he retreated in the next moment. Behind him, there were already seemingly endless layers of spirit energy that gradually converged into an illusory figure. One could vaguely see that the illusory figure had 3 heads and 6 arms, and each of its hands was holding a long spear. Immediately, an extremely enormous pressure spread out and enveloped every corner of the world. Clearly, Zhou Yan's spell was anything but simple. In reality, this was indeed the case, because when he used this spirit technique, quite a few cries of surprise rang out from the Cloud Sky bloodline. This is a sublime spirit battle art. Once the battle art is used, it can summon a strand of immemorial battle intent. It is an extremely powerful spirit technique. Zhou Yan directly used the sublime spirit battle art. If the disciples of the Kongtong bloodline continue to underestimate him, they will suffer. Zhou Yan's expression was solemn and his eyes were tightly shut, but very quickly he slowly opened his eyes. Along with the opening of his eyes, an even greater pressure than before quickly spread out in all directions. At the same time, the illusory figure behind him slowly raised its 6 arms. At the same time, it also slowly activated the might of the 6 long spears. Sublime Spirit Battle Art Kill. When the power seemed to have accumulated to its peak, Zhou Yan decisively shouted. The instant his shout rang out, the illusory figure took a step forward. The 6 long spears in its arms were raised high as they fiercely pierced towards the green-robed youth. The 6 spears were shot out together, but there was still no movement. This was because the 6 long spears had already pierced through space and were heading straight for the head of the green-robed youth from the Kongtong bloodline. However, even in the face of such a spirit technique, the green-robed youth still had a lazy expression. Only when the 6 long spears pierced through space did he raise his hand again. As he raised his hand, another screen of light rapidly rose. This scene clearly infuriated the disciples of the Cloud Sky bloodline, as well as Zhou Yan himself. It was fine before. After all, Zhou Yan's previous attack was not a spirit technique, but a slightly more powerful method. However, even now he still looked down on them like this. He was simply not putting the disciples of the Cloud Sky bloodline in his eyes. However, since that was the case, then he would have to pay the corresponding price for underestimating him. However, what happened next was that the disciples of the Kongtong bloodline would be caught off guard or even put into a sorry state due to their own underestimation. Astonishingly, the screen of light that seemed to be casually raised was still like before, forcibly blocking the 6 long spears that pierced through space. The commotion caused by this scene was simply too great. It caused the many disciples of the Cloud Sky bloodline to reveal unprecedented expressions of disbelief. The way they saw it, the 2 of them should be evenly matched. Even if Zhou Yan wanted to obtain victory, he would have to go through a fierce battle. But why would the situation turn out like this? The 6 spears descended, berserk power wreaking havoc without end. However, no matter how much that power wreaked havoc, it was simply unable to pierce through the seemingly weak screen of light. As for the power of the spirit technique, there would come a time when it was exhausted. No matter how much the power of the long spears wreaked havoc, it finally fell silent not long after. However, even though Zhou Yan's spirit technique had disappeared, the screen of light before the green-robed youth was still completely undamaged. However, at that moment, the green-robed youth finally laughed coldly. "Ha! Disciples of the Cloud Sky bloodline, you've played enough games. Now let's end this." As his voice rang out, the green-robed youth rapidly formed hand seals. Following the formation of his hand seals, the surrounding spiritual energy unceasingly gathered. In the end, it condensed into a black ancient mirror that floated up and down between his palms. The ancient mirror was completely pitch black. Although light and shadow would occasionally appear on the surface of the mirror, the image that was reflected was clearly an indescribable, demonic image. All in all, this spirit technique gave off an extremely strange feeling. Although it was strange to others, it was clearly a scene that the green-robed youth couldn't be any more familiar with. He raised his palms, and the black ancient mirror rapidly rose up. Immediately after, from the surface of the mirror, an extremely pale white arm with an eye-catching black line slowly stretched out. When the pale white arm stretched out, there wasn't anything fancy about it. However, at this moment, an unprecedented oppressive aura pervaded the hearts of everyone present. Looking at this scene, a bad premonition rose in Yan Chutian's heart. Even to him, this green-robed youth was an extremely thorny fellow. If his Cloud Sky bloodline disciple Zhou Yan was the slightest bit careless, he would fall to his hands. Great spirit shield technique. Seeing such a scene, Zhou Yan didn't underestimate it. Spiritual energy unceasingly gathered around him, and a human image appeared once more. However, this time, the 6 arms of the human image held a round shield, following which, the 6 shields stacked on top of each other, swiftly forming a giant light screen in front of them. The light screen's aura spread out, giving one the feeling that no matter how strong the attack was, it wouldn't be able to cause any damage to the light screen. Because of this defensive spirit spell, Many disciples of the Cloud Sky bloodline were feeling a little depressed because of the green-robed young man from the Kongtong bloodline regained a lot of confidence at this moment. In their eyes, even if the Kongtong bloodline disciple was weird, he wouldn't be able to easily break through Zhou Yan's Great Spirit Shield technique. Although Yan Chutian also felt that Zhou Yan's shield technique wasn't weak, when he inadvertently saw the green-robed youth's mouth curl up into a cold smile, the bad feeling in his heart rose once more. The attack of this Kongtong bloodline disciple probably wasn't as simple as it looked on the surface. Like it was confirming Yan Chutian's premonition, the giant pale white hand reached down and landed above the shield light screen. However, before it truly touched it, from the tip of the straight black line on the arm, there were drops of black liquid dripping down. The black liquid seemed unassuming, but as it dripped down, it silently melted the light screen. Chapter 791. The dark black liquid looked unremarkable, and if one didn't pay attention to it, it would be easy to overlook it. However, when these few drops of black liquid fell, they silently melted the spiritual energy light screen. This scene was clearly something that Zhou Yan did not expect. Thus, when the spiritual energy light screen was broken, his face was filled with disbelief and fear. This was because he knew very well that with his opponent's strength, he would never miss such a big flaw. In fact, this was indeed the case. When the light screen was broken, the giant pale hand brazenly reached down, even though there were still 6 round shields in front of Zhou Yan. However, even the combined spiritual energy light screen formed by the 6 round shields was broken through. One could only imagine how much resistance these scattered round shields had at this moment. As a result, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the several round shields and the illusory figures behind them could no longer withstand the descent of the giant pale hand and began to collapse inch by inch. In just a few breaths, Zhou Yan's defense was completely broken. At this moment, how could the green-robed youth hesitate for a moment? Under his control, he used his remaining strength to slap the former's body from afar. When this palm slammed down, Zhou Yan's protective spiritual energy immediately shattered. Unable to withstand the pressure, he spat out blood from his mouth. Like a dead dog, he directly smashed into the ground dozens of feet away. Boom! Along with the rumbling sound of the landing, the world gradually returned to calm. However, this calmness clearly caused the faces of every disciple of the Cloud Sky faction to become unprecedentedly ugly. This was because they never thought that the result of Zhou Yan's battle would be so one-sided. If they were defeated after a fierce battle, then they could accept it. After all, both of them were at the peak of the 5th level of the Heaven Mansion stage. But how could they accept such a result? In contrast to the deathly silent atmosphere on the Cloud Sky faction side, the disciples of the Kongtong faction couldn't help but sneer, following which there were many mocking words that continuously sounded from all over the crowd. It wasn't until Shen Junyao, who was dressed in red, smiled faintly in front of the Kongtong faction's camp that the atmosphere behind her calmed down. All right, it's just the first round. I presume that the first round is just a test for the Cloud Sky faction. No matter how infuriating the words of the winner were, they couldn't find any reason to argue. Thus, regardless of whether it was Yuan Yang or Ba Hong, they could only turn their gazes towards the remaining 9 people with gloomy expressions. Losing the first round, and losing so thoroughly at that, it was a huge blow to the morale of his Cloud Sky bloodline. Thus, they urgently hoped that someone would be able to stand forth. It would be best if that person could also suppress their opponent with overwhelming strength. However, among the remaining 9 disciples, was there really such a candidate? When he sensed the gazes of Ba Hong and Yuan Yang, Yan Chutian originally wanted to take the initiative to step forward. However, before he could, another black, clothed figure had already taken a step forward. The moment the black-robed figure stepped out, he immediately attracted a lot of gazes. When the disciples of the Cloud Sky faction looked at him, they could not help but have many expressions in their eyes. Clearly, this black-robed figure was a fellow with quite a reputation within the 5th level of the Cloud Sky faction. Although Yen Chutian didn't know the identity of the black-robed figure, my honey, who was beside him, quickly whispered, "He's called Cheng-Lai. In terms of strength, he's even a little stronger than Zhou Yen from before. With him taking action, the second round might really be able to turn the situation around." Hearing this, Yen Chutian could only lightly nod his head. There was nothing else he could do. He could only hope that Cheng-Lai would be able to win the second round. Otherwise, 2 consecutive defeats at the start of the match would be too damaging to the morale of their Cloud Sky faction. Returning to the main topic, after Cheng-Lai stepped onto the stage, one of the remaining 9 people from the Kongtong faction also took a step forward. Spiritual light surged around him as he appeared in the middle of the arena. Different from the silent and arrogant azure-robed youth from before, this man had light surging around him. His face was filled with ridicule and arrogance as he directly said, "Looks like this is the next pitiful fellow that the Cloud Sky faction has sent out. I'm not afraid to say it out loud. Compared to that fellow from before, I, Zhaoyang, am a little lacking. However, it's more than enough to suppress you ants from the Kongtong faction." At the end of his words, Zhao Yang's voice had already turned into a cold roar. At the same time, spiritual light surged around him as he sent a palm over. The palm was filled with dazzling azure light. Although this attack was sudden, Cheng-Lai was clearly not unprepared. He immediately stomped his right foot on the ground, causing cracks to appear on the ground. From the cracks, a layer of dark spiritual light rushed out. In the next instant, a huge explosion rang out between the heavens and the earth, announcing the start of the second round. With the first round as a foreshadowing, the expressions of the many disciples from the Cloud Sky faction naturally couldn't be good. They all stared intently at Cheng-Lai, hoping that the former would be able to win this round. In contrast, the many disciples from the Kongtong faction weren't too worried. It was clear that Zhao Yang's previous words about his strength had already obtained their approval. Boom! The exchange continued. After the first attack failed, the 2 continued to exchange over a dozen blows. However, each time, Cheng-Lai did not retreat in the slightest. This caused the eyes of the disciples from the Cloud Sky faction to ignite with hope. However, at this moment, Zhao Yang suddenly retreated several dozen feet. Immediately after, he formed a hand seal, and the light surging around him became even more dazzling. "Tianyang Divine Fire!" With a sudden roar, the dazzling light around him rapidly converged into his body like liquid. But soon after, it turned into a mouthful of true fire that poured out from Zhao Yang's mouth and enveloped Cheng-Lai. As the divine fire descended, the space became void. Only that mouthful of true fire burned everything between heaven and earth as it enveloped Cheng-Lai. This scene naturally made the disciples of the Cloud Sky bloodline extremely worried because of the first battle just now. They were truly worried that Cheng-Lai would be defeated just like this. However, facing this attack, Cheng-Lai was actually quite calm at this moment. As the mouthful of true fire enveloped him, he slowly formed a hand seal and once again stepped on the ground. Once again, a large amount of spiritual light surged up. However, this time, the spiritual light that surged up was no longer chaotic and formless. Gradually, it condensed into the shape of a huge sword. In the next instant, under his control, the huge sword slashed out horizontally. The aura that swept out seemed to be able to cut apart the space between heaven and earth. The moment the 2's attacks appeared, they naturally clashed together. What caused the disciples from the Cloud Sky faction to breathe a sigh of relief was that the might of the heavy sword in Cheng-Lai's hand was extraordinary. It actually showed signs of cutting apart the true fire. Of course, at the same time, the heavy sword was also enduring the terrifying burning power of the true fire. An extremely eye-catching melting intent could be clearly seen on the body of the heavy sword. In short, the collision of the 2's attacks was more like a situation where they were evenly matched. After several breaths of time, the heavy sword really did melt. At the same time, the true fire also shattered. To the disciples from the Cloud Sky faction, such an outcome could be considered as good news. However, it clearly caused the disciples from the Kongtong faction, including Zhao Yang himself, to be somewhat dissatisfied. Even from Zhao Yang's point of view, his Tianyang divine fire should have been able to injure his opponent. Haha, truly tenacious. However, since you were able to coincidentally block my Tianyang divine fire, I would like to see if you still have the ability to block this heavenly deity's true fire. After saying those words before the gazes of tens of thousands of people, Zhao Yang formed another hand seal. This time around, several rays of fiery light soared into the sky from his back. The fiery light soared into the sky and continued to converge high up in the sky. After a long period of fusion, they finally began to slowly squirm and gradually formed the appearance of a huge flaming finger. At this moment, although the huge flaming finger had only fused together, its appearance had yet to completely take shape. However, even now, there was absolutely no one who doubted the might of the huge flaming finger. The reason for that was because its aura was simply too powerful. The aura of the waves of fire that faintly spread out was enough to suffocate many cultivators at the 5th level of the Heavenly Palace stage. Chapter 792. As the giant flaming finger appeared in the sky, the terrifying aura that spread out was enough to shock any cultivator at the 5th level of the Heavenly Palace stage. Not to mention, when the giant flaming finger was fully formed, the massive aura that spread out was enough to make any cultivator at the perfect 5th level of the Heaven Mansion stage clearly feel the terrifying heat. Zhao Yang was obviously very satisfied with such power. With a sneer on his face, he once again locked his mocking gaze on Cheng-Lai from afar. He wanted to see if the disciple of the Cloud Sky lineage would be able to withstand his true heavenly god flame like he had before. In the blink of an eye, the large flaming finger slowly penetrated through space while Cheng-Lai was laughing coldly. Soon after, the large finger swept out and slowly descended towards Cheng-Lai. From afar, one could feel the terrifying power of the giant flaming finger. The surrounding disciples from the Cloud Sky lineage couldn't help but tense up. The power of the heavenly god, True Flame, was just too strong. It was hard for them not to worry about whether Cheng-Lai could withstand it like before. Under the expectant gazes of the crowd, he once again formed a seal. The massive spiritual energy behind him moved along with the seal and finally condensed into a giant sword above his head. Although it was also a spiritual energy giant sword, the power of this giant sword was much stronger than before. On the body of the sword, the dazzling light was extremely eye-catching. Amidst the flowing light, the sharp sword aura that spread out had an invincible aura, following which, under Cheng-Lai's control, the spiritual energy heavy sword slashed out once again. With an unparalleled sword aura, it swept straight towards the giant flaming finger that was suppressing down. In the next instant, the spiritual energy giant sword and the giant flaming finger violently clashed together. In the instant of the collision, astonishing energy ripples rapidly spread out, forcibly shattering the surrounding space into nothingness. Such an astonishing commotion naturally attracted countless gazes from the heavens and the earth. Under the attentive gazes of these gazes, one could clearly see that the spiritual energy heavy sword, which was overflowing with brilliance, was rapidly emerging as if it was about to be melted. In contrast, what made the disciples from the Cloud Sky lineage feel extremely uneasy was that the sword aura that was slashed out did not cut the giant flaming finger apart, like before. If this continued, wouldn't it mean that Cheng-Lai would be defeated? Such a situation caused the corners of Zhao Yang's mouth to curl into an eerily cold smile. Although he had forced out the true flame of the heavenly god, as long as he could win this battle, it would be worth it. At the same time, the expression of Cheng-Lai, who was being suppressed by the huge flaming finger, was naturally ugly. After all, it wasn't as if he didn't know that if this continued, he would definitely lose. However, he was clear that he could not lose. Otherwise, not only would he lose this match, his Cloud Sky bloodline would lose 2 matches. Just this alone was an indescribable blow to the morale of the Cloud Sky bloodline disciples. Cheng Lai's character had never been one to be wishy-washy. With this thought in mind, he decisively urged the hidden power in his body. Even if it would cause quite a bit of damage to his cultivation foundation, he would not hesitate. Activating his foundation, Cheng Lai spat out a mouthful of spiritual energy. One could see that this mouthful of spiritual energy had a tinge of blood within it. Under the fusion of such spiritual energy, the spiritual energy heavy sword, which was originally showing signs of melting, once again burst out with a dazzling light. Moreover, the might of the spiritual energy continued to press forward, forcibly tearing a hole in the huge flaming finger. Naturally, it was impossible for Xian Wang not to notice such a scene. However, it was precisely because he sensed it and even saw the source that his expression became so unsightly. This was because he didn't expect his opponent to be so stupid as to actually want to lose his cultivation foundation for such a battle. It was easy to lose something like this, but to truly make up for it was an extremely difficult matter. With such a loss, even if the Cloud Sky bloodline could occupy this treasure land in the end, it would not have much of a chance for them. He didn't understand why his opponent was so stupid. At the very least, if it was him, he definitely wouldn't be so stupid as to waste his foundation. It was also because of this that the 2 converging attacks, vaguely, reached a state of equilibrium once again. Although this made Zhao Yang a little dissatisfied, his opponent was even willing to waste his own foundation. Thus, he could only say nothing. However, he didn't expect that just as he was prepared to continuously waste Cheng Lai's foundation, Cheng Lai would suddenly tear open space. The surrounding spiritual energy was like a sharp sword as it furiously slashed towards him. What he truly didn't expect was that Cheng Lai didn't care about wasting his foundation at all. Moreover, because he was caught off guard, Zhao Yang even felt that there was a possibility of him being defeated. Once he thought of the possibility of him being defeated, even if he didn't want to waste his foundation, he couldn't care less. Otherwise, once he was defeated, how could he raise his head in front of the other Kongtong disciples? Helpless, Zhao Yang could only activate his own foundation in exchange for a momentary burst of power at the expense of his foundation. However, his actions were clearly slower than Cheng Lai's. Cheng Lai also seemed to be aware of his character. He grabbed this gap and unleashed his most frightening attack on him. The final result was that both sides were seriously injured. Even though Zhao Yang didn't care about exhausting his foundation, he was still a step too slow. However, as he was seriously injured, he was able to use his foundation to counterattack. This counterattack was naturally difficult for Cheng Lai to block, and he was also seriously injured. In the end, the 2 of them were sent flying at practically the same time, smashing into the rubble. However, this result made Zhao Yang even more furious. Originally, he should have been able to obtain victory. However, he wasn't willing to exhaust his foundation at the start. Otherwise, how could his opponent have found an opportunity to take advantage of? Now, even though he had exhausted his foundation, the result was that both sides were seriously injured. Even if his opponent had exhausted more of his foundation, how could he not be furious? Compared to Zhao Yang's fury and unwillingness, Cheng Lai, who was in the rubble, let out a sigh of relief. It was already the best result that he could achieve by fighting with the other party until both sides were heavily injured. Furthermore, with this, he didn't fail to live up to the expectations of the Cloud Sky faction. In fact, this was indeed the case. Although he didn't obtain victory, the result of both sides being seriously injured caused many of the Cloud Sky faction's disciples to sigh in relief. Although they hadn't managed to tie the score, they hadn't widened the gap either. This was extremely good news. Furthermore, when the many disciples saw what had happened earlier, they knew that there was no room for them to blame Cheng Lai. After all, he was someone who had not hesitated to exhaust his foundation time and time again. No one could guarantee that there wouldn't be a second person in the Cloud Sky faction capable of such a feat. The Cloud Sky faction's disciples sighed in relief. As for the Kongtong faction's disciples, they naturally had dissatisfied expressions on their faces. In fact, to some people, this was Zhao Yang's foolishness. In any case, he was going to exhaust his foundation in the end. Why didn't he just directly exhaust his foundation? That way, he would have been able to determine victory and defeat. Why did he have to end up like this? However, when even Shen Junyao and Jiang Xiao didn't say anything, they naturally wouldn't say anything either. They merely silently turned their gazes to the remaining 8 people. They believed that since Zhao Yang had set a precedent, none of the remaining disciples of the Kongtong sect would do such a thing with twice the effort for half the result. In other words, the Cloud Sky faction would not be so lucky in the future. All in all, the curtains to the second round of the competition slowly came to an end. However, the end of this round did not mean that the banners and drums had ceased. Instead, it meant that even more intense and even white-hot battles were about to follow. After 2 rounds, the Kongtong faction had temporarily suppressed the Cloud Sky faction with 1 victory. It was obvious that the Kongtong faction wanted to follow up their victory and win 4 more rounds as soon as possible, directly confirming their victory. On the other hand, the Cloud Sky faction naturally wanted to make a comeback, even though the difficulty of such a comeback was truly too great. However, no one was willing to see this precious land of crystal essences miss out on them. I wonder who the Cloud Sky faction will send out for the 3rd round? Shen Junyao appeared rather at ease as the 2 sides faced each other. Her red lips parted slightly as she smiled and asked Yuanyang and Bahong on the other side. Chapter 793. Facing Shen Junyao's faint smile, neither Yuanyang nor Bahong could laugh. They could only silently look at the remaining 8 people from the Cloud Sky faction. There was no need for them to look any further. Very soon, one of the 8 stepped forward with a determined expression. In contrast, a proud figure slowly stepped out from the remaining 8 people from the Kongtong faction. The enormous spiritual energy surging around him was enough to suppress a cultivator at the 5th level of the Heavenly Palace realm. Next, fierce battles continued to erupt between the disciples of the 2 factions. Although the Cloud Sky faction lost the 3rd battle, the gap between them didn't continue to widen after these 2 battles. In the following battles, the Cloud Sky faction gradually stabilized the situation and barely managed to fight to a draw. Even when Mai Hani appeared in the battle, although the battle was full of ups and downs, she was the one who won in the end. Wu Hani, who was clearly in a weakened state, flew off the stage. In the end, it was impossible for Yen Chutian to remain indifferent towards her. With a slight flash, she went forward to support that jade arm. At first, when she felt that she was being supported, Mai Hani's delicate body suddenly stiffened. However, when she saw the figure supporting her, her slightly pale face couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief, following which, her tensed-up, delicate body gradually softened. However, while she relaxed, Mai Hani's beautiful face couldn't be happy, because although she won a battle with difficulty, her Cloud Sky faction was still behind by 1 battle. However, there were only 2 more battles left. If the other party won another battle, then her Cloud Sky faction could only watch as this crystal essence treasure land belonged to someone else. At the very least, they had to win 1 battle and fight to a draw with the Kongtong faction. Only then would it mean that the Cloud Sky faction wasn't fated with this crystal essence treasure land. At this moment, not only Mai Hani, but all the other disciples of the Cloud Sky faction were clear of this point. As a result, all eyes were fixed on the last 2 figures. Of these 2 figures, one was Yen Chutian. At the same time, although the people of the Cloud Sky lineage were under great pressure, the same was true for the people of the Kongtong lineage. Originally, in the eyes of many Kongtong disciples, the Cloud Sky faction should have been completely crushed by them. Even this kind of hope would not be left behind. Only who would have thought that a centipede would die but not fall over? Even though the fate of that number one disciple was unknown, the Cloud Sky bloodline still had these troublesome fellows, dragging things out to this extent. However, it didn't matter. There were still 2 more battles. Even if the 2 disciples from the Cloud Sky faction were able to force a draw in these 2 battles, it would still be a draw. This also meant that this treasured land belonged to the Kongtong lineage. For the last 2 matches, Yen Chutian no longer hesitated. Before the other disciple moved, he directly rushed to the center of the arena. Yen Chutian's appearance immediately attracted the attention of everyone. This kind of attraction was not only because this was the penultimate battle between the 2 factions, but also because of the cultivation level. No matter how one looked at it, it was only at the Tianfujing 4th floor. Although the disciples from both factions vaguely knew that they could not treat each other with ordinary gazes. However, without personally witnessing it, no one could be sure. Towards Yen Chutian, many disciples from the Cloud Sky faction felt uneasy in their hearts. However, at this kind of time, they could only hope that the former's performance in their faction was not just a flash in the pan. Returning to the main topic, while Yen Chutian's appearance had attracted the gazes of many people, a figure also stepped out from the Kongtong faction, attracting the gazes of everyone in the world. It was a figure wearing silver armor. The silver armor flashed with a light and an extremely thick spiritual energy pressure faintly spread out. This silver armor might not be a spiritual weapon, but it should be a body with a certain amount of defensive power. This silver armored figure was clearly the stronger of the 2 remaining disciples from the Kongtong faction. He knew that the other party would walk out in this battle, which was why he directly went up the stage. As long as he could defeat this silver armored figure, then the pressure on the disciples from the Cloud Sky faction in the final battle would be reduced. This was the greatest contribution that he, Yen Chutian, could make. If this was the case, then the Cloud Sky faction would still lose. It could only be said that the overall strength of the Cloud Sky faction was not comparable to the Kongtong faction. However, although Yen Chutian thought so, whether it was the disciples from the Cloud Sky faction or the Kongtong faction, they did not feel that he had much of a chance of winning. After all, they could roughly see the strength of this silver-armored figure. Although his strength might not be comparable to that of Zhao Yang, he was still a fellow that could not be underestimated. At this time, only Maihani could roughly see Yen Chutian's intentions. Only she felt that Yen Chutian should have a certain chance of winning against the silver-armored youth. After all, this silver-armored figure was at most a bit stronger than the Kongtong disciple she had fought before. At the same time, the silver-armored figure that walked out had already slowly raised his head, revealing an extremely cold and arrogant face hidden under the silver armor. The silver-armored figure did not say anything. As he slowly raised his hand, the spiritual light in his hand surged and quickly gathered into a dazzling silver spear. Immediately, he pointed the silver spear at Yen Chutian. There were no superfluous words on his cold and arrogant face, but a sharp arc slowly formed as he spoke softly. "Haha, the one who will kill you is Lin Yuan of the Kongtong faction." Before his voice died away, the silver spear in Lin Yuan's hand had already pierced through space, pressing towards Yen Chutian and suppressing him. The terrifying aura of the spear was enough to make many cultivators at the 5th level of the Heavenly Palace realm feel the terrifying, tearing intent. Lin Yuan's cold and arrogant appearance was also extremely domineering when he attacked. Such a blow was not without the intention of defeating Yen Chutian in one fell swoop. Of course, this was also a test. After all, he was not stupid enough to think that Hua Yunxiao would make empty promises. However, if Hua Yunxiao was not as strong as he imagined, then he did not mind severely injuring Hua Yunxiao with this blow. The silver spear pierced through space, forcefully suppressing Yen Chutian's position. At this moment, everyone's gazes were focused on him. They were all curious about whether he had the strength to resist. Facing the silver spear that pierced through space, Yan Chutian's face was calm. He had to win this round, so he had to block such an attack. In the next instant, he raised his right arm, and along with his movement, spiritual energy rapidly surged, condensing into a light screen in front of him. The silver spear fiercely collided with the light screen. Although the impact of the collision was not small, the light screen was not torn by the silver spear. Instead, it shook the light screen away. Such a scene naturally caused the disciples of the Cloud Sky faction to sigh in relief. From the looks of it, this disciple of the Cloud Sky faction was not a flash in the pan. But thinking about it, if he was really a flash in the pan, he would not have the guts to take the initiative to enter the arena at this critical moment. Similarly, looking at this scene, the disciples of the Kongtong faction had a somewhat unnatural expression. However, they also had a certain amount of confidence in Lin Yuan. Even if the other party was somewhat unusual, it was impossible for him to create too big of a storm. Dozens of feet away, Lin Yuan held the silver spear in his hand, his eyes deep. It seemed that the guy in front of him was not so weak that he could not withstand a single blow. At least, he had a certain amount of strength. But at the end of the day, the fourth level of the Heaven Palace realm was still the fourth level of the Heaven Palace realm. It would be foolish of him to think that he could flaunt his prowess in front of him just by relying on some ability. After manipulating the silver spear in his hand again and making it float in the air between his palms, Lin Yuan's palms continuously converged on the silver spear. With the continuous integration of the silver light, the silver spear's light became more and more dazzling. At the same time, the space where the spear was aimed at was torn apart by a huge spatial gully. The spatial gully continued to spread until it reached the front of Yan Chutian. Only then did Lin Yuan suddenly shout, "Sky Silver Spear!" Buzz! An ancient buzzing sound suddenly rang out. After the buzzing sound, the silver spear had already followed the spatial gully and shot toward the location of Yan Chutian. Moreover, as the silver spear shot out, the spatial gully constantly emitted silver light that soared into the sky and merged into the spear body. As it went down, the spear body could no longer be seen clearly. It had already turned into a huge silver light pillar that rushed toward Yan Chutian, suppressing him with a world-destroying force. Chapter 794. The dazzling silver spear descended from the sky. Not to mention the Tian-fuging fourth floor. Even a cultivator at the fifth level of the Tian-fuging stage would not dare to underestimate it in the slightest. It was also because of this that the hearts of the many disciples of the Cloud Sky faction tensed up. They were all worried that Yan Chutian would be defeated. If he was defeated, it would mean that the Cloud Sky faction would miss the opportunity to enter the Crystal Marrow Treasure Land. The Silver Spear attacked. Facing this extraordinary spiritual technique, although Yan Chutian would not underestimate it, he would not fear it either. The current him was no longer the same as before. He was much stronger than when he first entered the Tian-fuging fourth floor. The moment before the silver spear truly suppressed him, the seal hidden in his hand had already rapidly appeared. This ancient seal that revealed an ancient and mysterious aura was the mysterious Yang seal. When the mysterious Yang seal appeared, there was no shocking movement. Instead, when the ancient aura spread out, it seemed to have calmed down the pressure of the silver spear for a moment. Even though this moment was extremely inconspicuous, the people above the fifth level of the Tian-fuging stage from the two factions, including Lin Yuan himself, were all stunned. However, it would not give them more time to react. This moment seemed to be extremely short, but it was already enough for Yan Chutian to seize the opportunity. The power of the mysterious Yang seal in his hand whistled out. The result could be imagined. Under the gazes of the crowd, many cracks rapidly appeared on the incomparably powerful silver spear. In the blink of an eye, the entire silver spear was like porcelain, shattering into pieces. When Lin Yuan's heavenly silver spear collapsed, it caused many disciples of the two factions to be shocked. Even those geniuses above the Tian-fuging sixth floor were the same. Although they had vaguely sensed something strange a moment ago, they did not expect that it would become like this in the blink of an eye. In addition to the shock, the disciples of the Kong Tong faction naturally had ugly expressions, although they also knew that the other party could not be judged based on the realm on the surface. However, the disciples of the Kong Tong faction were all forcefully crushed by the disciples of the Cloud Sky faction who were weaker than them. No matter how they looked at it, it made them feel a little uncomfortable. While the Kong Tong faction's disciples had ugly expressions, the Cloud Sky faction's disciples were naturally all extremely excited, because from the looks of it, it was not impossible for them to win this battle. Damn it! Feeling the change in the surrounding atmosphere, Lin Yuan, who was wearing a silver armor, could not help but show a gloomy expression. He didn't expect the other party to be so difficult to deal with. To think that he had felt that the other party was the best breakthrough point. Just now, he had stepped onto the stage in this battle, wanting to directly help the Kong Tong bloodline secure victory. If he had known this would happen, he would have waited for the last battle. Even if he lost this battle, he would still be able to guarantee victory against the last disciple of the Cloud Sky clan. However, at this point, it was too late for regrets, so he didn't think too much about it. He quickly condensed his own spiritual energy again, gathering it around his body. As it gathered under his control, a silver spear slowly appeared again. However, this silver spear was different from the previous one. On the silver spear body, there are 3 strands of blood-colored lines that were like swimming dragons, which were extremely eye-catching. Moreover, from these 3 blood-colored dragon patterns, an unprecedented bloody aura quickly spread. Although it wasn't that much stronger than before, there was a baleful blood aura that wasn't there before. The silver spear continued to be completed, and the 3 blood-colored dragon patterns also became more eye-catching. This scene naturally attracted the attention of countless eyes between heaven and earth. Seeing this scene, the many disciples from the Cloud Sky bloodline became extremely worried. This was because many of them vaguely knew about Lin Yuan's means, and they also knew that his killing power was much more terrifying than before. As for the disciples of the Kong Tong faction, many of their expressions looked better. They naturally knew how powerful Lin Yuan's technique was. Since he was willing to use this spiritual technique, it meant that he no longer looked down on the other party. However, thinking about it, if he still looked down on the other party, what difference would he be from a fool? While the disciples of the 2 factions were paying attention to the use of the spiritual technique, Lin Yuan's own cold laughter finally slowly sounded. This is my spiritual technique, the Blood Dragon Spear. When the Blood Dragon Spear comes out, it will be stained with your blood. As the rather proud and cold laughter fell, Lin Yuan had already raised his arms. At the same time, there seemed to be invisible arms between heaven and earth that were raised, tightly holding the Blood Dragon Spear. Immediately, the Blood Dragon Spear turned into a blood-colored beam of light and once again shot toward Yan Chutian. The speed of the blood-colored light was so fast that many people couldn't see it clearly. They could only see a fleeting, blood-colored light. However, although they couldn't see it with their naked eyes, it didn't prevent them from knowing the terrifying power of this spiritual technique. This made even the disciples of the Cloud Sky faction secretly worry again. Could Yan Chutian block this spiritual technique? As for the disciples of the Kong Tong faction, naturally, many of them sneered even more. In the eyes of many of them, even if the disciples of the Cloud Sky faction could barely resist Lin Yuan's Blood Dragon Spear, they would definitely be in a sorry state. At the same time, Yan Chutian's expression was still extremely calm. Only when the Blood Dragon Spear came attacking did he slowly summon the surrounding spiritual power. However, under the concealment of the spiritual power, there was a mud-like substance that was already faintly discernible. It was only because of the layers of spiritual power that people couldn't detect it. Boom! The Blood Dragon Spear finally landed, and the moment it landed, there seemed to be a dragon's roar resounding. Then a giant rumbling noise arose, loud enough to shake the entire universe. At this moment, Lin Yuan was already sneering. In his opinion, the other party was probably seriously injured and unconscious under his blood dragon spear. The blood dragon spear was the spiritual technique he was proud of, so it naturally had such power. However, just as he was sneering like this, a fatal threat suddenly emerged behind him. This made his face suddenly stiffen, because he didn't understand how there could be a threat behind him. Could it be that the other disciples of the Cloud Sky faction knew that they were going to lose, so they attacked so crazily? As for the source of this threat was Yan Chutian. He didn't even think about it. The other party was at least seriously injured under his blood dragon spear. How could he still have the strength to take advantage of this opportunity to kill him? But in any case, since danger was coming, he naturally hurriedly condensed spiritual power to protect himself. The spiritual power around his body quickly lingered layer by layer. Even though the attack came extremely fast, Lin Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. But in the next moment, when the attack really bombarded under his spiritual power defense, he could no longer relax. Because at the moment of contact, he could clearly feel that his spiritual power defense was about to break. And why does this power feel so similar to that spiritual technique? But how is this possible? If it's really that spiritual technique, doesn't it mean that the person who attacked is really a disciple of the Cloud Sky faction? In an instant, too many thoughts flashed through Lin Yuan's mind. But all of this couldn't be stopped. The spiritual power defense around his body continued to collapse, and the spiritual power protection around his body was finally torn apart. A ray of star-mark light, as if it was invincible, directly broke through all the defenses in front of it, and then fiercely collided with Lin Yuan's back. The consequences of such a blow could be imagined. Lin Yuan couldn't even turn his head, and he couldn't let himself confirm the identity of the other party at all. He was forced to spit out blood from his mouth, and his eyes turned black. At the same time, his body was like a cannonball, smashing straight into the ground in front of him, and finally smashed into the ground. However, no matter how big the scene was, it made the atmosphere of the surrounding disciples of the two factions dead silent in an instant. Countless incredulous gazes were fixed on the center of the field, looking at Lin Yuan, who had fainted in the broken ground, and also looking at the thin figure in the air, who was slowly exhaling a breath of air. This was really because no one thought that the result of the fight between the two would be like this. Needless to say, the Kongtong faction didn't think that Lin Yuan would be defeated. As for the Cloud Sky faction, although they were all thinking that Yan Chutian could win, they didn't think that the former would win in an instant, and the process was so clean. Chapter 795. In the center of the arena, following Lin Yuan's defeat, the deathly silent atmosphere was like a whirlwind that enveloped all parts of the earth. Countless pairs of eyes stared at the figure in the center of the arena in disbelief. Immediately after, the atmosphere of the Cloud Sky faction naturally reached the peak, because the victory of this battle already meant that their Cloud Sky faction had tied the score with the Kongtong faction. The two factions were once again standing on the same starting line. Only the last disciple battle between the two factions would decide the ownership of the Crystal Marrow treasure land in front of them. And such a situation, not to mention the disciples of the Kongtong faction, even Shen Junyao at this moment had a hint of coldness on her delicate face. Originally, according to her thoughts, her Kongtong faction should be able to occupy this treasure land in these 10 battles. But now, it had been forcefully delayed until now, and there was even uncertainty. However, the coldness on Shen Junyao's beautiful face disappeared in a flash, and it quickly returned to a faint smile like before, because she had long thought that no matter the final result of this battle, today's Crystal Marrow treasure land would definitely belong to her Kongtong faction. What this battle could decide was whether the process of ownership was good or not. No matter how great the shock was, it would eventually calm down. When the shock subsided, Yan Chutian had already returned to the camp of the Cloud Sky faction, and then looked at the last remaining disciple. The only thing he could do was to defeat Lin Yuan, who was stronger among the two remaining disciples of the Kongtong faction, and tie the score between the two factions. As for the outcome, even the current Yan Chutian could not control it. But thinking about it, in this last battle, the disciple of the Cloud Sky faction should not be weaker than the other party. The last battle finally erupted under the gazes of tens of thousands of people. The two of them naturally knew the result of this battle, but determined the ownership of the Crystal Marrow treasure land in front of them. Therefore, without any explanation, they did not hesitate to exhaust their own cultivation. Under such a desperate situation, the battle between the two naturally became more and more intense, more and more turbulent. The final result of this battle could be said to be unexpected, but in fact, it was within the expectations of many people. The two of them did not hesitate to exhaust their cultivation to the last moment, but they no longer had the strength to continue. Therefore, this battle clearly ended in a draw. This battle was also a draw, which meant that the final result of today's battle between the two factions would end in a draw. Perhaps this, still, could not decide the ownership of the Crystal Marrow treasure land, but it still made many disciples of the Cloud Sky faction sigh in relief. That was because even they had no choice but to admit that being able to draw was already not easy for their Cloud Sky bloodline. In truth, the disciples of the Cloud Sky faction had the possibility of being defeated time and time again in the 10 battles. However, perhaps because of the precedent set by Chung Lai, the disciples of the Cloud Sky bloodline did not hesitate to exhaust their cultivation base and foundation in order to stabilize themselves. It was also because of this the disciples of the Cloud Sky faction, the Sky faction of the Kongtong faction, was of the Cloud Sky treasure land Sky, the Sky of the Cloud Sky, of the Cloud Sky of the Sky of the Cloud of faction, of the Cloud of the Cloud Sky, Cloud of the Sky of the Sky, Cloud Sky of the Sky of the Cloud of the Sky of the disciples. The defeated disciples did not dare to refute. After all, even if their individual strength was not weak, they were facing the anger of the crowd at this moment. And the anger of the crowd could not be offended. Fortunately, just as they were feeling ashamed, Xin Junyao, who was at the front of the crowd, once again spoke with a light smile, attracting the attention of the crowd and immediately reducing the pressure on them. Haha, the Cloud Sky faction is really full of geniuses. I did not expect that a total of 10 battles between our two factions would not be able to decide the victor. At this point, Shen Juanyao's tone suddenly changed, and she continued. However, this Crystal Marrow treasure land must be decided. Therefore, why don't our two factions have another battle and send a disciple below the 5th level of the Heavenly Mansion stage to decide the ownership of this treasure land? Xin Junyao spoke so logically that even Yuan Yang and Ba Hong could not find a reason to refute. In fact, it was not that they did not want to refute, but if they refuted, how would they decide the ownership of this Crystal Marrow treasure land? If it was still a competition between all the disciples, then the so-called 10 battles from before would be a complete waste of time and meaningless. At the same time, seeing that Yuan Yang and Ba Hong did not refute, Xin Junyao continued to speak. My Kongtong faction will send out the winner of the first battle. As Shen Juanyao's voice fell, a green-robed figure slowly walked out from behind her. This green-robed figure was the unfathomable green-robed youth who had easily defeated Zhou Yan in the first battle. However, at this time, many disciples of the Cloud Sky faction already knew his identity, Sun Yan. Moreover, they also knew that Sun Yan was one of the top figures in the 5th level of the Heavenly Mansion realm. There were even rumors that he could originally step into the Taiyan Fujing's 6th floor. However, he was dissatisfied with the range of the Heavenly Palace that he could open up, so he deliberately suppressed it. He only wanted to continue accumulating strength, thinking that he could open up the Heavenly Palace territory with all his strength the next time he broke through. Regardless of whether this rumor was true or false, his strength was obvious to all. Otherwise, Zhou Yan would not have been so powerlessly defeated at his hands. Therefore, in the eyes of many people, Shin Junyao was fully confident in such a battle because she knew that Sun Yen had such a trump card. In short, Shin Junyao's straightforwardness in pushing Sun Yen out was an invisible pressure on the Cloud Sky faction. If Yuan Yang and Ba Hong refused to fight like this, no matter what the reason was, everyone would think that half of them were afraid of fighting. This point would cause the momentum of the Cloud Sky faction to drop. After all, it could be seen that the Cloud Sky faction had taken the initiative to lower their heads to the Kongtong faction. Knowing this, even Ba Hong and Yuan Yang did not dare to casually open their mouths or refuse. Needless to say, if they refused, on the contrary, if they agreed, then who could defeat Sun Yen or even just fight? At this moment, sensing the hesitation of Yuan Yang and Ba Hong, as well as the gloomy atmosphere of the disciples of the Cloud Sky faction, Yen Chutan took a deep breath and then no longer hesitated, taking a step forward under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Even for him, there was no guarantee that he would win against Sun Yen, but he knew very well that at this time he had to stand up. Otherwise, if this continued, it would only get worse for the Cloud Sky faction. Yen Chutian took a step forward and naturally attracted the attention of all the disciples of the two factions in an instant. Needless to say, the disciples of the Kongtong faction knew that the other party had defeated Lin Yuan, but they did not expect that he would dare to stand up at this time. Could it be that he did not know that the opponent he had to face in this situation was Sun Yen? And Sun Yen could easily defeat Lin Yuan. He was at the 5th level of the Heavenly Palace realm of the Kongtong faction, and was considered a top genius. Or did he think that against Sun Yen he could still perform the scene of the weak defeating the strong? When the numerous disciples of the Cloud Heaven faction saw Yen Chudan take a step forward, they were initially startled. But soon after, unconcealable excitement and joy appeared on their faces one after another. It was not that they could not feel the previous atmosphere, but it was really a bit depressing. And at this moment, when someone stood up, no matter who the other party was, it made them feel that the pressure was relieved and they could breathe. But of course, in addition to excitement, there were also disciples who could not help but show worry on their faces. After all, Yen Chutian's cultivation was only at the Tianfujing 4th floor. Even though he had performed well before, the opponent this time was Sun Yen, so how could they not worry? In front of the disciples of the Kongtong faction, Shin Junyao looked at Yen Chutian with interest. She also did not expect that the other party would dare to stand up at this time. However, she would not forget to say one more sentence. Ba Hong, Yuan Yang, are these the representative disciples of your Cloud Sky faction? Hearing this, the two of them did not immediately answer, but both looked at Yen Chutian's figure. But perhaps it was because of the general trend, or perhaps it was because of Yen Chutian's amazing performance before. In the end, the two of them nodded one after another. Chapter 796. In front of the dragon-shaped mountain range, where the aura of crystal marrow soared into the sky, the Cloud Sky faction and the Kongtong faction faced each other. Everyone was staring intently at the two figures facing each other in the middle of the empty arena. One of them was a green-robed young man. Almost everyone in the Kongtong faction knew who he was. It was rumored that his cultivation base could have broken through to the Tianfujing 6th floor, but he had forcibly suppressed it because he was dissatisfied with the expansion of the Tianfujing Palace after his breakthrough. However, it was also because of this that he was at the top of the Kongtong faction in the 5th level of the Tianfujing realm. He was almost invincible. Moreover, this point had already been vaguely displayed in front of everyone in the first of the 10 battles. Even the disciples of the Cloud Sky faction, who were his enemies, had to admit that he was powerful. As for the other person, even though very few people in the Cloud Sky faction knew about him, he had used his strength to make a name for himself among the silver medalist disciples in the Cloud Sky faction. Moreover, this kind of fame shocked many of the disciples of the Kongtong lineage. This was because his cultivation base was only at the Tianfujing 4th floor, but not long ago he had cleanly defeated a 5th level Tianfujing disciple of the Kongtong faction. It was also because of this that some of the Kongtong faction's disciples felt that the outcome of the battle between Sun Yan and Sun Yan had become confusing. It would be better for Sun Yan to face off against the top 5th level Taiyan Fujing Realm disciples of the Cloud Sky faction, who were somewhat famous. However, under the various gazes of the crowd, the battle between the two of them slowly began. No matter what the outside world thought of Sun Yan's attitude was still extremely cold and arrogant. He calmly looked at Yan Chutian, who was dozens of feet away. His face was full of indifference, as if no matter what kind of attack his opponent used, it wouldn't cause any ripples in his heart. Previously, Yan Chutian had already seen Sun Yan's extremely arrogant temperament. Although one had to admit that he did have the right to be arrogant for the current Yan Chutian, this was an extremely good opportunity. Since the other party had proudly handed over the initiative to attack to him, he naturally had to make good use of it and try to use all of his attacks. Secretly urging his own spiritual energy, Yan Chutian was not in a hurry to attack. Instead, like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water, his illusory figure constantly jumped from place to place. However, when Sun Yan saw his actions, the corners of his mouth involuntarily curled into a cold smile. Because to him, such actions were meaningless. If they wanted to break through his defense, they could only rely on true strength. If they wanted to rely on a surprise attack, it would be no different from a fool's dream. However, he didn't mind giving the other party some hope now. However, when the other party thought that he had found an opportunity to launch a surprise attack, he would not hesitate to ruthlessly crush the hope in the other party's heart. The following situation seemed to be completely as Sun Yan had expected. Not long after, Yan Chutian, who seemed to have grasped the opportunity, suddenly disappeared from the spot. Immediately after, he could sense that a sense of danger had already approached his heart. However, even if this sense of danger came very quickly, Sun Yan did not panic at all. This was because he had long thought that if the other party thought that a surprise attack could defeat him, it would be no different from a fool's dream. Even though the time given to him to react was extremely short, he still lifted his body in an instant and propped up a light screen around him. The seemingly inconspicuous spiritual energy barrier, which did not even have much aura fluctuations, was like the most indestructible defense after the attack landed. The attack, at most, stirred up some ripples on the light screen. "Ha! I'll give you another chance." After easily blocking the attack, Sun Yan smiled faintly at Yan Chutian and casually dispersed the spiritual energy light screen. However, although he spoke casually, in reality, it caused quite a commotion between the two factions. Needless to say, the Kong Tong faction's disciples couldn't help but sigh in admiration at Sun Yan's calmness and his overbearing words of giving Sun Yan another chance after blocking the attack. This naturally made them want to obtain the Crystal Essence Land. When they looked in the direction of the Cloud Sky faction's disciples, their eyes were filled with pride. Since the Kong Tong faction was so proud, the disciples of the Cloud Sky faction could not help but show ugly expressions. This was because the Kong Tong faction's prided disciples' performance was too shocking. It made it difficult for them to believe that Yan Chutian had a chance of winning or even just exchanging blows with him. It was also because of this that some of the disciples secretly resented Yan Chutian. If he was defeated, wouldn't it mean that they would have to give up the Crystal Essence Land in front of them? The atmosphere outside the arena was noisy, but Yan Chutian was still extremely calm. He quietly looked at Sun Yan and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. However, even so, he still wasn't afraid at all. This was because he had yet to display his true abilities. Next, Yan Chutian once again jumped around like a ghost, as if he was waiting for an opportunity to find a loophole. Sun Yan really did as he said and gave him another chance to attack, so he didn't take the initiative to attack. A moment later, as if he had found another loophole, Yan Chutian suddenly disappeared from his original position and attacked Sun Yan's back from an extremely tricky angle. In response, Sun Yan still didn't move. He only raised his hand and held up the spiritual energy light screen. However, the moment he held up the spiritual energy light screen. A strange feeling suddenly emerged in his heart. It felt as if his body had suddenly stiffened for a moment. This might be extremely inconspicuous, but when Sun Yen sensed the attack that was already in front of him, how could he not understand what was going on? This guy's attack seemed to be similar to the previous one, but it was obvious that he had secretly used the strange technique that made his body stiffen for a moment. Although Sun Yen sensed this, he still didn't panic. He just faced the powerful attack head-on, raised his hand, and punched out. This punch appeared to be very simple, but it was accompanied by a loud, rumbling sound. If one looked carefully, they could clearly see that the power of this punch had already pierced through space and collided with the incoming attack. Boom! A deafening roar resounded as a powerful wave of air swept out, stirring up the surrounding land until it was in a complete mess. Immediately after, the two figures both retreated. The difference was that one of the two figures retreated by more than 10 steps. As for the other one, it only took a few steps back. The one that retreated more than 10 steps was Yen Chutian, and the other was naturally Sun Yen. However, at this moment, no one dared to underestimate Yen Chutian because they had all seen the scene just now. Although Sun Yen had only taken a few steps back, it was still a real step back. Before this, there weren't many fifth-level Heavenly Palace cultivators who dared to say that they could make him retreat in such a head-on clash. Of course, it wasn't that they couldn't see the distance that Yen Chutian had retreated, so they knew that Sun Yen still had the advantage in such a head-on clash. Thus, although no one dared to underestimate Yen Chutian, it didn't make the disciples of the Kongtong faction feel worried. Moreover, the disciples of the Kongtong faction also knew that it was time for Sun Yen to take the initiative. And if he took the initiative to attack, it would be much more terrifying than what was before them. It's not effective. In the camp of the Cloud Sky faction, my honey's face was filled with worry. She believed that since Yen Chutian had taken the initiative to step forward, he must have a certain level of confidence. However, it seemed that he didn't have any effect. Moreover, this was under the condition that Sun Yen hadn't taken the initiative to attack. My honey didn't even dare to imagine what the situation would be like if Sun Yen took the initiative to attack. Even my honey didn't dare to think about it, let alone Yuanyang, Bahong, and the others. They all felt that the outcome of this battle was far from good. If this continued, their Cloud Sky faction would definitely lose this battle. However, if they lost, could it be that they would really have to give up the Crystal Marrow Treasure Land without doing anything? In an instant, Yuanyang and Bahong both became hesitant. After all, no one wanted to miss out on such an opportunity. However, at this moment, their factions were facing off against each other, and they didn't have the advantage in terms of strength. However, if they continued to fight for the Crystal Marrow Treasure Land after losing this battle, wouldn't their reputation suffer as well? Chapter 797. In the center of the field, Yen Chutian's face was still calm as he looked at Sun Yen, who was still safe and sound. Although he had the intention of injuring Sun Yen with such an attack, it was expected that he would return without any results. After all, the previous attack had already allowed him to gauge Sun Yan's strength. But no matter what Yen Chutian was thinking, Sun Yen would no longer allow Yen Chutian to take the initiative to attack like before. Not to mention that he didn't have the intention to continue delaying. Even at the bottom of his heart, he had to admit that because of Yen Chutian's attack, he felt a little uneasy. The fellow in front of him, who looked like he was from the Tian Fujing 4th floor, already made him pay more attention to him. With that thought, Sun Yen naturally wouldn't delay any longer. As he raised his hand and formed a seal, the spiritual energy around him continuously surged. Waves of turbulent spiritual power circled around his body like a torrent. Immediately afterward, under his hand seal, a ferocious green python gradually emerged from the torrent of spiritual power. But this wasn't the end. From the spiritual energy flood, another giant python's head popped out. Only when one looked carefully would one understand that it was a two-headed green python. Sun Yan's technique immediately attracted the attention of many disciples from the Cloud Sky lineage. Compared to that, the disciples from the Kongtong lineage had clearly expected something like this. However, this didn't stop them from looking forward to Sun Yan's moves. Because they knew his moves, they naturally knew how powerful they were. Returning to the main topic, the two-headed green python slowly came out from the spiritual energy flood. Its ferocious-looking beast, eyes naturally locked onto Yen Chutian from afar. Closely after, the green python leaped out, opening their mouths that were filled with sharp fangs. They pierced through space and swiftly swallowed Yen Chutian. The two-headed giant python swallowed. As it swallowed, even space seemed to be swallowed and distorted. Its terrifying power was self-evident. Since Sun Yan had already launched his attack, it naturally caused countless gazes to look towards Yen Chutian. His opponent had already taken the initiative to make a move, so he naturally wanted to know exactly what sort of method the latter would use to resist his attack. Yen Chutian was not afraid in the face of the two-headed azure python that was devouring space. He only slowly formed a seal and continuously condensed his own spiritual power. As his spiritual energy gathered, a spiritual energy light screen quickly formed in front of him, just like Sun Yan. However, even though this light curtain appeared to be thick, it continued to show signs of crumbling as the two-headed green python swallowed it. At first, everyone thought that it was because Yen Chutian's spiritual light curtain was too weak. But soon, some sharp-eyed people noticed that there was an indescribable power of devouring spirit chi and spiritual power in the two-headed azure python's huge mouth. It was also because of this that the condensed spiritual energy light screen showed signs of collapsing. However, even if they knew the reason, it was impossible for the disciples of the Cloud Sky bloodline to not be worried. Because from the looks of it, Sun Yan's two-headed azure python would be able to break Yen Chutian's spiritual light curtain very quickly. After all, in such a collision, the power of the spiritual light curtain was being continuously devoured by the azure python. This scene caused many disciples of the Kongtong bloodline to reveal a cold smile when they saw it. Although they already knew of Sun Yan's methods, they were still extremely satisfied with the effects of this method. The disciples of the Cloud Sky bloodline were probably panicking right now, right? However, when many disciples of the Kongtong bloodline looked over, they noticed that Sun Yan's expression was still as calm as before. This caused many of them to be in disbelief, and they couldn't help but mock him. In their eyes, Sun Yan was definitely putting on an act. How could he remain calm in such a situation? However, they were destined to be disappointed. At this moment, Yen Chutian was still able to remain calm. Not only was it because of the temperament he had cultivated over the years, but it was also because it was finally time for the method he had secretly prepared to appear. When he thought of this, he didn't hesitate any longer. He activated the mysterious seal in his hand and slowly activated the technique that had been dormant in the dark. At the same time, under the impact and devouring of the two-headed azure python, the spiritual light curtain in front of Yen Chutian was finally unable to hold on and was forcibly torn apart. However, in the next moment, the two-headed azure python continued to devour, obviously wanting to destroy it in one fell swoop. Between the heavens and the earth, a buzzing sound that no one had expected suddenly sounded. As the buzzing sound faded, the corners of the center of the field fell. Spiritual light pillars continued to soar into the sky. Immediately, under the sky, there were also energy threads that continued to connect. After that, a huge mysterious power quickly appeared and suppressed every corner of the spiritual energy light screen. Naturally, it also included Sun Yan. Although this scene appeared extremely quickly, it was not as if many of the disciples had not sensed this power before. Therefore, they were able to detect it at the first instant. However, it was only after they sensed this that many disciples revealed shocked expressions on their faces. This was because this power was clearly the power of Array Dao. In other words, this huge method in front of them was actually a Array Dao. Boom! While countless people were still in shock, a huge azure arm rapidly gathered from the connected array Tao. Then, with a bang, it fiercely collided with the two-headed azure python and was finally annihilated. However, even if Sun Yan's attack was so easily blocked, it could not compare to the shock caused by this huge array Tao. They naturally knew that the array Tao in front of them could not have been set up by Sun Yan. If it was not him, who else could it be other than Yan Chutian? But how was that possible? How could he be so proficient in the Tao of formations? Furthermore, when did he manage to deceive everyone and set up this formation in front of everyone's eyes? At this moment, not only the disciples of the Kongtong faction, but even the eyes of the Cloud Sky faction were filled with undisguised shock. It was not an exaggeration to say that their shock towards this scene was comparable to the disciples of the Kongtong faction. Only people like Mai Hani, who already vaguely knew that Yan Chutian was proficient in array Tao, understood at this moment. However, understanding did not mean that they could stay calm. This was because they did not expect Yan Chutian's array Tao to be so powerful. The array Tao pressure that was emitted was so strong that even a cultivator at the 5th level of the Heaven Palace realm could feel the pressure. After that, looking at the huge array Tao in front of them, some people suddenly recognized the identity of this array Tao. No, this array Tao is the Great Thousand Spirit Slaughtering Array. This is the Great Thousand Spirit Slaughtering Array. How is this possible? More exclamations sounded in the next moment. This was because the Great Thousand Spirit Slaughtering Array Tao was extremely famous among the inner disciples. This was not because it was so powerful that other array Tao could not compare to it. Instead, it was because Yan Chutian had once used this array Tao during the competition for the title of #1 disciple and had finally won. With such a reason, the name of this formation naturally spread far and wide. It was the same for the spirit art shattering star mark. However, since the Great Thousand Spirit Slaughtering Array was able to be used by Yan Chutian at that time, it naturally had its own power. Although his current array Tao strength could not be compared to his previous life, he had already reached the level where he could make this array Tao absorb the surrounding spiritual chi of heaven and earth within 3,000 feet. Since the Great Thousand Spirit Slaughtering Array was already displayed, Yan Chutian naturally would not give the other party any chance to breathe. The first thing he did was to activate the formation again. As the array Tao rumbled, it continuously absorbed the surrounding spiritual chi of heaven and earth. It could even be clearly felt that the spiritual chi of heaven and earth within 3,000 feet was being moved by the array Tao. Under the convergence of such a vast amount of spiritual chi, a huge azure arm rapidly formed in the center of the array Tao. On the arm, ancient and mysterious azure runes faintly flickered with spiritual light, adding a touch of power to the azure arm. Perhaps it was because the Great Thousand Spirit Slaughtering Array Tao was too famous, or perhaps it was because the azure arm condensed within the Great Thousand Spirit Slaughtering Array Tao was too powerful. It was enough to make many 5th-level Heaven Palace realm cultivators feel a great threat. Therefore, at this moment, many disciples of the Kongtong faction were faintly worried. Could Sun Yan block the attack of the Great Thousand Spirit Slaughtering Array? Chapter 798. A cyan arm appeared in the sky. The cyan lines on the arm flickered with cyan light, adding even more power to the already unparalleled power of this attack. Looking at this scene, even the originally cold and arrogant Sun Yan could not hide the shock that surfaced on his face at this moment. Because of this situation, how could he not know that the other party's so-called waiting for an opportunity to find his weakness was most likely to secretly set up this Great Thousand soul-slaughtering array? In other words, he took the initiative to give the opportunity to set up this array to the other party. Although his original intention was to give the other party a chance to take the initiative, the current situation made him feel as if he was being played by the other party. So how could his expression be good? However, in the next moment, Sun Yan no longer cared about this, because he could clearly feel how powerful the green arm that was condensed from the great soul-slaughtering array was. Even he himself felt pressured by such a huge force. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the green arm appeared in the sky, and as the green light on the green line surged, it was like a mountain, directly suppressing Sun Yen below. Sun Yen couldn't care less about the suppression of the green arm. He suddenly raised both of his palms, and the spiritual energy around him crazily swept up, condensing into 2 torrents of spiritual energy in a short period of time. The torrents of spiritual energy surged. However, even with these 2 torrents of spiritual energy in front of them, when the green palm pressed down after a moment of deadlock, it forcibly tore apart the torrents of spiritual energy in the middle. Of course, Sun Yan's defensive power was not child's play. Thus, even though it was being torn apart, the power of the green arm was continuously being depleted in this process. However, even if it was consumed, the power of the green arm was still enormous, to the extent that when it finally broke through the torrents of spiritual energy, the remaining power poured down, and forcibly knocked Sun Yan's body down from the sky, smashing into the mountain range. Boom! A deafening roar resounded, and such a roar also caused the minds of the people present to tremble violently, following which countless extremely shocked gazes gathered once again. However, this time around their target was Sun Yen, who had been smashed into the mountain range and whose fate was unknown. This was especially true for the disciples of the Kongtong sect. Their expressions changed dramatically because many of them thought of a possibility that was extremely difficult for them to accept. Could it be that Sun Yen was defeated at the hands of that Yun Tian faction's disciple because of this? Above the great 1,000 spirit-slaughtering formation, Yen Chutian, who was like a ruler, gently breathed a sigh of relief at this moment. Shortly after, he turned his gaze towards the messy mountain range. However, perhaps the others felt that Sun Yen would be defeated by this attack. However, he could vaguely feel that Sun Yen would not fail because of this. Furthermore, because of this situation, he would no longer hold back and would do his best. In other words, even if this great 1,000 spirit slaughtering formation that could draw in the surrounding spiritual energy within a radius of 3,000 feet was set up, it still wouldn't be safe. As if to confirm Yen Chutian's premonition, in the next moment, there were strands of indescribable mysterious aura that continuously spread out from the mountain range. Such a commotion naturally attracted the attention of countless surrounding gazes. It was also this scene that caused the worried expressions of many disciples of the Kongtong sect to calm down. This caused the disciples of the Yun Tian faction to have no choice but to restrain their excited expressions from before. The reason for that was because this scene proved that the battle had yet to end. In front of the disciples of the Kongtong sect, the red-clothed and fiery figure, Xin Junyao, stood quietly. Even if she did not make any movements, it was still an extremely alluring scene that was enough to attract too many gazes. Similarly, Shen Junyao did not reveal a worried expression from the beginning to the end as she looked at the mountain range. This was because she was too clear that Sun Yan's strength was not just that bit from before. Others might not know, but she, Shen Junyao, was very clear that if this fellow used his full strength, even if it was the real Tianfujing 6th floor, he might not be unable to fight. On the other side, Jiang Shao also did not say a word and only narrowed his eyes. Although he was not clear about Sun Yen, if Shin Junyao was so assured of him, then he naturally would not be worried. Moreover, speaking of which, at this moment, he was extremely interested in the disciple of the Yun Tian faction who was fighting with Sun Yen. He was clearly only at the Tianfujing 4th floor realm, but his true strength was comparable to the 5th level of the Tianfujing realm. Not to mention, the array Dao attainments that were displayed at this moment was also difficult to ignore. Such a fellow, even involuntarily, reminded him of the Yun Tian faction that had appeared out of nowhere and later became the #1 disciple of the entire Firmament God Palace. However, after thinking about it, he could not help but shake his head. In Jiang Zhao's opinion, he was making a fuss over nothing. Although the disciple of the Yun Tian faction in front of him was extraordinary, how could he be compared to Yan Chutan? When the latter was born, his cultivation and strength had reached the peak of the Yun Tian faction. When he became famous again, the entire firmament god palace was shaken. While Jiang Zhao was thinking to himself, between the mountain range where the mysterious power was constantly surging, a figure with disheveled hair and a rather miserable appearance slowly rose. Looking carefully, wasn't this figure Sun Yan? However, the current Sun Yan had already lost his previous calm, lonely, and arrogant appearance. The current him not only looked miserable, but his eyes were also tightly shut. As for the mysterious power, it was continuously being emitted from his body. As Sun Yan's body slowly rose, the mysterious power around his body continuously spread out. Moreover, there seemed to be something faintly condensing behind him. In the next moment, his tightly shut eyes suddenly opened and a ray of dim light shot out from his brows. Behind his back, two huge wings that were also emitting a dim light suddenly spread open. As the dim light wings spread out, an unprecedented pressure quickly spread to all parts of the world like raindrops. At this moment, not to mention the fifth level of the Heaven Palace realm, even some of the Tian Fujing's sixth floor cultivators could faintly feel the pressure. Therefore, it naturally caused shock to appear in countless gazes. Although the target of the shock did not change, the reason had undergone an earth-shattering change compared to before. In the next moment, when the open dim light wings gently flapped, Sun Yan's body suddenly disappeared from the spot. Soon after, when a rumbling sound rang out, countless pairs of eyes could clearly see a pillar of light shooting into the sky from the corner of the great 1,000 soul-slaughtering array. However, everyone knew that this was not the reason for the activation of the array, but because Sun Yan had forcefully opened a corner of the great 1,000 slaughtering spirit array. In front of the disciples of the Kongtong sect, a faint smile appeared on Shen Junyao pretty face as she watched this scene. It was as if all of this had been within her expectations all along. On the other side, looking at the dim light wings behind Sun Yan, Jiang Zhao's expression gradually understood. He also knew why Shen Junyao had such confidence in him. It was because he also knew about this spirit art and had even thought of cultivating it. However, due to certain reasons, he gave up on it. Therefore, he naturally knew the extent of the power of this spirit art. Regarding this, he was naturally happy to see it. After all, no matter what, his Kongtong line was going to occupy this crystal marrow treasure land today. But of course, it was better to say that it was legitimate. Otherwise, even if they occupied the treasure land, their reputation would be a little bad. At the same time, although many disciples of the Kongtong line did not know the reason for Sun Yan's current situation, this did not stop them from sensing how powerful he was. Thus, cold smiles and arrogance appeared on their faces one after another. On the other hand, the disciples of the Cloud Sky faction were all extremely worried. It was hard for them to imagine how powerful Sun Yan, who was able to forcefully tear a corner of the great 1,000 slaughtering spirit array of such a level, was at this moment. What kind of method could their Cloud Sky line disciple take out to deal with this? Involuntarily, many gazes once again looked towards the thin figure above the great 1,000 slaughtering spirit array. Chapter 799. Yan Chutian's face remained terrifyingly calm despite the many different gazes on him. He was like a deep pool in the depths of the earth. It seemed that no matter how big the commotion was, it would not stir up any waves. Such a calm temperament was naturally not because he was arrogant and did not know the immensity of heaven and earth, but because of the experience he had accumulated after experiencing all kinds of things. Indeed, looking at Sun Yan's posture in the great 1,000 slaughtering spirit array, even Yan Chutian felt a huge pressure at this moment. However, on the other hand, Yan Chutian had more or less expected this, because Shen Junyao dared to send him to decide the ownership of the Crystal Marrow Treasure Land. Regardless of whether he would fulfill his promise after the event, at least he had announced Sun Yan's strength. Therefore, if Sun Yan could not stir up any waves in his hands, and had even been defeated by his great thousand slaughtering spirit array, Yan Chutian would more or less feel a little strange. However, even so, Yan Chutian knew that he had to do his best. Otherwise, if they were defeated by the other party, regardless of whether Yuan Yang and Ba Hong would carry out the dialogue between the two factions, it would be a huge blow to the morale of the Cloud Sky faction's disciples. With this thought, he no longer hesitated. As he exhaled lightly, the seals in his hands were already slowly formed again. As his hand seals continued to fuse into the formation, the enormous formation once again began to crazily devour the world's spirit chi within a 3,000 feet radius. Slowly, a huge vortex of spiritual energy formed in the great thousand slaughtering spirit array. However, it was no longer a green arm that appeared in the vortex of spiritual energy. Instead, it was a green longsword that gradually revealed its sharpness. As the spiritual energy continued to gather, the green longsword's body rose layer by layer. However, just as it was about to condense to the sword hilt, its speed slowed down. After that, even though the spiritual energy continued to madly converge, it was still unable to truly condense the sword hilt. It was only when one looked closely that they could see the illusory shape of the sword hilt. However, when the disciples saw this scene, they still revealed a look of disbelief on their faces. There were even many disciples of the Cloud Sky bloodline. He couldn't help but exclaim, This is the great thousand swords of the great thousand spirit slaughtering formation. Although it's not fully formed, it's clearly the Kiliacosm sword. But how is that possible? The power of the boundless thousand swords can only condense the power of the formation by absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy of at least 4,000 feet. How is this possible? There were too many exclamations that formed a tidal wave. However, no matter how unbelievable it was, the boundless thousand swords floating in the air was real. Furthermore, as the spiritual energy of heaven and earth continued to fuse, the aura of the boundless thousand swords also continued to rise, ascend. As the sword flashed, an extremely sharp sword intent spread out. Even some of the Tai-infusing sixth-floor practitioners felt their hearts palpitate when they felt this sword intent. However, condensing the boundless thousand swords had obviously taken a huge toll on Yan Chutian. But after all, he had condensed the embryonic form of the boundless thousand swords, so even if it consumed a lot of energy, it still made him look at Sun Yan, who was floating in the air with a hint of sharpness. At the same time, feeling the sword intent of the boundless thousand swords, even Sun Yan felt a hint of palpitations. So in the next moment, he immediately flapped the wings on his back again. As the wings of light flapped, a storm swept up in an instant. Following that from the storm, a dark spear gradually condensed and appeared between heaven and earth. When the dark spear appeared, from the tip of the spear, there was also an extremely sharp and piercing intent that constantly spread out. That feeling was as if no matter how strong the defense was, in front of this dark spear, it would only end up being pierced through. Although compared to the boundless thousand swords, Sun Yan's dark spear was even rarer. But this did not prevent everyone from feeling the power contained in this dark spear. Therefore, for a moment, everyone even felt that this fierce battle had reached its final moment. After this moment, the outcome would be decided, and not letting the crowd wait for too long, the dark spear and the boundless thousand swords shot out together. Both of them pierced through space and fiercely collided in the heavens and earth. Boom! Dazzling light blotted out the sun. Soon after, a turbulent rumbling sound resounded in an earth-shaking manner. At the same time, one could clearly see that the space in the sky had been easily torn apart, like a rag. And if it was restored, it would be torn apart by the force of the collision again, unable to be truly restored. It was a long time later that the violent atmosphere finally, gradually calmed down. And after the commotion calmed down, many pairs of eyes naturally hurriedly looked towards the source of the collision. Everyone was eager to know the result of this collision. Who exactly had won? Or rather, who exactly was the final victor of this battle? The turbulence continued to calm down. But before the ripples completely calmed down, the enormous, boundless thousand spirit slaughtering array suddenly collapsed inch by inch from the sky. This scene naturally caused the faces of countless disciples of the cloud sky lineage to change, revealing extremely ugly expressions. Because this situation, no matter how one looked at it, seemed like the disciple of the cloud sky lineage had lost. Otherwise, how could the boundless thousand spirit slaughtering array have collapsed so completely? It was also because of this scene that the disciples of the Kongtong lineage naturally had a face. They were overjoyed. It seemed like the older the ginger, the spicier it was. Although the disciple of the cloud sky lineage was extraordinary, in the end, he still lost to the pride of their Kongtong lineage, Sun Yan. Soon after, as the energy ripple gradually calmed down, the crowd was not surprised to see Sun Yan's figure standing proudly. However, before the disciples of the Kongtong lineage could be happy, this towering figure suddenly trembled, and then the dark light wings on his back completely dissipated, returning to nothingness. Such a situation naturally caused the originally joyous expressions of the disciples of the Kongtong lineage to suddenly become extremely stiff, following which an extremely bad premonition emerged in the hearts of many people. The energy ripples completely calmed down, and only then was everyone able to clearly see that on the messy ground, on one side was Sun Yan, whose wings were half broken, and on the other side was the disciple of the cloud sky lineage, whose robes were tattered and who was also in a sorry state. How could this scene not let everyone understand that the confrontation between the two disciples of their two lineages had actually ended in a draw? At this moment, even Xin Junyao could no longer maintain her previous calmness. A hint of unconcealable shock flashed across her pretty face. It was indeed difficult for her to imagine that Sun Yan, who had already used all his strength, was still unable to defeat the disciple of the cloud sky lineage. But how was this possible? Although it was true that the embryonic form of the boundless thousand sword had been condensed, it was only the embryonic form and not the true boundless thousand sword. Thus, how could it be possible to block Sun Yan's attack? However, even if Shen Junyao found it hard to believe, the scene that happened between heaven and earth was indeed true, and no one could refute it. It was also because of this that even Shen Junyao found it difficult to predict what the final result would be. If even Shen Junyao was in such a state, one could well imagine how the other disciples, including Jiang Shao and Yuan Yang and Ba Hong of the cloud sky lineage, felt. At this moment, apart from the shock on their faces, it was also difficult for them to think of anything else. Panting heavily, Yan Chutian's expression didn't look very good. Even the power of the boundless thousand sword just now showed signs of being unable to match Sun Yan. If he hadn't taken out the true crystal essence saliva in time at the last moment, it was likely that he would be in a much more sorry state than he was now. However, the price of this was that the true crystal essence saliva, which was already damaged, had reached a state where it was almost useless. It was likely that it would completely dissipate after enduring another such attack. Even so, Yan Chutian knew that he couldn't hesitate now. At this moment, Sun Yan's situation was definitely not much better than his. Therefore, he had to take advantage of this opportunity to defeat him in one fell swoop. With this thought in mind, even though his situation wasn't good, Yan Chutian forcibly circulated the spiritual energy and mysterious yang qi in his body and shot out, heading straight for Sun Yan with the broken wing. Sogu, Chapter 800. His body shot out, and at the same time a power was rapidly growing in his palm. The 5 yuan force intertwined and appeared again. It was the 5 yuan fragmentary star mark. However, even though Sun Yan was also badly injured, he naturally could not sit still and wait for death when he sensed the incoming danger. Thus, at the first moment, one could see him raise his palms. At the same time, although half of the dark light wings on his back were damaged, they quickly spread out. Immediately after, a violent power rapidly gathered in his palm and viciously struck towards Yan Chutian. Boom! The rumbling sounds of the 5 elements fragmentary star mark and the raging power once again echoed out. However, although the commotion this time was not small, it was obviously not as big as before. After all, the 2 of them were now at the end of their rope. However, it was also because of this that, even though the 2 of them gave off a weak feeling, no one dared to underestimate them at this moment. This was because everyone knew what kind of fierce battle the 2 of them had gone through to reach this point. At least among the disciples at the 5th level of the Heaven Mansion stage, no one from the 2 factions dared to stand out and think that they could compare with the 2 of them. However, no matter what, the outcome of this battle had to be determined. Therefore, countless gazes continued to be fixed on the 2 of them in the center of the arena, not missing a single detail. The crowd did not have to wait for too long. Very soon, one of the 2 people who had exchanged blows seemed to be unable to endure any longer. He was forced to withdraw during the collision. When he received another attack, he was forced to retreat several feet. This scene made the faces of the disciples from the Kong Tong faction turn ugly. This was because the figure that seemed to be defeated was not a disciple from the Cloud Sky faction, but the pride of the Kong Tong faction, Sun Yan. However, Yan Chutian did not care about their expressions. Finally seizing the opportunity, he quickly attacked with his remaining power, not giving his opponent any time to recover. Sun Yan's defeat was not fake. Moreover, under Yan Chutian's advantage, he could no longer hold on. Even the remaining half of the dark light wings on his back were completely destroyed. Although his body did not shoot backwards like a cannonball, it still smashed into the ground in an extremely miserable manner, causing a loud boom to resound. In the sky, only a thin figure who was panting heavily and looked quite miserable and weak was left. Yan Chutian. Such an outcome clearly shook the hearts of the disciples of the Kong Tong sect. Although they already knew that the disciple from the Cloud Sky faction was extremely powerful, or else he would not have been able to fight Sun Yan to such a miserable extent. However, knowing about it was one thing. When Sun Yan was truly defeated, the shock that was stirred up was still unable to be calmed down. After all, in their eyes, Yan Chutian's strength was only on the Tianfujing 4th floor. With such a cultivation, he was able to defeat Sun Yan, who stood at the peak of the 5th level of the Sky Palace stage. How powerful would he be when he broke through to the 5th level of the Sky Palace stage? This was something that the disciples of the Kong Tong faction could not even imagine, because once they thought about it, they would involuntarily imagine an even more terrifying possibility. The disciples of the Kong Tong faction had unprecedentedly ugly expressions. One could imagine how happy and excited the disciples of the Cloud Sky faction would be at this moment. It was hard for them to imagine that the disciple of their Cloud Sky faction had actually defeated the pride of the Kong Tong faction, Sun Yan. Although they were disciples of the Cloud Sky faction, it was still extremely difficult for them to imagine the scene of their Cloud Sky faction winning at the beginning of the battle. The reason for that was because the scene of Sun Yan defeating Zhou Yan was simply too powerful. In fact, even now they had no choice but to admit Sun Yan's strength. However, what was unexpected was that the strength of their Cloud Sky faction's disciple was truly shocking. Although his cultivation was only on the Tianfujing 4th floor, the strength he unleashed was comparable to the complete 5th level of the Sky Palace stage. It was even close to the strength of the Tianfujing 6th floor. However, amidst the joy of the crowd, there were still 1 or 2 gazes that contained other emotions besides shock. Take Ba Xian, for example. At this moment, besides disbelief, there was also jealousy, fear, and other complicated emotions intertwined. As for my honey, besides being shocked, there was also a look of reverence on her pretty face. However, even she herself was unaware of the expression on her face. As for Yuan Yang and Bahong, Although the two of them were also shocked, they would not forget something more important. Since their Cloud Sky faction had won this battle, they could confidently force the other party to leave this place. However, just as Ba Hong and Yuan Yang raised their heads, they suddenly felt that the situation was not good. This was because they could clearly feel that Jiang Zhao's figure had suddenly appeared in the sky at some unknown time. Shortly after, Jiang Zhao slapped down with his palm. Massive amounts of spiritual energy gushed out, causing the surrounding space to cave in. At the same time, Yan Chuqian's body was smashed into the ground like a cannonball. This scene happened too suddenly, so much so that the two of them could not react in time. However, when the rumbling sound rang out, how could they not understand that the other party was obviously going to go back on their words? Jiang Zhao, is your Cloud Sky faction going to go back on your words? Although what happened to Yan Chutian had nothing to do with him, Ba Hong's expression was still ugly, because this meant that the other party did not put them in their eyes at all. Otherwise, how could they make such a direct move? Facing Ba Hong's shout, Jiang Zhao only coldly smiled. Then he looked at the dragon-shaped mountain range in front of him, where the aura of crystal marrow soared into the sky, and said with a faint smile, "Ha! I've played enough of the warm-up game. This crystal marrow treasure land should belong to my Kongtong faction, so you can scram." Jiang Zhao's extremely domineering laughter slowly fell. Naturally, the faces of Ba Hong, Yuan Yang, and many other Cloud Sky faction disciples were extremely ugly. Although many of them had more or less expected the Kongtong faction, it was impossible for them to give up on this crystal marrow treasure land. However, they did not expect the Kongtong faction to be so domineering. It was clearly their side that had lost, but at this moment, they could so confidently tell them to scram. However, just as Ba Hong was about to say something sarcastic, a figure suddenly rose up from the huge pit that was created by Jiang Zhao's sudden attack. The appearance of such a figure naturally attracted everyone's attention because the owner of this figure was Yan Chutian. However, how was this possible? How could he not be eliminated after taking a blow from Jiang Zhao in such a weak state? Moreover, looking at his current appearance, he did not seem to have suffered much damage. After rising up from the huge pit, Yan Chutian's gaze naturally quickly locked onto Jiang Zhao. Even he did not expect Jiang Zhao to be so shameless as to attack him as if he was sneak attacking him. If he had not reacted in time and hurriedly brought out the true crystal marrow saliva, he would not have been able to keep his nameplate and would have been seriously injured and eliminated. However, even though he had brought out the true crystal marrow saliva, the price he had to pay was extremely great. It was precisely the true crystal marrow saliva that had completely shattered and disappeared from the world. Haha! The disciples of the Kongtong faction are truly arrogant. You actually dared to sneak attack me, a disciple of the Time-Fuging Fourth Floor. Yan Chutian naturally did not forget to mock Jiang Zhao as he coldly looked at him. Hearing his ridicule, the expressions of many disciples of the Kongtong faction naturally became uneasy. Although the other party was not, as he said, and was only a disciple of the Time-Fuging Fourth Floor, Jiang Zhao's sneak attack was indeed not a sneak attack. However, Jiang Zhao's sneak attack was not fake, and with Jiang Zhao's position, it was naturally despicable no matter what. While many disciples of the Kongtong faction had unnatural expressions, Jiang Zhao only narrowed his eyes and swept a glance at Yan Chutian before moving his gaze away in an unconcerned manner as he slowly spoke. What a lucky thing. It seems like you have some life-saving methods. However, this method can protect you for a while, but it can't protect you forever. As Jiang Zhao's voice fell, many disciples of the Cloud Sky faction mocked him for being shameless. However, Yan Chutian did not say anything. He only quickly turned around and rushed back to the Cloud Sky faction's camp. Chapter 801. Yan Chutian, who was in a rather sorry state, quickly returned to the camp of the Cloud Sky clan. During this process, no one mocked him. After all, Everyone knew that he had defeated Sun Yen from the Kongtong clan in a head-on battle. Under such circumstances, he had been ambushed by Jiang Shao from the Tianfujing 7th floor of the Kongtong clan. Yet he had not been defeated. Many of them could not even do one of these things. So how could they dare to have the face to mock him in such a sorry state? Are you all right? When Yen Chutian returned, my honey hurriedly rushed forward and asked. However, she seemed to have realized that her attitude was too proactive, so she quickly took a step back and adjusted her expression. However, she was actually too sensitive. At this moment, Yen Chutian did not care about her expression or emotions. Hearing the question, he only subconsciously replied, and then quickly turned his gaze towards the direction of the Kongtong clan. At this moment, the atmosphere between the two factions was extremely tense. After all, Jiang Zhao's previous words had already completely expressed his attitude. In front of the many disciples of the Cloud Sky clan who were waiting for him, Ba Hong gradually calmed down. He then looked at Shen Junyao and said coldly, Shen Junyao, is this what you mean as well? Is your Kongtong clan really going to go back on your word and go back on your word? Hearing this, Shen Junyao's expression did not even change in the slightest. She only looked at Ba Hong with extreme calmness and lightly opened her red lips. If we can occupy it legitimately, it would naturally be the best situation. However, it seems that we have to make a move now. Jiang Shao and Shen Junyao, one after the other, had clearly expressed their attitudes. In such a situation, even though Ba Hong and Yuan Yang secretly scolded him for being shameless, there was nothing they could do about it, nor was there a way to change it. However, perhaps if Yen Chutian and Sun Yen had been defeated, they would still have some hesitation. However, this battle was won by the Cloud Sky bloodline, so how could they be forced back by the other side? Under such circumstances, the atmosphere between the disciples of the two factions grew more and more intense. The hostile atmosphere seemed like it could completely ignite a great battle between the two factions at any moment. However, just as the chaotic battle between the two factions was about to truly erupt, a whistling sound suddenly rang out from the outside world. Not long after, one beautiful figure after another descended from the clouds and gradually landed in another place outside the two veins. More and more beautiful figures gathered. Within a short period of time, an extremely strong force had also gathered at the third spot. Moreover, in front of the many beautiful figures, two beautiful figures in purple slowly descended from the sky, following which, a clear bell-like laughter resounded across the sky. Ha ha! Coming at the right time is better than coming early. I didn't expect that there would be a new crystal marrow treasure land in this place. The moment these words were spoken, countless gazes were immediately attracted by the many beautiful figures that had appeared, as well as the two beautiful figures in purple at the very front. With the way they were dressed, it was easy for everyone to see through their identities. Apart from the freezing sky bloodline, where else did they originate from? The appearance of the freezing sky bloodline naturally caused the hostile atmosphere between the Cloud Sky bloodline and the Kongtong bloodline to instantly vanish. Looking at this scene, Yen Chutian was also speechless. He did not expect that another faction would suddenly appear and interfere at such a time. Because of this, the situation had become extremely complicated. By Yanqing, by Zining. At the same time, exclamations rang out everywhere, and the identities of the two beautiful figures in purple were vaguely revealed. Beside Yen Chutian, my honey's face was tense and solemn. This was because she also knew how powerful the Bai sisters were. The Bai sisters, Yen Chutian did not understand, but it was normal that he did not know. In his previous life, he did not care about the Cloud Sky bloodline at all. Of course, this was also related to the fact that in his previous life, he had quickly reached a high position after entering the Cloud Sky bloodline. Therefore, the only ones who could come into contact with him were the few top Jade Tablet disciples. Other than that, no one else could compare to him. They could only exclaim in surprise or revere him on those big occasions. However, although Yen Chutian did not know who the Bai sisters were, it did not stop him from sensing the strength of the two sisters. The two of them had both stepped onto the Tian Fujing 7th floor. Freezing Sky bloodline. This is a battle between our two bloodlines. Please give the Kongtong bloodline some face and do not interfere. Even though the situation had suddenly changed, Jiang Shao still quickly adjusted his attitude and slowly spoke. However, Jiang Shao would never have thought that one of the two purple-dressed figures by Yanqing would reply to his words with a faint smile. However, this reply with a faint smile caused Jiang Zhao's expression to become extremely ugly. Why should we give you face? Jiang Shao was choked speechless. Xin Juniao, obviously, could not turn a blind eye to it. She immediately opened her mouth. By sisters, don't you know the rule of first come first serve? However, before Shen Juniao's words landed, Bai Yanqing laughed as if she had heard the biggest joke in the world. She did not hide her mockery at all. Kiki, Xin Juniao, do you think you can follow the rules? Just now, it seemed like your Kongtong bloodline had already lost this Crystal Marrow land. If we follow the rules, then how can you be so thick-skinned and continue to stay here? One had to admit that Bai Yanqing's words hit the nail on the head and did not leave any face. As a result, Jiang Shao and Shen Juniao's faces became really ugly. Although Yuan Yang and Ba Hong were happy to see Jiang Shao and Shen Juniao suffer, they knew very well that the Bai sisters were not helping them. It was just their nature. Bai Yanqing and her sister, Bai Zining, were never hypocritical people. Even if they were cooperating, they would not pretend to hide their attitude. If an ordinary person dared to do so, they would have been unable to move an inch. However, not only were the Bai sisters not weak, the Bai family was not just for show. The Bai family relied on the Firmament Divine Palace to survive. There were many powerful people in the Bai family who held high positions in the Wintry bloodline and even other bloodlines. In other words, the Bai sisters were like Luo Yu and Luo Shuang. However, the Bai family's background was even greater. With such a backer, unless they were able to defeat the two sisters in a direct confrontation, no one would dare to plot against them in the dark. Otherwise, it would be no different from courting death. In short, such a situation had already surpassed the level that the current Yen Chutian could involve herself in. Therefore, he did not care anymore. He just sat down cross-legged and healed his injuries. However, at this moment, he suddenly felt someone looking at him. Yen Chutian looked in the direction of the feeling. Gradually, his gaze met the tall and beautiful figure in the purple dress in front of the Wintry bloodline. The tall and beautiful figure in the purple dress was one of the Bai sisters, Bai Zining, who had not spoken up until now. This made Yen Chutian's heart skip a beat. He had seen how powerful Bai Yanqing was just now. He did not doubt how powerful her sister, Bai Zining, was. But now, Bai Zining had unknowingly locked onto him. You are Yen Yen? In the next moment, Bai Zining suddenly spoke. She had revealed the fake name he had made up in the Firmament Divine Palace. Naturally, she was targeting him. Therefore, Yen Chutian could not ignore her. He could only quickly summon the little spiritual energy he had recovered and forcefully raise his aura. Although he could not compare to her, at least he could not be easily suppressed by her aura. Senior sister Bai Zining, I am Yen Yen. However, what made Yen Chutian uncertain was that after he answered, Bai Zining gave him a few deep glances before retracting her line of sight. From beginning to end, she did not say a single word. On the contrary, Bai Yanqing had an interested expression. Her beautiful eyes quickly looked over and landed on Yen Chutian's body. After sweeping her gaze, Bai Yanqing retracted her gaze and looked in the direction of the Kongtong bloodline. She said impatiently, All right. Disciples of the Kongtong bloodline, since you have lost, then leave as soon as possible. Why stay and continue to embarrass yourself? Bai Yanqing's sudden change in attitude immediately caused the disciples of the 2 or 3 bloodlines to look at Yen Chutian in disbelief. The reason for that was because how could they not be able to tell who the source of this change was? Chapter 802. Thousands of gazes were focused on Yan Chutian. How could no one tell who Bai Yanqing's sudden change in attitude was because of? However, Yan Chutian himself didn't know why he was being stared at in disbelief, so how could he give an explanation? But no matter what the reason was, Jiang Shao and Shen Juniao's expressions changed at this moment because Bai Yanqing's words were not good news for them. Jiang Shao hurriedly said, "Bai Yanqing, what do you mean by this? Are you going to help the Cloud Sky clan and become enemies with our Kongtong clan?" However, Jiang Shao found it even more unbelievable. Hearing his threatening words, Bai Yanqing acted as if she didn't hear him and just raised her red lips. She smiled and said, "Are you done? Since you're done, then scram." You. Even though he could restrain his emotions, Bai Yanqing didn't give him any face time, and again, even he couldn't suppress the anger in his heart. Moreover, how could he not hear that Bai Yanqing was determined to stand on the side of the Cloud Sky clan? However, this was also difficult for him to understand. Why did Bai Yanqing suddenly change her attitude? Could it be because of that Cloud Sky clan disciple? Jiang Shao seemed to be in a dilemma. In the end, Xin Junyao took a step forward and looked at the Bai sisters. In the end, she gradually looked at Yan Chutian from the corner of her eyes. He, even the Bai sisters can be moved by a disciple of your Cloud Sky clan. Today, my Kongtong clan has nothing to say. However, this is only for today. The next time we meet, even the Bai sisters won't be able to protect your Cloud Sky clan. After throwing down these ruthless words, Xin Junyao lightly stepped on the ground. Dressed in a tempting red dress, she controlled her spirit energy and quickly flew in a certain direction. Yan Chutian wasn't unfamiliar with that direction. It was where the eye of the formation was. He didn't find it strange. As long as they were willing to spend the effort to find it, it wouldn't be a problem for so many disciples of the Kongtong clan to find the exit. Xin Junyao had already taken the lead and left. Naturally, everyone, including Jiang Shao, wouldn't stay. They all urged their spirit energy and followed closely behind. During this process, perhaps because of Shen Junyao's words, many people couldn't help but look at Yan Chutian. This made Yan Chutian even more speechless because even he himself didn't know the reason behind this. In his memory, even in his previous life, he didn't have any connection with the Bai sisters or the Bai clan, let alone enter the palace. But if it had nothing to do with him, why did the reticent Bai Yanqing suddenly look at him and ask for his name? Moreover, Bai Yanqing's curious gaze was not fake. Even if he were an ordinary person, he would never believe that the change in attitude between the two had nothing to do with him, Yan Chutian. But he didn't Bai Yanqing. He Chutian, as says. He knew that if the Bai sisters really had a connection with him, they would naturally find him. The disciples of the Kongtong clan retreated very quickly. In less than 10 breaths, the vast group disappeared into the forest and white fog. The disciples of the Kongtong clan had all left. Only the Yun clan and the Tianhan clan were left in front of the Crystal Marrow Land. However, the atmosphere between the two factions was destined to not be as tense as before between the Cloud Sky faction and the Kongtong faction. After all, everyone knew that it was Bai Yanqing and Bai Zining who had indirectly stood on the side of the Yun clan and forced the Kongtong clan to retreat. So, no one could be sure whether the relationship between the two clans was friend or foe. Because of this, the crowd couldn't help but look at Yan Chutian again. They didn't know whether the relationship between the two sides was friend or foe, but everyone vaguely knew who had caused the situation to become like this. So, they naturally felt that perhaps they could find out the relationship between the two clans from the source. But this was destined to give Yan Chutian a headache. He didn't know what the Bai sisters were thinking. Just as Yan Chutian was puzzled, Yuanyang and Bahong took the lead to go forward and talk to the Bai sisters. After about 15 minutes, the two sides finally finished talking. But when the two of them retreated, They almost simultaneously gave Yen Chutian a look and said slowly, "Yen Yin, the two senior sisters invite you in." Such a short sentence was like a bomb, instantly causing the hearts of the Cloud Sky faction's disciples to tremble. Many of them felt that their guess was right. The change in the Bai sisters' attitude was largely related to Yen Chutian. After being called out, Yen Chutian naturally could not turn a blind eye to it. He adjusted his condition and put on a coat over his disheveled appearance. Only then did he move towards the Bai sisters. "Greetings, senior sisters Bai." Yen Chutian understood that he had to lower his head when he had to. So, the moment he came up, he respectfully bowed to the Bai sisters. Bai Zining did not reply to him when she saw his courtesy. She only continued to speak coldly. "Yen Yin, Shui air has already entered freezing sky. If you dare to harm her in the slightest, then even if Shui air herself protects you, I will definitely kill you without mercy." When Bai Zining directly said the two words share, Yen Chutian immediately understood. Although Bai Zining's attitude was very overbearing, since she wanted to protect Cher, Yen Chutian didn't refute. He only responded slowly, "Cher is my sister. I naturally won't let her be hurt." Hearing this, Bai Zining still didn't respond. Instead, Bai Yanqing stared at Yen Chutian with interest. However, due to Bai Zining beside her, she didn't say anything. However, even though Yen Chutian was aware of this, it was not good for her to ask. Bai Zining didn't speak again. In the awkward atmosphere, Yen Chutian simply bowed again and said, "I'm still injured. Since the two senior sisters have no more questions, please forgive me for leaving first." After he finished speaking, he didn't wait for the two to reply and turned to leave. Therefore, he didn't know that after he turned to leave, Bai Zining narrowed her beautiful eyes and muttered to herself angrily, "Haha, you don't have any strength, but you have a temper. I don't know what Cher sees in you." Bai Zining stood beside her and heard her sister's angry and jealous mutterings. She secretly looked at Yen Chutian's back and gave him a sympathetic look. The feeling he gave her wasn't bad. Unfortunately, because of Cher, he was destined to face her sister, such a strong opponent. At the same time, Yen Chutian, who didn't know that he had one more opponent, rushed back to the Cloud Sky faction camp and hurriedly recovered. After all, his current situation wasn't good. After the battle with Sun Yen, he was already completely exhausted. Not to mention the sneak attack by Jiang Shao. Although he had done his best to defend against such a sneak attack by exhausting all of his crystal marrow saliva, it had still managed to injure him to a certain extent. It was because his foundation was solid and the grade for mysterious young body wasn't just for show. Otherwise, if it was a Taiyan Fujing fourth floor cultivator, even with the crystal marrow saliva to block most of Jiang Zhao's sneak attack, he would have been heavily injured or even eliminated by the remaining force. However, before he could recover much, the Cloud Sky faction started to mine the crystal marrow in the dragon-shaped mountain range. Under the orders of Yuanyang and Bahong, the vast crowd rushed out one after another towards the dragon-shaped mountain range. During this process, Yen Chutian naturally couldn't just sit there and wait for his death. He hurriedly rushed towards the dragon-shaped mountain range where the crystal marrow aura soared into the sky. At the same time, he saw numerous beautiful figures of the Cold Sky faction on the other side of the dragon-shaped mountain range. Under the arrangement of the Bai sisters, they also rushed up the mountain range in an orderly manner. Yen Chutian didn't find this strange. The conversation between Yuanyang, Bahong, and the Bai sisters was most likely about the distribution of this crystal marrow treasure. He didn't think that, even with the relationship with Cher, the other party would stand on the side of the Cloud Sky faction for nothing. Chapter 803. But, in any case, when Yen Chutian saw that the area occupied by the disciples of the Cloud Sky clan was larger, he let out a soft sigh of relief. Because, from the looks of it, the Bai sisters from the Frost Sky clan were much better than the two girls from the Kongtong clan. With that thought in mind, he no longer hesitated. He activated the spiritual energy around him and shot out towards a certain spot in the dragon-shaped mountain range. After a moment, Yen Chutian landed on the mountain range. Immediately after, he secretly used his spiritual eyes to search for the source of the dense aura of crystal marrow in this gigantic mountain range. Perhaps it was because of Yen Chutian's previous performance, but as he searched, no other disciple came forward to fight with him. Yen Chutian was naturally happy to see this. He focused all of his attention on the mountain range to search for the high-grade crystal marrow that might exist. Because of this, he did not notice that a beautiful figure had quietly appeared behind him while he was searching. The beautiful figure was Mai Hani. She was behind Yen Chutian, and she also seemed to be searching for crystal marrow. However, she did not waste any time. When she raised her head to look in Yen Chutian's direction, her true thoughts were exposed. It was no wonder that Mai Hani acted like this. When she saw the Bai sisters summon Yen Chutian, she could not help but feel a strange, indescribable feeling in her heart. This feeling made her feel extremely uncomfortable, but when Mai Hani wanted to tell Yen Chutian about it, she suddenly realized that she could not say it. In fact, when she vaguely noticed the strange feeling in her own body, she was shocked and subconsciously refused to believe it. While Yen Chutian was searching for crystal marrow and Mai Hani's heart was in a mess, there were already quite a number of disciples in the dragon-shaped mountain range who had dug out crystal marrow. When the essence crystals appeared, a dazzling red light shone everywhere. This situation did not only happen in the territories occupied by the descendants of Cloud Sky, but also in the territories occupied by the beautiful figures of Freezing Sky. At this time, of course, when some crystal marrow crystals were unearthed, the enormous aura of the crystal marrow crystals was the most eye-catching. For example, at this moment, under the feet of a disciple of the Cloud Sky faction on the Tianfujing 6th floor, as the ground of the mountain range was slowly torn apart by his spiritual energy, an extremely rich aura of crystal marrow suddenly soared into the sky. Such a rich crystal essence aura immediately attracted the attention of a large number of disciples. At the same time, exclamations also sounded. With such a dense crystal marrow aura, the source of this crystal marrow is most likely at grade 6. 6th grade crystal marrow. Soon after, when the crystal marrow was truly unearthed, the 6 eye-catching clusters of crystal marrow immediately attracted many gazes, and they could not help but reveal looks of envy. A 6th grade crystal marrow was already an extremely good harvest. However, for the disciple of the Cloud Sky faction on the Tianfujing 6th floor, it could only be said to be not bad. After all, his cultivation base was on the Tianfujing 6th floor. The commotion here was only in one corner of the mountain range. There were many other corners where such a scene would take place at the same time. Finally, at a certain moment, such a scene also took place under Yen Chutian's feet. When he finally found his target and tore apart the ground, an extremely rich crystal marrow aura immediately soared into the sky. This scene also attracted many gazes from the surroundings, and even from afar. Yen Chutian did not let these gazes wait for too long. Soon he took out 2 fist-sized crystal marrows from the torn ground. Upon closer inspection, one would discover that the number of cores within these 2 crystal essences had already reached 6. In other words, these 2 were both grade 6 crystal marrows. 2 grade 6 crystal marrows. Exclamations of surprise could be heard from somewhere, and the tone of this voice did not conceal the strong envy. Similarly, in another area, Ba Xian's eyes were already red with jealousy when he saw this scene. The other party had quickly dug out 2 grade 6 crystal marrows, but although the place he was digging at was rich with crystal marrow aura, in the end he only managed to dig out 2 grade for crystal marrows. Of course, Ba Xian was naturally not just jealous of the crystal marrows that the other party had dug out. Instead, from the beginning, because of the other party's continuous astonishing performance, the jealousy in his heart had been rising steadily. In Ba Xian's opinion, the person who should be the focus of attention at this moment should be him. How could it be the other party, an ordinary disciple who was previously unknown? However, the reality in front of him was completely different from what he had imagined. Therefore, with such a huge gap between reality and imagination, how could he not be jealous to the point of his eyes turning red? However, even if his eyes were so red that they looked like they were about to spit fire, the current Yen Chutian did not, or rather, did not have the mind to pay attention to him. At this moment, Yen Chutian had already put away the 2 crystal marrows, and then continued to search the dragon-shaped mountain range with full concentration. 2 grade 6 crystal marrows. Perhaps in other places it would be an extremely great opportunity, but in this dragon-shaped mountain range, it did not make people feel that way. After all, this dragon-shaped mountain range already made everyone feel that it was a land of opportunity that was comparable to a crystal marrow treasure land. As for the crystal marrow lands, it was possible to find 8th grade crystal marrow in them. This search of the crystal marrow treasure land lasted for a total of 3 days before it gradually came to an end. In 3 days, even though the dragon-shaped mountain range was extremely large, the 2 groups from the Yuntian sect and the Freezing Sky sect had practically turned it upside down. Under such circumstances, even if not all of the disciples were satisfied, the majority of the disciples were satisfied with their harvest. Such a disciple, Yen Chutian, was also one of them. In 3 days, he had obtained a total of 5 grade 6 crystal marrows, as well as nearly 30 grade 5 crystal marrows. Such a harvest was simply unimaginable in other places. However, he also knew that he was definitely not the one who had truly obtained a great harvest. Instead, it was the Bai sisters from the Freezing Sky sect, as well as Yuan Yang and Bahong from the Yuntian sect. Although it was not openly displayed, the area that the 4 of them occupied was in fact the area with the densest crystal marrow aura on this dragon-shaped mountain range. If even he could obtain grade 6 crystal marrows, it was not impossible for them to obtain grade 7 crystal marrows. Although Yen Chutian was envious of this, he was not jealous. This was because the crystal marrows they had obtained were commensurate with their cultivation and strength. Opportunities belong to those who are able to obtain them. This was an eternal principle. When the search was finally over, Yen Chutian finally had some free time to make use of this time to recover from his injuries. During these 3 days, he had been searching for crystal essences and had gradually recovered some of his strength. However, this was only a rough recovery. If he wanted to completely recover, he would need to sit cross-legged and recover completely. Under such circumstances, another day quietly passed. After a day, Yen Chutian finally let out a sigh of relief and slowly opened his eyes. At this point, the injuries in his body had finally stabilized. As for the bits and pieces of internal injuries, they could only be completely healed by relying on the nourishment of spiritual energy over a long period of time. When he opened his eyes, Yen Chutian's gaze inadvertently made contact with my Hani, who was dressed in a green dress not far away. After being together for a long time, my Hani gave him a very good feeling. He could even reluctantly consider her as a friend. Therefore, at this moment, he naturally would not be stingy with his smile. He immediately teased her and softly said, "Greetings, Senior Sister Wu." Perhaps because he called her Senior Sister Wu, the strange feeling in my Hani's heart for the past few days subsided. Then she followed Yen Chutian's words and lightly snorted. "Now you're willing to obediently call me Senior Sister?" After saying that, my Hani paused for a moment, then moved closer and said, "Although I don't know why the Bai sisters treat you differently, you have to be careful. The Bai sisters' identities are extraordinary, and their temperaments are merciless. If you carelessly offend them, the consequences will be extremely severe." Knowing that my Hani was worried that he had no ill intentions and that there was no need to hide the matter of share, Yen Chutian did not hide it from her and slowly told her everything. However, what he didn't expect was that after he finished speaking, Wu Hani's pretty face revealed an extremely strange expression, and she immediately asked, "Is what you said true?" Chapter 804. Yen Chutian felt that something was amiss from my Hani's strange expression. After he nodded, my Hani continued to speak, allowing him to understand everything. then you have to be careful. The Bai sisters are all merciless, but Bai Zining has a special fetish. She likes women, especially beautiful women. What? Even with Yan Chutian's composure, his expression changed when he heard Mai Hani's explanation. No matter how knowledgeable he was, it was impossible for him to look at her in such a strange way. However, this explanation seemed to match Bai Zining's attitude and Bai Yanqing's interested gaze. He could totally imagine that when Bai Zining expressed her goodwill to Shui, or had used him as a reason to reject her, it was only because of this that the Bai family sisters remembered him. Looking at Yan Chutian's changing expression, Mai Hani knew that Yan Chutian should have understood everything. Hence, she continued, it seems that you have thought it through. However, you don't have to worry too much. Bai Zining will only attack you openly in this situation and expose your ugly side, so that your so-called sister will be disappointed in you. Yan Chutian could only laugh at Mai Hani's instructions. Mai Hani looked like she was watching a good show. She was originally worried that the former had something to do with Bai Yanqing. So Bai Zining had taken a fancy to this guy's sister. However, it seemed that this so-called sister of his was also a troublesome person. At the same time, after a day of rest, there were signs of people leaving from the direction of the Freezing Sky tribe. For safety reasons, Yuan Yang and Ba Hong chose to follow the Freezing Sky tribe and leave the forest. Otherwise, if they left alone, the two of them were more or less worried that the unwilling Xin Junyao and Jiang Shao would lead the tribe to ambush them. If they were ambushed, there was a high possibility that they would suffer heavy losses. Now that they were leaving with the Freezing Sky tribe, no matter how bold they would not dare to ambush them. The Bai sisters did not seem to mind, or rather, they could not find a reason to mind. After all, Yuan Yang and Ba Hong always knew how to keep a distance from each other. After stepping out of the forest, the two tribes parted ways because they did not have to worry about being ambushed. Moreover, if they continued to follow them, the Bai sisters would have sufficient reason to suspect that the two of them were up to no good. The mighty tribe's troops flew slowly between the mountains and rivers until they saw a large piece of land. They gradually stopped moving forward. Then Yuan Yang and Ba Hong gave the orders, and the crowd finally decided to continue resting on this piece of land. Of course, there would be a group that was on guard at this time. Unfortunately, Yan Chutian was placed in the first group of disciples to be on guard. Yan Chutian felt a little helpless about this, but he still obediently carried out his duty of being on guard. This vigilance lasted for a full 3 days before he was finally relieved of his duties. However, during these 3 days, the good spots in this area were all occupied by the other disciples. After taking a look, Yan Chutian could only continue to walk towards the edge of the area helplessly. However, right at this moment, his sharp eyes suddenly caught sight of a fair, jade-like hand waving towards him from a certain spot close to the center. As for the owner of this fair hand, who else could it be other than Mai Hani? Quickly approaching, Yan Chutian appeared in front of Mai Hani. When the latter saw him, her face quietly turned a little rosy. She pretended to be calm and said, "Here, this is the place I left for you." Yan Chutian quickly looked towards Mai Hani. Although this area was not big, the location was not bad. At the very least, he did not have to worry about being disturbed by the outside world. After all, there were many disciples sitting cross-legged and cultivating around him. If they wanted to disturb him, they would have to consider the consequences of angering so many disciples. As a result, Yan Chutian's face naturally revealed an unconcealable smile. Then he bowed towards Mai Hani again and said, "Thank you, Senior Sister Wu." This call of Senior Sister Wu made Mai Hani burst out laughing. She chuckled in annoyance and said, "You're really realistic. You're only being so sweet because I gave you some benefits." Haha, Senior Sister must be joking. If Senior Sister is willing, I will always call you Senior Sister. There's no need to call me Senior Sister. No matter what, I'm afraid that even I can't compare to the current you. My honey said slowly, her beautiful eyes quietly rolling. How about this? We've gone through many trials and tribulations together. No matter what, we can be considered true friends. So there's no need to be courteous. Just call each other by their names. Hearing this, although Yen Chutian felt that my honey's attitude was a little strange, he thought that there was no problem with what she said. So after hesitating for a few breaths, he finally called out the name My Honey. My Honey did not hold back and openly said Yen Yun's name. However, they did not know that just as the relationship between the two of them was quietly getting closer because of My Honey's small actions, a pair of eyes somewhere was once again so jealous that it seemed as if they were about to spit out flames. The owner of this pair of eyes was naturally none other than that Ba Xian. He had always regarded My Honey as his exclusive property. Therefore, how could he tolerate his own woman being so close to someone else? Not to mention that this person was the disciple that he was extremely jealous of earlier. The double flames of jealousy in his heart finally caused him to be unable to suppress the hatred in his heart. It caused him to slowly walk to the area where a certain Tianfuging sixth-floor aura was sitting cross-legged. Subsequently, he gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, Wang Qin, I want him to die. Even though Ba Xian did not directly say Yan Yan's name, the owner of the aura sitting cross-legged on the Tianfuging sixth floor also knew who he was talking about. After all, not long ago, he had helped Ba Xian come up with a plan to deal with Yen Chutian. However, the end result was that he had failed. However, even he did not expect that the disciple that he did not pay much attention to not long ago had already grown to such an extent. Even he did not want to easily offend him. However, behind Ba Xian was Ba Hong. Therefore, it was not good for him to directly refuse and could only beat around the bush. However, it was fine to beat him for a while. After beating him for a long time, Ba Xian was no fool. How could he not see that Yen Chutian had no intention of helping him at all? However, Ba Xian was unable to find anything to say to Yen Chutian. He could only leave unwillingly. However, this did not mean that he had given up. Instead, from Ba Xian's point of view, even without Wang Qin, it was not as if he did not have a way to deal with Yan Yin. He did not believe that with his elder brother Ba Hong's name, there would be no one willing to help him. Looking at Ba Xian's back that was filled with unwillingness, Wang Qin knew that a grudge had appeared between him and Ba Xian. However, this was something that could not be helped. From his point of view, this bit of grudge between him and Ba Xian was much wiser than completely offending Yan Yin. Moreover, he had a premonition that Ba Xian would definitely not give up and would definitely go find other disciples to help him. At that time, he would see which person would be blinded by temporary benefits and foolishly go and offend Yan Yin. It would be fine if such an offense could really cause Yan Yin to fall to the bottom of the valley. However, from Wang Chen's point of view, this was simply impossible. This was because even if Yan Yin was eliminated from the Sky Desert, Wang Chen did not think that Yan Yin would be completely defeated. At the same time, Yen Chutan, who was completely unaware that Ba Xian had already made a move against him, was sitting cross-legged in the area that my honey had set aside for him and peacefully refining the crystal marrow. As he continued to refine, the crystal marrow continuously turned into strands of crystal marrow energy that flowed into his body and ultimately into his sky palace. Naturally, Yen Chutian would not be courteous to the crystal marrow energy that had flowed into his sky palace. He immediately used it to polish the enormous sky palace that he had opened up. His sky palace of 52,000 feet had already been polished to an area of 44,000 feet. However, even so, he could not guarantee that the crystal marrow he had obtained would be enough to polish the remaining area of his sky palace. Moreover, he also knew that he would need to study it thoroughly after polishing it. After all, there would always be some rough corners that would be hidden during the initial polishing. Chapter 805. The polishing of the heavenly palace wasn't a short process after all. Under such circumstances, 2 days quietly passed. After 2 days, Yen Chutian gently breathed out. It wasn't that he couldn't persevere, but that the crystal essences he had obtained had all been used up. After consuming so many high-grade crystal essences, the heavenly palace in his body had been polished to a radius of nearly 50,000 feet. A heavenly palace of 50,000 feet. Logically speaking, such a heavenly palace was comparable to the heavenly palace of a fifth-level heavenly palace cultivator. Although each cultivator had their own opportunities, a fifth-level heavenly palace cultivator might not necessarily only have a heavenly palace of 50,000 feet. But at the very least, in terms of cultivation foundation, he wasn't weaker than any fifth-level heavenly palace cultivator. On this foundation, coupled with the powerful enhancement of the fourth-grade mysterious yang qi, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the current Yan Chutian was invincible among the fifth-level heavenly palace cultivators. Even some cultivators who had just entered the Tianfujing sixth floor wouldn't be able to easily suppress him. Just as Yan Chutian was gradually withdrawing his cultivation, he suddenly felt a hidden power that even he had neglected suddenly erupt beside him. This made him quickly look over, and he saw a beautiful figure sitting cross-legged with her eyes closed amidst the violent power. Who else could it be other than my Hani? As for her movements, it was obvious that she was about to break through to the Tianfujing sixth floor. The commotion caused by my Hani's breakthrough also attracted the attention of some people. However, many people weren't too surprised by this, because this wasn't an exception among them. Many of the disciples had gained something from the crystal essence land. Although the majority of the disciples had used the crystal essence to temper their heavenly palaces like Yan Chutian, there were also many who had used the crystal essence to find an opportunity for a breakthrough and truly made a breakthrough. My Hani was one of these disciples. As for my Hani's breakthrough, Yan Chutian naturally congratulated her as well. It wasn't just to her, but to all the disciples of the Cloud Sky bloodline who had broken through. After all, the strength of each disciple was equivalent to the overall strength of the Cloud Sky lineage being a bit stronger. Right now, the battle between the 8 factions in the inner region of the Heaven Desert was far from over. If his Cloud Sky faction wanted to contend against the other factions, they naturally had to continuously strengthen their overall strength. At the same time, on the ground an unknown distance away, there was a huge mountain that seemed to be suspended in the air. Naturally, it was extremely eye-catching in this spacious world. However, other than its eye-catching appearance, the dense crystal essence qi that continuously surged out of the floating mountain was even more eye-catching. Due to the crystal essence aura, several groups of disciples had already gathered at the foot of the floating mountain. Among these groups of disciples, the largest group was the group that belonged to the Tianyang bloodline that was directly below the floating mountain. In front of this group stood 4 figures. The aura of each of them had truly reached the level of the Tianfujing 7th floor. The 4 disciples had all stepped into the Tianfujing 7th floor. This was something that only the Tianyang bloodline could possess. Apart from the Tianyang bloodline, only the Freezing Sky bloodline, the Kongtong bloodline, and the Xianling bloodline had 3 disciples from the Tianfujing 7th floor. The remaining Cloud Sky bloodline and Sky Array bloodline only had 2 each. However, due to the uniqueness of the Sky Array bloodline, even if there were only 2 disciples from the Tianfujing 7th floor, no one dared to underestimate them. After all, everyone knew that if the disciples of the Sky Array bloodline were to set up a formation, the power they could display would be much more terrifying than the power of ordinary cultivators of the same level. Although the Tao of formations was the most troublesome method, there was no need to doubt its power. Thus, in truth, the Cloud Sky bloodline was the lowest ranked bloodline in this place. Actually, the disciples of the Cloud Sky bloodline were not unaware of this fact. However, this crystal essence treasure land was truly unprecedentedly large. As such, they did not want to give up on it. However, it would not be easy to obtain a share of the loot from this pack of wolves. After waiting for a while, the originally calm floating mountain finally began to show signs of activity. If one looked carefully, they would be able to see that there seemed to be an invisible barrier that was gradually disappearing from the floating mountain. This scene might be overlooked at first glance, but how could the disciples of the various bloodlines, who had been waiting for a long time under the floating mountain, ignore it? Seeing such a commotion, the eyes of many disciples could not help but flicker, following which the originally calm atmosphere suddenly became fiery. This was because they clearly knew that when the seemingly invisible barrier disappeared, it would be the time for the disciples of the various bloodlines to truly begin their competition. The location of the battle would be on top of the floating mountain. Phew! Gently exhaling, Yen Chutian gradually opened his eyes after sitting cross-legged for a long time with his eyes closed. After opening his eyes, he quietly rushed to the edge of the area with great familiarity. This was because he already knew that from tonight onwards, it was his turn to be on guard again. Naturally, he was not the only one on guard. There were several disciples on guard. Several disciples sat cross-legged at the edge of the area, forming a circle to guard the disciples within the circle. Of course, not all disciples were required to take on such a duty. At the very least, Yen Chutian had not seen any disciples of the Tianfujing 6th floor. Therefore, Maihani, who was supposed to be on guard duty, happened to be exempt from such a rotation. However, just as he reached the edge of the circle, Yen Chutian suddenly sensed an extremely rich aura of crystal marrow spreading continuously from a short slope several dozen feet away from him. Although the aura of crystal marrow was extremely faint, with his keen perception and the characteristics of the third eye, even a little bit of the aura of crystal marrow could not escape his perception. However, it was this seemingly illusory situation that made Yen Chutian's nerves suddenly tense, because the appearance of such an aura of crystal marrow was too strange. Although the aura of crystal marrow was extremely weak and almost undetectable, Yen Chutian found it hard to imagine that so many disciples on guard duty had not noticed it at all. There must be something fishy about this. The aura of crystal marrow did not appear out of nowhere, but was deliberately targeted at him. Since it was deliberately targeted at him, it would definitely cause a series of problems if he dared to approach it. Thinking of this, even though he clearly sensed the aura of crystal marrow in front of him, Yen Chutian pretended not to notice it at all. He just focused on guarding his surroundings, and then sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes. Under such circumstances, half a day of vigilance quietly passed. During this half a day, he did not really do nothing, but quietly pondered why such a situation had occurred. In Yen Chutian's opinion, after joining this team, he had offended almost no one. Speaking of which, it was only because of Maihani that he had indirectly offended Ba Xian. Thinking of this, the more Yen Chutian thought about it, the more he felt that this was the case. Because before this, Ba Xian had already sent people to attack him. However, he did not expect that after such a long time, Ba Xian still had not given up and had secretly attacked him again. As for whether it was Ba Xian or not, Yen Chutian knew. He just needed to observe whether Ba Xian would subconsciously look at him when he returned. Moreover, he also knew that with Ba Xian's temperament, he would not be able to control his expression and reveal his thoughts. In short, after the half a day of vigilance passed, he slowly returned to the center of the crowd as before. However, during this process, his gaze had already turned towards Ba Xian's location. Just as he looked into the distance, his eyes met with a pair of slightly nervous and anxious eyes. At this point, Yen Chutian did not even need to observe to know that the crystal marrow aura that had strangely appeared under the short slope was definitely a trap set up by Ba Xian. Although he did not know exactly what method Ba Xian had used, it did not prevent him from making a mark on Ba Xian's head. As long as he found an opportunity, he would definitely take back everything that had happened before from Ba Xian. At the same time, Ba Xian's expression was slightly ugly. Not to mention the failure of the trap he had secretly set up this time. He kept feeling that Ba Xian seemed to have noticed everything. Otherwise, why would Ba Xian's gaze suddenly shift towards him? Chapter 806. Ba Xian once again made a move in the dark, but it seemed that he was worried that Yan Chutian would discover it, so he left it at that. As for Yan Chutian, although he had already marked Ba Xian down, due to the current situation, he naturally could not make a move. Otherwise, regardless of the fact that he had no evidence at all, even if he did, with Ba Hong present, his outcome would not be any better. At that time, it was even more likely that Ba Hong would use his status and reputation to distort the truth. Therefore, if he wanted to make a move, he would at least wait until Ba Hong was not present and would not leave behind any obvious evidence. At the same time as time passed, most of the disciples continued to recover from the refinement of the crystal marrow. After so many people recovered, the team naturally could not continue to stay here. Under the lead of Yuan Yang and Ba Hong, they once again moved around the Sky Desert, obviously because they had tasted the sweetness of the crystal marrow treasure land. Many of the disciples were thinking about whether they could find another crystal marrow treasure land in the Sky Desert. However, in fact, everyone knew that this was simply impossible. If it were so easy to find a crystal marrow treasure land, they would not have been in such a tense stalemate with the Kongtong faction. Moreover, so many crystal marrow treasure lands had already been discovered in the Sky Desert. It would be extremely difficult to find a new one. In reality, the situation was as such. For 2 consecutive days, not to mention a crystal marrow treasure land, even small crystal marrow mines were not found. Therefore, the crowd could not help but lower their expectations for a crystal marrow treasure land to an extremely low level. However, at this time, Yan Chutan, who was once again on guard duty, suddenly sensed that there seemed to be faint fluctuations of spiritual energy in the sky and earth ahead of the team. Although the marrow beast could also cause fluctuations of spiritual energy, Yan Chutian would always subconsciously think that it was a cultivator. Therefore, Yan Chutian's choice was extremely simple. After summoning his spiritual energy to send a message to a disciple who was also on guard duty, he quietly restrained his own movements and headed towards the source of the spiritual energy fluctuation. His silhouette was like a ghost as he quietly skimmed through the forest. If one didn't sense him carefully, they wouldn't be able to detect any movement at all. Under such circumstances, the source of the spiritual energy fluctuation did not seem to have discovered it at all. Even when other spiritual energy auras approached, it still continued its previous activity. Finally, when Yan Chudan approached, he was surprised to see several figures standing together on the flat ground below the high slope. Although the aura in the middle of the encirclement was not weak, under such circumstances, there was no doubt that it was in a disadvantageous position. However, his movement technique seemed to be quite good. Hence, even though it was impossible for him to face so many people head-on, he was still able to barely contend with them. However, it was truly just barely holding on. Furthermore, from the looks of it, even if it was barely holding on, it wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. At that time, under the encirclement of so many people, one could imagine what would happen to him. However, Yan Chutian wasn't a good person. Thus, when faced with such a situation, he couldn't ignore it and directly attack. Even though the green-clothed youth in the middle was forced into an extremely miserable state, he still secretly held his breath and watched with cold eyes, until a certain moment, there was finally someone among the numerous surrounding figures who mocked. "Ha ha! The disciples of the Cloud Sky faction are really trash. Don't tell me that they only know how to cover their heads and flee like rats?" Hearing those words, Yan Chutian didn't need to think any further. The green-clothed youth, who was surrounded by these figures, was definitely a disciple of his Cloud Sky faction. As for those who forced the disciples of his Cloud Sky faction to such an extent, other than the disciples of the Tianyang or the Kongtong faction, he couldn't think of anyone else's identity. Since that was the case, there was no reason for him to hesitate. Among these figures, only the person at the front stepped onto the Tianfujing 6th floor. As long as he was careful, at the very least, it wouldn't be a problem to save the disciples of his Cloud Sky faction. With that thought in mind, when those figures once again launched a ferocious attack, Yan Chutian quietly shot out from the darkness, heading straight for the bottom of the slope. What accompanied him was the surging spiritual energy on his palms. Even though they were caught off guard by the sudden attack, the surrounding figures were still able to sense it. However, in the next moment, when they saw that the figure who shot out didn't seem to have stepped into the 5th level of the Heaven Palace stage, their expressions, which had changed slightly, all calmed down. Those who dared to come out at this time were probably disciples of the Cloud Sky faction. However, he didn't expect this disciple of the Cloud Sky faction to be so stupid. Did he think that with his weak strength he would be able to save his compatriots of the Cloud Sky faction who were surrounded by them? Without any explanation, a figure stepped out from among the several figures. As he sneered, a huge amount of spiritual energy quickly gathered in his palm. Immediately after, an extremely dazzling spiritual energy beam gushed out. It immediately pierced through the space and blasted toward Yan Chutian. However, this figure would never have thought that when his spiritual energy beam blasted out, it would shatter like glass under the seemingly weak punch of his opponent. Ear-piercing cracking sounds continued to ring out as the mocking smile on the figure's face suddenly turned incomparably ugly. Because of this, he suddenly felt that the strength of his opponent didn't seem to be as weak as it seemed on the surface. However, it was obviously too late for him to realize it now. Yan Chutian's punch came crashing down, brazenly tearing apart his entire spiritual energy beam and then bombarding his body. It easily disintegrated his protective spiritual energy and smashed heavily on his chest. In the next moment, this figure was smashed backward, but before he had a chance to land, the nameplate on his body shattered, causing him to be directly sent out in midair. Such a scene naturally caused the remaining figures' faces to change drastically. They simply couldn't imagine how a disciple at the 5th level of the Heaven Mansion stage from the same faction would be so easily eliminated by a guy from the Tianfujing 4th floor. They weren't the only ones who were shocked. The young man in green, who was still surrounded by them, had a look of disbelief on his face at this moment. Since the other party could make a move at this time, it meant that he must be a disciple of the Cloud Sky faction. However, even if he knew that the other party was a disciple of the Cloud Sky faction, he couldn't be happy at all, because with his cultivation, it was too stupid to rush out like this. Which of the disciples of the Tianyang faction present wasn't at the 5th level of the Heaven Mansion stage? Which one of them couldn't be easily suppressed? However, just as he had foreseen that the other party would be in an extremely sorry or even miserable state, the real result was simply beyond his expectations. In a head-on collision, with just one blow, the disciple at the 5th level of the Heaven Mansion stage from the Tianyang faction was directly eliminated. He didn't even make a sound when he landed. If it weren't for the fact that he could clearly sense Yan Chutian's cultivation at this moment, he would indeed be at the Tianfujing 4th floor. He simply wanted to suspect that the other party's true cultivation had already stepped into the Tianfujing 6th floor. Otherwise, how could he have such powerful strength? This blow caused quite a commotion, causing everyone present to be shocked. However, Yan Chutian wouldn't foolishly wait for them to come back to their senses. At the very least, he wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to eliminate 1 or 2 more disciples at the 5th level of the Heaven Mansion stage. Therefore, almost immediately after the commotion, he shot out again. His figure was like a shadow as he directly appeared above another figure at the 5th level of the Heaven Mansion stage. Immediately after, as his palm pressed down forcefully, a huge amount of spiritual energy exploded. The power that poured down tore apart the protective spiritual energy around the disciple who was caught off guard and then shattered the nameplate. Therefore, in the eyes of others, this figure was instantly eliminated under Yan Chutian's attack. However, after succeeding again, the other figures weren't fools. As they came back to their senses, they quickly gathered towards the only cultivator from the Tianfujing 6th floor. As such, Yan Chutian naturally couldn't act rashly. Otherwise, there would be a certain amount of risk. Chapter 807. Although Yan Chutian could no longer easily make a move, he was still able to rescue the green-clothed youth from the encirclement of these figures. At this point, at least for Yan Chutian, it was a great success. However, this scene had already caused the face of the cultivator from the Tianfujing 6th floor to turn from shock to unsightly. How could he endure that a disciple from the Tianfujing 4th floor had actually rescued a person from the hands of so many silver medal disciples from the Tianyang branch? Although the strength that he displayed was shocking and was comparable to a cultivator at the 5th level of the Tianfu realm, if it wasn't for the carelessness of his disciples, how could 2 of them be eliminated in such a swift and violent manner? But no matter what, he had to severely injure and eliminate him. Otherwise, how could he swallow this humiliation? With this thought, the man from the Tianfujing 6th floor immediately summoned the spiritual energy in his body. As the vast pressure spread out, it directly surged towards Yan Chutian. He didn't believe it, even if the other party was extraordinary and comparable to a cultivator at the 5th level of the Tianfu realm. Could it be that he could still show off in front of him a real cultivator from the Tianfujing 6th floor? He was afraid that the pressure from his cultivation would be enough to suppress him. The situation was quite embarrassing. However, it was destined to disappoint the man from the Tianfujing 6th floor. Although his pressure was strong, it was a power that only a cultivator from the Tianfujing 6th floor could possess. However, when such pressure descended, it was unable to cause Yan Chutian to show even the slightest sign of being suppressed. This scene was unbelievable. After all, his own pressure was from the genuine Tianfujing 6th floor. It was 2 levels higher than the other party's cultivation. Under such pressure, it seemed that it couldn't affect him at all. As a matter of fact, even if he had stepped into the 6th level of the Heaven Palace stage, he would not be able to bully Yan Chutian with just his oppressive might. After all, the former already had a 52,000 feet wide heavenly palace in his body, of which the 50,000 feet area had been polished. With such a huge foundation and the amplification effect of the 4th grade mysterious yang energy, just the pressure of the Tianfujing 6th floor cultivator was unable to suppress him. However, the man from the Tianfujing 6th floor was an extremely decisive person. After failing to exert his pressure, he revealed a look of shock. In the blink of an eye, spiritual energy gathered in his hand, and he forcefully tore apart space with his powerful finger, pointing straight towards Yan Chutian. Even a cultivator at the peak of the 5th level of the Heaven Palace realm, or a quasi-6th level of the Heaven Palace realm, wouldn't be able to withstand the power of this finger strike. The reason why he attacked with such a ferocious attack was naturally because he felt that Yan Chutian was not a simple person. He also wanted to use the power of this finger to regain his prestige in front of the others. He pointed out with a finger, exuding a mighty aura. However, facing the power of this finger strike, Yan Chutian wasn't worried at all. It was only when the power of this finger strike approached that he slowly activated the mysterious yang energy in his body. Immediately after, as his hands formed a seal, a spatial gap that seemed to lead to another world opened between his palms. This technique was the mysterious yang devour. Break for me. With a finger strike, the man from the Tianfujing 6th floor shouted in a low voice. Although he didn't know what technique his opponent used, as long as it was in front of him, he would break it with a finger strike. However, the final result was obviously disappointing and shocking. His finger strike landed, but no matter how ferocious the power was, it was still forcefully swallowed by Yan Chutian's mysterious yang devour. Such a scene was naturally hard for him to accept. This technique was his extremely powerful spiritual art. How could it be so easily disintegrated by his opponent? However, Yan Chutian wouldn't explain to him that after using the mysterious yang devour, he would naturally use the mysterious yang spit, giving him a taste of his own medicine. However, just as he was about to use the mysterious yang spit, several spiritual energy fluctuations came from behind him. At the same time, the man from the Tianfujing 6th floor, who had obviously sensed the movement, changed his expression abruptly. Looking at his changing expression, Yan Chutian said calmly, "If you wait a little longer, you won't have the slightest chance of leaving." Yan Chutian's calm and composed attitude had obviously infuriated the other party. If he could, he really wanted to chop the other party into 8 pieces. However, he also knew that he really couldn't hesitate any longer. Faintly sensing the spiritual energy fluctuations, he was afraid that there was more than one Tian-Fuging 6th-floor cultivator. If he waited for them to arrive, even if it was him, it would be difficult for him to leave. Therefore, in the next moment, he finally gritted his teeth and ordered the others to leave. However, before leaving, he didn't forget to leave behind some ruthless words and fiercely said to Yan Chutian, "Disciples of the Cloud Sky faction, the Tianyang faction will be waiting for you at the floating mountain. As long as you dare to come, I will definitely make sure that none of you from the Cloud Sky faction will return." Although these were the words left behind by the other party, the 3 words floating sky mountain had keenly attracted Yan Chutian's attention, because from the other party's tone it seemed that they would definitely go to the floating mountain that he mentioned. But how could he be so sure of it? Whoosh whoosh! Just as the disciples from the Tianyang faction were quickly escaping, the sound of wind breaking rang out behind Yan Chutian. Then, one figure after another descended. These figures naturally felt the movement of the disciples from the Tianyang faction. Therefore, many of their gazes turned in that direction. Then, without any explanation, these figures chased in the direction of the former's escape. Because of the ruthless words left behind by the other party before leaving, Yan Chutian himself intended to chase after them. He wasn't willing to let the disciples from the Tianyang faction leave. Therefore, he wouldn't object to the disciples from the Cloud Sky faction chasing after them. Even though the disciples from the Tianyang faction fled extremely quickly, Yan Chutian faction had more people and experts. Therefore, even though they weren't slow, they were eventually caught up. However, these disciples from the Tianyang faction were also decisive. Knowing that they couldn't escape, they directly crushed their nameplates. In any case, the ruthless words had already been said. As long as the other party dared to go to the floating mountain, they would end up like them and be eliminated. When the disciples from the Tianyang faction were eliminated, the weak voice of the man in green finally rang out. Quickly go to the floating mountain. There, we've been secretly attacked by the Tianyang faction and the Kongtong faction." "What?" When the young man in green's voice rang out, the hearts of several people present shook. Even Yan Chutian faction was no exception. It was because how could they not know what this green-clothed youth meant? Right now, it was likely that one of the 3 groups from his Cloud Sky bloodline was already in imminent danger. Knowing the severity of the situation, several people hurriedly supported the young man in green and sent him to the camp behind. In less than 15 minutes, all the disciples under Yuan Yang and Ba Hong knew that one of the 3 Cloud Sky faction teams was in imminent danger. It turned out that in the depths of the inner area, there existed a floating mountain that was of an even higher level than the Crystal Essence Treasure Land. Such a place of opportunity naturally attracted the attention of several factions. In a short period of time, they gathered at the foot of the floating mountain, waiting for the barrier around the floating mountain to disappear. What happened next was self-evident. After the barrier disappeared, the various factions all ascended the floating mountain to search for Crystal Essence treasures. However, during this time, the Tianyang faction and the Kongtong faction suddenly launched an attack. Although their Cloud Sky faction had received help from the Mystic Spirit faction for some reason, the situation was still dire. But even so, the situation was still critical. At the very most, he could only guarantee that he would not be eliminated for the time being. However, if this continued for a long time, they would inevitably suffer heavy losses. After all, the Tianyang faction and the Kongtong faction were constantly exerting pressure. Who knew when, even with the help of the Mystic Spirit faction, they wouldn't be able to hold on? It was also because of this that the two factions decided to send out disciples to try and break out of the encirclement, hoping to find a rescue team and rush to the floating mountain as soon as possible. Hearing such a situation, the expressions of every disciple were incomparably solemn. The situation had truly reached a serious level. The Tianyang faction and the Kongtong faction had actually joined forces to exert pressure on their Cloud Sky faction. It was likely that they had made thorough preparations in their hearts. After all, if they were to act like this, they would have to be prepared for a complete victory and heavy losses. Therefore, if they rushed over to provide support, the risk was not small. It was even possible that they would be completely wiped out along with them. Chapter 808. However, even though the risk was great, all the disciples knew that the other group was one of the three from the Cloud Sky faction. If they were eliminated, it would undoubtedly be a huge blow to the overall strength of the Cloud Sky faction. At that time, even the Cloud Sky faction would find it difficult to contend against any other faction. They would no longer have any fate with the Crystal Marrow Treasure Land. Many disciples pondered in their hearts. The final decision was clearly still in the hands of Bahong and Yuanyang. Although the two of them were weighing the pros and cons in their hearts, they soon exchanged a look and slowly spoke, one after the other. All disciples, listen up. Set off for the floating mountain. By saying this, they were telling everyone that they were going to the floating mountain to assist the other team. Yan Chutian didn't know what the others were thinking about this, but at the very least he breathed a sigh of relief. If they didn't provide assistance, although it would be safe from another perspective, their Cloud Sky faction was destined to fall to the bottom of the Sky Desert inner region. It would be difficult for them to have the strength to compete with the other factions. Although there was a risk in choosing to provide assistance, as long as they succeeded, they could even allow the Cloud Sky faction to rise to prominence. From the looks of it, even though Yuanyang and Bahong both had their own thoughts, they were still clear on what was the best choice for the Cloud Sky bloodline in terms of righteousness. At the same time, he was also glad that the disciples from the Tianyang faction didn't escape. Otherwise, the risk would be much greater than it was now. All in all, both Yuanyang and Bahong had spoken. Even if some disciples had different opinions, they couldn't change the overall situation. Under the lead of the two, the group rapidly rushed towards the direction indicated by the young man in green, which was the direction of the floating mountain. After such a long journey, almost a full day had passed. In everyone's line of sight, they could vaguely see a huge mountain looming in the sky. Since the young man in green had already said so, how could the crowd not know that this was the floating mountain when they saw this faint scene? When they thought of the extremely urgent situation in the floating mountain, everyone's hearts involuntarily sank into a tense state. At this moment, even the green-robed young man who had escaped from the hanging mountain didn't dare to speak about the situation in the hanging mountain. After all, he had left for a very long time. Naturally, he wouldn't know what the current situation was like. However, both Yuanyang and Bahong had led their teams from far away to this place. Naturally, they would not stop at the floating mountain. Thus, after a slight adjustment, the two of them gathered their spirit power and led the group of disciples behind them into the floating mountain. Behind the two of them, all the disciples also silently tightened the spiritual energy in their bodies. As long as any target appeared in his line of sight, he could immediately unleash a series of swift and violent attacks. The closer they got to the floating mountain, the clearer they could sense the crystal essence aura that was spreading from the floating mountain. Furthermore, as they approached, they realized that the floating mountain was much larger than it appeared from afar. Actually, it made sense when they thought about it. If the floating mountain wasn't large enough, how could it accommodate so many teams of disciples? However, as a result, it wouldn't be easy to find the other team of disciples from the Cloud Sky faction. Moreover, they had to be even more careful and try not to be discovered by the disciples from the Tianyang and Kongtong faction. Finally, under the lead of Yuanyang and Bahong, the crowd ascended the floating mountain. However, when they truly ascended, they discovered the strange confinement of the floating mountain. Here, it was extremely difficult to extend one's perception. This undoubtedly made it even more difficult to find the other team of disciples. However, this was an indiscriminate confinement. Thus, no matter how one looked at it, it reduced the possibility of being discovered by others. It could only be said that who would be discovered first on the floating mountain depended more on one's luck. No one knew anything about the floating mountain, so everyone subconsciously turned their gazes towards the green-clothed young man. However, the green-robed young man's face was rather embarrassed when he was looked at by so many gazes, because even he didn't know where this place was in the floating mountain. The floating mountain was extremely vast and could restrict one's perception. Thus, it was no exaggeration to say that the reason he was able to escape this place before was mostly due to luck. The green-robed young man was unable to determine the direction. Thus, Bahong immediately ordered many of his disciples to form small teams and explore the area ahead. Seeing this, Yuan Yang followed suit and also sent out his disciples to explore the unfamiliar floating mountain. At this time, Yan Chutian wouldn't hide his abilities. Although his perception was greatly restricted here, his spiritual eye could still display a good effect. Therefore, he took the initiative to step forward and assume the role of an exploration disciple. Soon after, he directly rushed forward towards the enormous mountain that was emitting a dense aura of crystal essence and traces of an ancient aura. After entering the mountain forest, Yan Chutian slowly opened his spiritual eye and slowly scanned the world ahead. At this moment, although his Cloud Sky Factions team was in a critical situation, it was definitely something that couldn't be rushed. Otherwise, even if they found it, they wouldn't be able to change anything at all. Moreover, Yan Chutian was even more clear that as long as the Tianyang and Kongtong factions didn't want to lose too much, they definitely wouldn't immediately force the Cloud Sky Factions disciples. Otherwise, even if his Cloud Sky Factions team was eliminated, they would suffer a great loss. Moreover, their Cloud Sky Faction wasn't alone. They still had the help of the Xianling faction. In this way, if the Tianyang and Kongtong factions were to force them, they would only suffer even greater losses. Of course, this didn't mean that they could take it slow. The more time passed, the more it meant that the Cloud Sky Faction strength was being worn down by the other side. Over time, it was even possible that they would be completely exhausted. Therefore, as his spiritual eye slowly scanned, Yan Chutian's figure didn't hesitate at all. He constantly flew through the mountain forest like a ghost. At the same time, in a deep valley that was an unknown distance away, many disciples sat together. One could faintly see that there were two forces gathered, guarding the entrance of the valley. At the very front of these many figures, 7 figures were extremely eye-catching. This was because the cultivation aura that radiated from their bodies had already surpassed the Tianfujing 6th floor, reaching the true Tianfujing 7th floor. These two forces were clearly the Tianyang faction and Kongtong faction. However, even if the two forces were to meet, they didn't dare to directly charge into the valley for the time being. After all, they clearly understood that a trapped beast still had the strength to fight back. If they were to force them too much, it was difficult to guarantee that the Cloud Sky faction and the Xianling faction would counterattack and cause quite a large loss to their two factions. However, time was almost up. They were just waiting for everything to be prepared. At that time, even if the Cloud Sky faction and Xianling faction fought like trapped beasts, they would still be eliminated under the combined strength of the two factions. At the same time, there were also many figures gathered at the bottom of the valley. These figures were naturally the disciples of the Cloud Sky faction and Xianling faction. However, the expressions of the disciples of the two factions were very ugly at this moment. This was because they clearly knew that the Tianyang faction and Kongtong faction were eyeing the entrance of the valley like tigers watching their prey. Although the other side didn't dare to directly attack for the time being, it was only because they didn't want to suffer heavy losses. However, once they were fully prepared, the situation would be difficult to predict. At that time, even if they were to fight to the death, the Tianyang faction and Kongtong faction would be fully prepared and wouldn't need to worry. In such a situation, the expressions of many disciples of the Xianling faction became even uglier. From their point of view, if the Cloud Sky faction was replaced by any other faction, the current situation wouldn't be so bad. Moreover, if it wasn't for the Cloud Sky faction, the attitude of the Tianyang faction wouldn't be so extreme. Their Xianling faction was more like a character that was implicated. Because of these 2 points, even though they were clearly in a desperate situation where they should be working together, the gazes of the Xianling faction disciples were filled with anger and disdain when they looked at the Cloud Sky faction disciples. If it wasn't for the Xianling faction, the 3 Tianfujing 7th floor disciples knew the true reason and restrained their disciples from beginning to end, who knew what the situation would have become. Chapter 809. At the bottom of the valley, the disciples of the 2 factions were gathered. Every single one of them had a worried expression on their faces. Although they knew that with the protective nameplates, it was impossible for them to die here, they couldn't avoid the possibility of being eliminated. However, being eliminated was an outcome that no disciple was willing to accept. In front of the many disciples, 5 figures that had stepped onto the Tianfujing 7th floor were already seated together. These 5 people were the leaders of the Cloud Sky faction and the Mystic Spirit faction. They were the leaders of the Silver Token disciples. However, at this moment, the 5 of them didn't have good expressions. After all, they knew that the current situation was extremely bad for them. After a long silence, the cold-faced figure on the left side of the Mystic Spirit faction finally spoke. Shan Wuling and Wang Han are most likely preparing the Heavenly Star formation. When the cold-faced figure spoke, the 5 of them were still silent. However, there wasn't any shock on their faces. This was because they already knew that the cold-faced figure was speaking the truth. The reason why Shen Wuling and the others from the Tianyang faction and Wang Han and the others from the Kongtong faction didn't directly attack was because they didn't want to suffer great losses. However, this didn't mean that they would continue to wait. Once the formation was prepared, it would be time for them to launch their attack. As for the formation they were preparing, it was the Heavenly Star formation. The so-called Heavenly Star formation wasn't a true formation. After all, apart from the Heavenly Star formation faction, the other 7 factions didn't have any disciples that were proficient in formations. However, although the Heavenly Star formation wasn't a true formation, it had an effect comparable to one. Moreover, it didn't have the restriction that only those that were proficient in formations could use it. As long as the preparations were made, even those that weren't formation cultivators could gather the strength of several people and form an extremely small light formation. Within the range of the light formation, it could gather the strength of several people and even increase their strength to a certain extent. It wasn't hard to imagine how spectacular the scene would be if the disciples of the Kongtong and Heavenly Sun factions all attacked in groups of 2s and 3s at the same time in the formation of the Heavenly Star Array. At that time, even if they resisted with all their might, they wouldn't be able to cause much trouble under the Heavenly Star formation. However, even if they knew that the situation was bad, they knew that they couldn't just sit there and wait for death. Otherwise, he could only become a fish on the chopping board, at the mercy of the other party. Hence, after another period of silence, the few of them began to discuss the method to deal with the Heavenly Star Array. It was still the Tianfujing 7th floor disciple from the Xianling faction. However, this time, it was the short-haired youth who sat in the middle of the 3. He seemed to be the strongest among them. The Heavenly Star Array is indeed troublesome. It can even be used for both offense and defense. However, it's not like there isn't a corresponding method to restrain it. As long as you can break one of the Heavenly Star Arrays, you can break its balance and cause a backlash to the cultivators in the other arrays. They all knew that the short-haired young man was telling the truth. However, it was easier said than done. How could it be done so easily? But now that things had come to this, it could be said that there was no other way. Originally, their situation was already extremely bad. If they could think of a way to break out of this situation, then it wouldn't be a bad situation at all. The only thing they could think of was that if the other party wanted to eat them, then they would have to pay the price of having a few pieces of flesh ripped off. Of course, it wasn't that they didn't think about whether or not the disciples sent by the two factions would be able to get reinforcements. However, because of the strange confinement of the floating mountain, they couldn't even make simple contact with the outside world. They didn't even know if the disciples they sent out had successfully broken out or if reinforcements had come from the outside world. If reinforcements had come, then perhaps they would have a chance to live. If not, then it would be difficult for them to escape the fate of being eliminated. At the same time, on the other side of the floating mountain, Yen Chutian and the other disciples who were scouting had already led the group forward by a few thousand feet. However, at this time, everyone clearly saw that the floating mountain could only be described as enormous. After advancing a few thousand feet, everyone could sense that the group of disciples from the Cloud Sky faction had been surrounded. Even the other factions didn't sense any trace of them. Of course, that wasn't possible. The disciples from the other factions were all eliminated. It could only be said that the floating mountain was simply too enormous. As such, even after advancing such a long distance, they didn't meet any disciples from the other factions. However, just at this time, after crossing another short slope, the sharp Yen Chutian finally sensed that there was some movement in front of them. But only Yen Chutian, who possessed the spiritual eye, could vaguely sense it. For the sake of caution, he didn't alarm the others. He carefully approached the source of the movement. Finally, as he carefully approached, he heard a conversation from the high slope in front of him. Haha, this time, the Cloud Sky faction will definitely be eliminated by the combined forces of us and the Kong Tong faction. After this time, let's see how the Cloud Sky faction will affect our Tianyang faction to become the #1 faction in the inner sect. Yes, but this time the Xianling faction is also involved. Otherwise, our Tianyang faction can directly suppress the Cloud Sky faction. Why would we have to go through so much trouble? However, their luck is only so. Once the heavenly star formation is prepared, no matter how much they resist, they will only be defeated miserably. Hearing this, how could Yen Chutian not know that these two should be the disciples sent out by the Tianyang faction to be on guard? In other words, the group of disciples from the Cloud Sky faction that was in danger was probably right in front of them. However, the more it was like this, the more Yen Chutian reminded himself to be careful. They definitely couldn't disturb the other party at this time. Otherwise, it would be fine if they didn't give the other party a chance to escape. But if they did, then the miraculous effect of their rescue team would be reduced by a lot. Holding his breath and concentrating, Yen Chutian once again secretly glanced up. After confirming that the two auras below the high slope were only at the 5th level of the Heaven Palace stage, he gradually made up his mind. Since these two people weren't strong, then he didn't need to trouble himself and could directly take them down himself. After all, if he went back to report, it was inevitable that something would happen on the way, causing the two of them to be alert and escape in advance. With that thought in mind, Yen Chutian had already secretly circulated the spiritual energy in his body. Of course, he wasn't stingy with the mysterious yang qi. This kind of attack was focused on killing with one strike. Even if the consumption was not small, he definitely couldn't let the two of them have the chance to escape. After continuously brewing, at a certain moment, a cold light flashed in Yen Chutian's eyes. Immediately after, his figure suddenly shot out, heading straight for the two figures below the high slope. It wasn't that the two of them didn't notice the sudden sharp aura. At first, it also shocked them, but then they felt that the source of the sharp aura didn't seem to have stepped into the 5th level of the Heaven Palace stage. The two of them couldn't help but be stunned. "You're courting death." Immediately after, the two of them coldly shouted. In their opinion, the other party's behavior was no different from courting death. He hadn't even stepped into the 5th level of the Heaven Palace stage, yet he dared to launch a sneak attack on the two of them. If this wasn't courting death, what else could it be? After coldly shouting, the two of them gathered violent spiritual energy in their hands. Immediately after, 2 palm auras shot out at the same time, shattering the space under the 2 palm auras. However, just when they thought that the other party, who was courting death, would be eliminated under their 2 palm auras, they didn't expect that when the palm auras really collided, a huge force would directly shatter their palm auras and quickly spread along their arms and palms into their bodies. Fortunately, the 2 of them were extremely decisive and immediately urged the spiritual energy in their bodies. In this way, no matter how strong the force that rushed into their bodies was, it was forcibly calmed down. However, after taking a few steps back, the 2 of them were already filled with disbelief. How could they believe that the other party, who seemed to only have the cultivation of the Tianfujing 4th floor, could actually force 2 of them, who were at the 5th level of the Heaven Palace stage, back in a head-on confrontation? Chapter 810. After being pushed back, the 2 Tianyang disciples had unconcealable shock on their faces. No matter how they looked at it, the other party was only at the Tianfujing 4th floor realm. At most, he was close to the Tianfujing 4th floor realm. However, the other party, with such a cultivation level, was pushed back by the 2 of them who were at the 5th level of the Tianfu realm. The 2 of them couldn't help but wonder, could it be that he used some profound concealment technique to conceal his true cultivation? While the 2 of them were in disbelief, Yan Chutian did not hesitate. His figure was like a shadow as he shot towards the 2 of them. This time, the power that surged in his palm was the mysterious yang energy that he was most proficient with. He threw out 2 punches in succession. The mysterious yang energy solidly smashed into the 2 Tianyang disciples' defenses. After receiving the attack for the first time, the 2 Tianyang disciples were slightly doubtful. This was because the power of this attack was not comparable to the power of the other party's previous sneak attack. However, just when they were about to think that this was the other party's true strength and that the previous attack was only displayed without any regard for the consequences, the mysterious yang energy that invaded their bodies exploded. Following the increase in Yan Chutian's cultivation level, especially the increase in the grade of the mysterious yang energy, the power of the mysterious yang energy naturally increased as well. Therefore, when the mysterious yang hidden energy that had invaded their bodies, especially when they were caught off guard, it was not difficult to imagine exactly what kind of power it possessed. Shockingly, the 2 of them who were unscathed a moment ago had their expressions change in the next moment. A mist of blood spurted out from their mouths, dyeing the sky and earth red. Immediately after, the 2 of them, whose eyes had turned black, could not help but half kneel. At this moment, they suddenly realized that the power of the other party's attack was not insufficient, but it was deliberate. There was a hidden energy hidden in the attack, and it only exploded when it invaded their bodies. However, this was not what truly frightened them at this moment. This was because they could clearly feel that the figure in front of them had already made a move when the hidden force in their bodies erupted. Of course, Yan Chutian would make a move. When he triggered the Xianyang energy in their bodies, he directly shot out. Taking advantage of the fact that they were caught off guard by the hidden energy, he struck the back of their necks and knocked them unconscious. After knocking the 2 unconscious, Yan Chutian circulated his profound yang qi to invade their bodies, sealing off the spiritual energy that was gushing out from their heavenly palace. Only then did he finally let out a sigh of relief. Although the current him was much weaker than in his previous life, he was still able to take care of the 2 Tianyang sentries in the time it took for a spark to fly off a piece of flint. However, he also understood that now was not the time to rejoice. Now, the other team of Tianyang was in danger, and the heavenly star array was even more troublesome. Therefore, Yan Chutian quickly tied the 2 of them up and brought them back to the team of Cloud Sky. The situation of him grabbing the 2 unconscious figures and rushing back naturally attracted the attention of many people. Many people surrounded him. After all, they were not fools. At this moment, they more or less guessed the identity of the 2 unconscious people. To the crowd, Yan Chutian naturally would not hide the identity of the 2 people. He immediately told them what had happened. As soon as Yan Chutian's voice fell, It immediately caused a big commotion in the crowd, because this was extremely important news. Therefore, for a moment, many people looked at Yan Chutian with a hint of admiration in their eyes. To be able to obtain such important information at this time was really to solve the urgent situation. However, at this time, there was still a figure who walked out and said, "Although we have obtained information, I'm afraid that we have already alerted the enemy. These two disciples of Tianyang may have already taken the opportunity to inform the team." Hearing these words, many people could not help but fall silent, because they could not deny that there was indeed such a possibility. However, although these words seemed objective, Yan Chutian could faintly hear a hint of hostility towards him. When he looked over and saw the person who spoke, as well as Ba Xian, who was standing behind him, he immediately understood what was going on. It seemed that this hostility towards him was not false. This Ba Xian was really unwilling to give up and still wanted to fight among himself at this time. Slowly retracting his gaze, Yan Chutian continued to speak. "You can rest assured that, at least when I took action to capture the two of them, they definitely did not have the opportunity to inform the team. Right now, their spiritual energy has been sealed by me. Even if they wake up, they will not be able to use their strength." Hearing this, many people in the surroundings who were silent let out a sigh of relief. Because of Yan Chutian's various actions before, at least the words he spoke now had a considerable degree of trust in the team. Even the red-robed man who stood in front of Ba Xian and spoke against Yan Chutian could not refute this point. This was because he also knew that the other party was not a small Tianfujing fourth-floor disciple on the surface. In other words, if he was really such a small Tianfujing fourth-floor disciple, why would Ba Xian find him? At the crucial moment, it was still Yuan Yang and Ba Hong who stood out. The two of them did not question Yan Chutian, which obviously indirectly indicated that they believed the latter. However, just the little bit of information that Yan Chutian had heard was clearly not enough. Hence, the two of them turned to look at the two unconscious Heavenly Sun faction disciples. However, the final result disappointed them. After the two of them woke up, although their expressions were extremely ugly, they clearly understood that they could not reveal the slightest bit of information. Otherwise, they would definitely be investigated in the future. At that time, it would be difficult for them to move an inch in the Tianyang faction. Moreover, they also knew that with the nameplates protecting them, the other party would not be able to harm them. At most, they would suffer some humiliation, which would pass after enduring it. Therefore, Ba Hong's choice was to directly eliminate the two of them. This was because there was not much use in keeping them. Therefore, in the end, the only information they received was the information that Yan Chutian had heard. At this time, besides looking at Yan Chutian, everyone naturally also looked towards the green-robed youth who had escaped from the floating mountain. This was because, according to common sense, if he was really close to the besieged disciples of the Cloud Sky faction, then he should be somewhat familiar with the surrounding situation. This time, in the end, he did not disappoint everyone. After advancing another 100 feet or so, a trace of excitement finally appeared on the green-robed youth's face. This was clearly because he had vaguely recognized the surrounding situation. However, at this time, his expression quickly became extremely serious. This was because he was very clear that there would definitely be more than the two Tianyang disciples guarding the surroundings. If he was careless, although he could hide it from the two people in front, he would definitely be detected by them. In fact, at this moment, it was not only him. All the other disciples had already held their breaths in concentration, doing their best to conceal their auras. At the same time, the green-robed youth finally said that the besieged disciples of the Tianyang and Kongtong factions should be around 1,000 feet away. If it was outside, many people in the group would be able to clearly sense within 1,000 feet radius. However, on the floating mountain, there was a special sealing power. Not to mention 1,000 feet, even 100 feet or 100 feet was extremely difficult to sense. However, at least this allowed everyone to not be like headless flies as they searched all over the floating mountain. They were already certain that the besieged group of disciples was in the valley 1,000 feet away. However, at the same time, everyone was clear that within this 1,000 feet radius, there were probably many disciples of the Tianyang and Kongtong factions who were guarding the area. Therefore, if they wanted to quietly approach, it would definitely not be an easy task. And if they were discovered by the other party first, then the miraculous effect of their rescue team would be greatly reduced. In fact, even if they couldn't quietly approach, they had to at least be close enough to be discovered by the other party. Otherwise, not only would they not be able to achieve the miraculous effect of a divine weapon descending from the heavens, they might even be discovered by the other party and be directly set up a trap. Chapter 8:11. There were many opportunities in the floating mountain. In the eyes of the disciples of the various factions, the floating mountain was a place of opportunity that was even better than the crystal marrow treasure land. Otherwise, even a crystal marrow treasure land wouldn't be able to attract teams of disciples from all 6 factions at the same time. At this moment, in the depths of the hanging mountain, in a small mountain that had been torn open, a group of disciples was excavating a large amount of crystal essences in an orderly fashion. 2 figures were seated on top of the dilapidated short mountain. Although both of them had stepped into the 7th level of the Heaven Palace stage, their auras weren't powerful. Instead, they were filled with warmth and gentleness. Even so, the disciples of the other factions from the Tianfujing 7th floor wouldn't underestimate them in the slightest if they encountered them. The reason for that was because everyone knew very well that the 2 of them weren't truly powerful in terms of cultivation. Instead, it was their extremely well-concealed attainments in the Tao of formations. At this point, the identities of these 2 were obvious. They were the 2 leaders of a team of disciples from the Tianfujing faction. The disciples of the Tianfujing faction were almost the only ones in the inner sect of the Firmament God Palace who understood Array Tao. Thus, it was inevitable that the disciples of the Celestial Array faction would show some pride in their conduct of the world. However, this was also normal. Even if they weren't disciples of the Tianfujing faction, how many of the disciples from the other factions wouldn't show some pride when they encountered other disciples? They had been sitting cross-legged for a long time, quietly comprehending Array Tao for a long time. After this, one of the 2 seated figures, the white-clothed man on the left, slowly opened his mouth to speak. It has been so long. I think the Tianyang faction and the Kongtong faction should have made a move against the Cloud Sky faction. I'm afraid that after some time, that group of disciples from the Cloud Sky faction will all be eliminated. At this point, the white-robed man suddenly glanced at the blue-robed young man on the right. He seemed to know what the blue-robed young man was thinking and continued to speak with a smile. However, it's a pity that the new disciple isn't in this group. The blue-robed young man seemed to know why the white-robed man said such words in front of him. However, even if he knew the other party's intentions, when he thought of the new disciple of the Cloud Sky bloodline, he couldn't help but feel strange. This was because, in his opinion, he was clearly the most talented in the Tao of Formations, and he was also the most outstanding young disciple of the Celestial Formation lineage. However, even so, this ant who knows what kind of dog shit luck he had, actually had the spiritual eye. Moreover, the more important thing was that it was this ant that caused Gu Qingyan, who had always been indifferent to everything and would only occasionally speak to him, to become extremely concerned about him. All of this was because that ant was lucky enough to possess a spiritual eye. He was truly filled with hatred. Why did he who was so talented in Array Tao not have a spiritual eye? Well, that ant actually had one. If he didn't have a spiritual eye, how could that ant have attracted so much attention? However, in terms of formation, heavenly abode, or attainments, what could that ant amount to in front of him? However, it didn't matter. As long as that ant dared to appear in front of him, he would definitely let him know that possessing a spiritual eye was merely a stroke of luck. In front of his powerful Array Tao attainments, his dog sh*t luck was not worth mentioning at all. It was extremely fragile. However, that ant probably didn't even have the chance to appear in front of him, right? Just like now, he had already stepped into the Tianfujing 7th floor. Among the top disciples of the various factions in the inner region of the Heaven Desert, no one dared to underestimate him. However, that ant was probably still in the outer region, bitterly struggling among the many weak, bronze, token disciples. Thinking of this, the blue-robed young man gradually calmed his emotions. Shortly after, he closed his eyes and spoke coldly. While they are fighting, you should pay more attention to how to find more crystal essences. Although my celestial formation lineage has always maintained a neutral stance, it is time for me to announce to the other factions what kind of existence my celestial formation lineage is. The blue-robed young man's words caused a look of anticipation to involuntarily appear on the white-robed young man's face. Although he knew what the blue-robed young man's true intentions were, if his celestial formation lineage could truly dominate the battle in the Heaven Desert, it would naturally be something that he couldn't be happier to see. After all, how could a hot-blooded young man like him be willing to be mediocre? How could he be willing to be unknown? At the same time, on the other side of the floating mountain, there were already several figures carefully exploring in front of them. Only when these people returned from their exploration and said that there was nothing strange did the large group of disciples behind them also quietly rush in. In this way, even if it was only a distance of 10,000 feet, it was extremely slow to approach. Needless to say, when the explorers discovered some hidden spiritual auras within the range of 1,000 feet, they would have to think of ways to quietly eliminate the other party. It was also because of this point that among these people, other than Yan Chutian, they were all cultivators of the Tianfujing 6th floor. They were even the ones with the most ghostly movement techniques in this realm. As for Yan Chutian, if he didn't have the record of quietly removing 2 sentinel disciples, he wouldn't have been able to do so. Now, even he wouldn't have the chance to continue exploring. In short, under such caution, the 10,000 feet distance was constantly shrinking. However, just as the situation seemed to be developing towards the best situation that everyone expected, they didn't expect that at a certain place there would be a shocking change. Originally, they should have quietly dealt with the sentinel disciple, but they didn't expect that not only would it cause such a big commotion, it would also allow the disciple to take the opportunity to escape. Moreover, the escaping disciple was extremely cunning, as if he was afraid that there would be an ambush in the dark. As he quickly escaped, he continuously shouted. With such a huge commotion, how could it not attract the attention of the disciples of the Tianyang and Kongtong factions, who were only a few thousand feet away? And because of this, it naturally caused the expressions of Yuanyang and Bahong to become extremely ugly. It was because they clearly saw that the escaping disciple seemed to be only at the 5th level of the Heaven Palace stage. Could it be that this guy escaped from Yan Yan's hands? However, they quickly found out who exactly let the 5th level Heaven Palace stage disciple escape from, because immediately after, there was a disciple of the Cloud Sky faction who flew up. As for this disciple, it was none other than the man who had deliberately targeted Yan Chutian before. However, not to mention whether he could catch up to the former. Even if he did, the huge commotion caused by this could not be erased. In other words, their existence had been exposed. Therefore, towards that disciple, how could Bahong, who had always had a fiery temper and did not restrain himself, have any gentleness? He immediately shouted angrily, "What a piece of trash!" Yan Chutian also vividly saw the scene that happened in front of him, so his expression immediately became extremely solemn. It was because how could he not see that no matter what the reason was, what they had exposed was already the truth? In other words, it was already impossible to quietly approach. They could only continue to rush forward under the premise that the other party had already detected them. At the same time, it was also the same as what Yan Chutian and the others were thinking. Although it was still a few thousand feet away, the huge commotion was still faintly noticed by them. Not to mention, the sentinel disciple at the 5th level of the Heaven Palace stage had fled back in the end, shouting continuously. "There is a group of disciples from the Cloud Sky faction approaching. As soon as this was said, it immediately caused the expressions of all the disciples from the two factions who were preparing the heavenly star array to change abruptly. Obviously, they did not expect that there would be another group of disciples from the Cloud Sky faction quietly approaching at this time. In front of the Tianyang faction camp, Shen Wuling's expression also changed. At this time, he suddenly remembered that there were indeed disciples from the Cloud Sky faction and the mysterious Spirit faction who had broken through. However, almost all of them were eliminated by them, and only a few people were chased by the disciples from the two factions. Could it be that, under such circumstances, the other party still found reinforcements? Damn it! With this thought, even the usually calm Shen Wuling cursed in a low voice. However, he also understood that it was useless to regret at this time. What he needed to do was to stabilize the situation in front of him. Moreover, he did not believe that even if another group of disciples from the Cloud Sky faction came, so what? Trash was trash after all, and no matter how many people there were, it would not change the outcome. Chapter 8:12. The smoke of war had already risen within the floating mountain. Knowing that another group of disciples from the Cloud Sky faction had suddenly arrived, no matter how confident they were, the Tianyang and Kongtong faction, disciples guarding the sky above the valley, could not help but feel their hearts waver. At such a time, the two leaders of the Tianfujing 7th floor disciples naturally stood out one after another to calm the hearts of the numerous disciples. Immediately after, Shen Wuling and Wang Han were extremely decisive. They immediately sent out a leader of the Tianfujing 7th floor, disciples from each faction. They led about a third of the disciples from the two factions to stop the Cloud Sky faction disciples. In fact, the two of them didn't even have high intentions. They just wanted this temporary group to be able to stop the group from Yun Tian's group that was attacking. As long as they were given a certain amount of time, they would be able to use all their strength to eliminate all the disciples from the Cloud Sky faction and Mysterious Spirit faction below the valley. At that time, he would also make this group that had recklessly rushed over to provide support pay a corresponding price. Therefore, under the leadership of Yuan Yang and Bahong, numerous figures quickly whizzed over in front of the numerous disciples who no longer cared about whether or not they would be exposed. In the end, there were quite a number of disciples. Looking at the scene before them, regardless of whether it was Bahong or Yuan Yang, they did not dare to underestimate them. After all, although the number of disciples in front of them could not be compared to their side, the quality of the disciples in front of them was not inferior. In terms of quality, it was not inferior at all. In fact, it was even superior. This was especially so for the male and female figures at the very front. They knew their identities and also knew how powerful they were. Haha! Disciples of the Cloud Sky faction, this path is already blocked. If you know what's good for you, quickly scram back. Facing the group of Cloud Sky faction, disciples that had suddenly arrived, the Tianyang and Kongtong faction disciples in front of the group of disciples that had been temporarily separated. Although the white-haired woman in a black dress was solemn in her heart, her expression was extremely domineering. Of course, this was not because she was arrogant. Instead, she clearly knew that the more it was at this kind of time, the more she could not reveal her fear. Otherwise, if her aura weakened by a level, how would she be able to fight? However, Bahong and Yuan Yang were not fools. They knew that if she was truly fearless, she would have directly attacked upon meeting them. Why would she waste her breath? The scene in front of them made the Kongtong and Heavenly Sun factions feel a little pressured by the division of disciples. In other words, these people were most likely here to stall for time. Thinking of this, how could the two of them waste their breath to stall for time? Their gazes turned cold as they unleashed their spiritual force and attacked. Bahong and Yuan Yang suddenly launched an attack. Although it seemed extremely sudden, how could the woman in the black dress and the other Kongtong branch of the Tianfujing 7th floor not have anticipated this scene? Therefore, Almost at the same time as the other party burst out, the two of them simultaneously urged their spiritual energy to condense an extremely thick and powerful defense that seemed to be able to block all attacks in the world. Boom! A deafening boom rang out as the spiritual energy fluctuated. As the space was torn apart, the four figures were forced to retreat. At this moment, the woman in the black dress did not hide it anymore. A cold sneer appeared on her pretty face as she mocked. Yuanyang Bahong, so what if you found out? Today, the Tianyang and Kongtong branches have already formed the situation. Even if you get the news and rush over, you won't be able to change the outcome. However, you should rejoice. If it wasn't for that idiot from the Xianling branch, your group of disciples would have been eliminated long ago. How could you survive until now? However, regardless of whether it was Yuanyang or Bahong, they did not seem to hear her ridicule as they continued to attack. On the contrary, the Kongtong branch of the Tianfujing's 7th floor suddenly said, "Don't waste your breath. These two are two lunatics. They most likely think that they can turn the tide. When the disciples from the two branches are eliminated, it will naturally be time for them to despair." Hearing this, although the woman in the black dress did not respond, the expression on her face clearly showed that she agreed with the former's words. In her opinion, it was nothing more than that. Once their illusion was broken, they would naturally not continue to be as crazy as before. During the period of time when their illusion was broken, they would only have to endure a bit more trouble. All disciples defend. As long as we delay the Yun Tian branch, it will not be long before it will be time for them to struggle at death's door under our feet. With that in mind, the woman in the black dress and the Kongtong branch's genius both gave the order. Under the two's orders, although the disciples who followed were somewhat dissatisfied, they still obediently set up a defense. This was because they also knew what was the most reliable method in the current situation. To the woman in the black dress and the Kongtong branch's genius, defense was the most reliable choice. Then one could imagine what situation Bahong and Yuanyang wanted to see the most. They naturally wanted to break through this obstruction in the shortest amount of time possible and charge into the valley to cooperate with the other Yuntian and Xianling branch that was trapped. Only in this way would there be a possibility of breaking out of this situation. However, the problem was that the group of disciples in front of them clearly wanted to stall for time. So, how could they break through as soon as possible? At the same time, below the valley, the many disciples of the Xianling and Yun Tian branches were not unaware of the commotion outside. However, even if they sensed it, it was very difficult for them to determine what was happening outside. After all, the only exit of the valley was above, but it was already tightly surrounded by the disciples of the Tianyang and Kongtong branches. However, very quickly they no longer had the mood to care about the commotion outside, because there were already many figures peeking their heads out at the entrance of the valley in the sky. Such a situation caused the disciples of the Yun Tian and Xianling branches to suddenly think of a bad possibility. Looking at the situation, it was likely that the numerous heavenly star arrays were already prepared. In other words, the disciples of the two branches were about to launch an all-out attack on them. In the next moment, several figures with extremely powerful auras appeared in front of the disciples that were peeking their heads out. These figures were like thunder in the ears of the disciples of the Yun Tian and Xianling branches, because they were the leaders of the two groups that had ambushed them. Shan Wuling Wang Han. In front of the disciples of the Yun Tian branch, a young man in a long robe slowly said. He was one of the leaders of the Yun Tian branch, Zhang Yu. However, looking at the scene in front of him, even the usually calm him had an unprecedentedly tense expression, because even he could not predict what the outcome of his Yun Tian branch would be after this battle. At that time, they would be lucky to be able to struggle at death's door. The biggest possibility was that they would all be wiped out. But even then, he had to use all his strength to fight to the death with the Tianyang and Kongtong branches. He had already said that if the other party wanted to eat him, they would first have to pay the price of having a piece of their flesh torn off. Since the Yun-Tian branch was like that, the Xianling branch was naturally the same. Under the lead of the 3 leaders, many disciples of the Xianling branch gathered their spiritual energy. Hence, what happened next in the valley could be said to be a clash between the disciples of the 4 branches. As they clashed, earth-shaking energy ripples spread out. If it wasn't for the fact that the floating mountain was extremely vast and mysterious, the entire mountain would have been ripped apart. However, even then the commotion caused was not small. Everywhere there were signs of damage. Even the space was unable to be spared. Due to the continuous leakage of energy, it was unable to heal. In the end, the Tianyang and Kongtong branches held the advantage. When the several disciples worked together, the power of the heavenly star formation was constantly activated. With both offense and defense, even if the Yuntian and Xianling branches had more disciples, it was extremely difficult for them to gain an advantage. Even so, this scene made the leaders and geniuses of the Cloud Sky and Xianling factions, as well as the ordinary disciples, feel that something was off, because the situation didn't seem to be as desperate as they thought. The disciples of the Tianyang and Kongtong branches seemed to be on par with them, or perhaps a little stronger. Moreover, this was under the premise that the heavenly star array had already been activated. Chapter 8:13. To be able to fight to such an extent, the disciples of the Cloud Sky faction and the Kongtong faction were no fools. When they connected the faintly discernible movements from the outside world, they keenly sensed a certain possibility. When they sensed this possibility, joy involuntarily surfaced on their faces. This was because they all thought that it couldn't be that the reinforcements from their 2 factions had already arrived, right? When they thought of this, whether it was Zhang Yu or the Xianling faction's disciple, they all faintly calmed down. Because the more this was the case, the less anxious they were. If there were truly reinforcements from other factions, then the ones under the greatest pressure would not be them. Instead, it would be the Tianyang and Kongtong faction above the valley. Given the situation before their eyes, the other side had definitely sent disciples to defend. Under such circumstances, if they were unable to obtain victory as soon as possible, the pressure from behind would only become greater and greater. When the pressure was so great that even if the disciples from their 2 factions worked together, they would not be able to hold on. That would be the time for their 2 factions to break out of this situation. Shen Wuling, it seems that even the heavens will not let us, the Cloud Sky faction and Xianling faction, die today. Hearing these words, Shen Wuling's expression naturally became ugly. However, he was already prepared. He knew that he could not continue to hide from the other side. After all, they were not facing a group of fools. Thus, he decided to speak openly. An ominous glint flickered on his face. Today is the day you will suffer a crushing defeat. So what if you have reinforcements? Before his voice faded, he no longer looked at them. He directly looked at the disciples of his faction and coldly shouted, "Activate the heavenly star formation. Today, we will definitely cut down the disciples of these 2 factions and show the might of our Tianyang faction." On the other side of Shen Wuling, Wang Han of the Kongtong faction also said similar words. He clearly understood that in today's situation, they could only advance and not retreat. Otherwise, even if they could retreat unscathed, all the preparations they had made for today's situation would be in vain. Secondly, today's matter would make them the laughingstock of their 2 factions. If the 2 of them could think of this point, the other disciples could more or less also think of this point. Thus, when they attacked, they did as the 2 of them said and fully activated the heavenly star formation in order to quickly suppress the other side. All of the disciples unleashed the full power of the heavenly star array. Sure enough, the Tianyang and Kongtong lineages were even more powerful than before. However, this time, the disciples of the Cloud Sky faction and the Kongtong faction were extremely vigilant. They turned their original, desperate gamble into a defensive one. The purpose of their resistance was naturally to help the reinforcements from the outside world and buy as much time as possible. In this way, there was a faint balance between the inside and outside of the valley. In both battlefields, one side was trying their best to break through, while the other side was blindly defending. In this way, it was extremely clear how the final outcome would change. Of the two battlefields, it was only a matter of which side was able to break out of the stalemate first, and the result would be decided. Today, it could be said that victory had been won in the battle royale between the four bloodlines. Outside the valley, Yen Chutian, who was mixed in with the crowd, was very clear about the current situation. Therefore, he wouldn't retreat in the slightest. As his figure shot out, he had already targeted the disciples of the Tianfujing sixth floor and attacked swiftly and violently. In the beginning, Yen Chutian had tasted the sweetness of this attack. After all, there were too many people who didn't know about his background. Therefore, even when they saw him shooting over, they weren't anxious and slowly condensed their defenses. However, with their attitude, one could imagine what the result would be when Yen Chutian's powerful attack came. The violent spiritual energy mixed with the mysterious yang qi tore through space and forcibly tore apart the defense of the disciple of the Tianyang lineage at the fifth level of the Heaven Palace realm. Immediately after, the violent energy didn't decrease in power and directly bombarded the disciple's body. Caught off guard, the disciple's nameplate was shattered. After tasting the sweetness once or twice, the surrounding disciples of the Tianyang and Kongtong lineages all noticed Yen Chutian. Those disciples of the fifth level of the Heaven Palace realm quickly distanced themselves from him. This was because they could tell that this disciple, who seemed to be at the pinnacle of the Tianfujing fourth floor, had an extremely strange strength. Even if they were at the fifth level of the Heaven Palace realm, they were caught off guard and had their nameplate torn apart and eliminated. Immediately after, there was a figure that had stepped onto the Tianfujing sixth floor and was rather popular in the Tianyang lineage that appeared in front of Yen Chutian. Looking over, the figure that appeared in front of him was a burly, short-haired man. With just a glance, Yen Chutian could tell that this burly man's physique wasn't weak. In other words, this burly man should have cultivated a decent physique cultivation technique. However, Yen Chutian wasn't afraid in the slightest when it came to a battle of the physical body. His fourth-grade mysterious yang body had been nourished by the fourth-grade mysterious yang qi for a long time. As for the fourth-grade mysterious yang body, it was at least on a cultivator of the same level. He had never met a cultivator with a stronger physical body than him. This could only be praised because the mysterious yang scripture was truly a top-notch technique that could make even the giants of the heaven realm jealous. However, even though Yen Chutian's previous performance was astonishing, it was still nothing in the eyes of the burly man. After all, he was a true Tianfujing sixth floor cultivator, while his opponent was only at the Tianfujing fourth floor, 2 whole levels lower than him. Therefore, even if his opponent was somewhat extraordinary, he still couldn't cause any waves in front of him. As long as he made his move, he would be able to heavily injure and eliminate him. Thus, in the next moment, a fierce battle broke out between the two of them. In the eyes of the Tianyang disciples, the outcome was already decided. However, even the burly man himself didn't know that the battle that they thought was a sure win was not the case in the eyes of the Cloud Sky disciples. They all knew that Yen Chutian couldn't be viewed with common sense, and they also knew that the other party wasn't a fool. Therefore, if he dared to make a move now, he was most likely prepared. However, this time, he dared to fight against a cultivator from the Tianfujing sixth floor. This more or less caused shock to appear in the eyes of many disciples from the Cloud Sky clan. After all, although Sun Yen, who he had defeated before, was strong, his cultivation was only at the 5th level of the Heavenly Palace realm and had not truly stepped into the 6th level. However, this disciple from the Tianyang clan in front of him was a genuine Tianfujing 6th floor. Returning to the main topic, the fierce battle between the two had already erupted in the next moment. The burly man was extremely confident in himself. Therefore, when he attacked, Every punch and palm was filled with confidence. He brazenly used extremely vigorous spiritual energy to forcefully suppress it. Regarding this, Yan Chutian didn't choose to directly face him. This was because he also knew that although he wasn't afraid of the other party, it didn't mean that he wouldn't be inferior in a direct confrontation. If he wanted to win, and as quickly as possible, he naturally had to make a move under the other party's underestimation and catch them off guard. At the same time, the top disciples from both sides who were fighting high up in the sky also faintly noticed this place. After all, with Yan Chutian's cultivation, how could he not attract attention when he dared to fight against a Tianyang disciple from the Tianfujing 6th floor? Casually glancing over, the Tianyang disciple in a black dress didn't hide the ridicule on her face as she directly said, "Ah, you really don't know life from death. It's very similar to your Yuntian clan, who doesn't know life from death today." Facing such naked ridicule, although Bahong didn't have a good relationship with Yan Chutan at this moment, he still raised his hand and coldly said, "Is that so? I'm afraid that the result will be beyond your expectations. Just like today's situation, it will definitely end with the combined forces of your two clans being defeated." As Bahong's voice fell, there was already extremely vast spiritual energy continuously gathering between his palms. When the spiritual energy gathered to a certain extent, it gradually converged and formed a dazzling war spear that was at least 10 feet long. The spear's body was dazzling, and the power that spread out was similarly unparalleled. It wasn't hard for people to imagine what kind of level its power would reach. This scene caused the pretty eyes of the lady in black, who had mocked him earlier, to focus. This was because from this war spear, even she felt a strand of dangerous intent. But even so, she definitely wouldn't be afraid. The other party's methods were indeed not weak, but how could she be weak? Chapter 8:14. Turbulent energy, ripples, surged up in every part of the world. However, within these ripples, there was one place that was extremely eye-catching. That place was the battlefield where Yan Chutian and the genius from the Tianyang bloodline were fighting. After a long battle, the burly man's face had slowly turned ugly, because as far as he was concerned, this battle should be completely under his control. However, in such a situation, this ant from the Cloud Sky bloodline was able to forcefully delay him. However, he still didn't feel that his opponent's strength was high. In his eyes, if it wasn't for his strange movement technique, he would have already lost to him. However, that was it. Up until now, he hadn't been able to defeat his opponent. On one hand, it was because this ant from the Cloud Sky bloodline had extraordinary movement techniques. On the other hand, it was because he wasn't willing to use a sledgehammer to kill a chicken. However, even if it felt like using a sledgehammer to kill a chicken, as long as he could kill this ant, he wouldn't hesitate. With that thought, the burly man retreated several feet. Shortly after, a bright light flashed in his eyes and purple spiritual light appeared around his body. Immediately afterward, under his control, the purple spiritual light continued to gather and gradually condensed into a shape in his right palm. When the light dissipated, one could see a purple glowing spirit mace in his hand. As the purple light flashed, a huge spiritual energy pressure spread out. It was enough to cause the hearts of many Tianfujing 6th floor cultivators to jump. It was obvious that this purple spiritual mace was an extraordinary technique that the burly man grasped. At the same time, when the purple spiritual mace appeared in the burly man's hand, even if the other areas were still in the midst of intense battles, there were still some gazes that looked over. Most of the gazes were from the Tianyang bloodline's 5th level Heaven Palace realm disciples. When they saw this scene, they couldn't help but coldly laugh. This was because they were clear about the strength of Fan Chutian's mysterious spirit mace. Even if the Cloud Sky bloodline's disciple had extraordinary movement techniques, he wouldn't be able to escape from the mysterious spirit mace. At the same time, although the Cloud Sky bloodline disciples more or less knew that Yan Chutan was extraordinary, they couldn't help but be shocked. However, the appearance of the profound spirit, sword breaker, still made their hearts tighten. That was because, even if they didn't know how overbearing it was, they could feel the enormous power contained within the spiritual mace. Would Yen really be able to remain safe and sound in the face of such methods? In another area of intense battle, Mai Hani was also watching the scene. Her face tightened. Even if she didn't want to admit it, she was still worried about Yen Chutian. Coincidentally, while she was worried, the disciple from the Kongtong faction not only acted even more arrogantly, but there were even words of ridicule coming from his mouth as he attacked. In this situation, Mai Hani's originally worried heart couldn't help but become extremely anxious. Immediately after, as he attacked, he continuously displayed moves that were much fiercer than before. Such a situation immediately caused the expression of the disciple from the Kongtong sect to change. He was caught off guard and was blasted into the mountain in a rather sorry state. This caused the disciple from the Kongtong faction to struggle out from the ground to naturally have an ugly expression. However, what he wanted to ask was, what happened to this woman? Why did her mood become so explosive after just a few words of ridicule? Returning to the main topic, since the mysterious spirit sword mace had already appeared, Fan Quan naturally would not hesitate for a moment. As he waved the purple light spirit sword mace in his hand, bolts of lightning like purple light immediately enveloped the surrounding space. At first, the purple light didn't seem conspicuous. However, as the number increased, it faintly formed a purple prison between heaven and earth. As for the prisoner in this prison, who else could it be other than Yen Chutian? Looking at the purple light prison that enveloped him, Yen Chutian could clearly feel that as long as he touched the walls of the purple light, he would be instantly struck by the energy of the entire prison. In this way, even if he had movement techniques, it would be difficult for him to display them within the prison. Moreover, he didn't think that the burly man could set up this purple light prison, but couldn't control its range. However, this purple light prison was indeed an extremely effective restriction method for other cultivators. However, it was nothing to Yen Chutian. After all, if he could be restricted so easily, it would be impossible for him to return to the heaven realm from the mortal world step by step. However, no matter what he thought in his heart, Fan Guan sneered. Immediately, the profound spirit sword breaker in his hand left. Under his control, it immediately shot into the purple light prison like a sharp sword. Even if Yen Chutian used his movement technique, profound shadow, he couldn't escape the range of the purple light prison. Naturally, it was impossible for him to truly dodge the profound spirit sword breaker that shot towards him. Looking at Yen Chutian, who couldn't escape under his profound spirit sword breaker within the purple light prison, Fan Guan couldn't help but reveal a mocking smile on his face. The situation should be like this. This Cloud Sky faction disciple was nothing in front of him. He had only grasped a decent movement technique. At this moment, his movement technique was restricted by his profound spirit swordbreaker. So what could he be? Similar to Fan Guan, the surrounding Tianyang faction, disciples that were looking over also sneered. The expressions of the disciples from the Cloud Sky faction naturally tightened. Soon after, many of them realized that the outcome was likely going to be very bad. After all, Yen only had the cultivation of the Tianfujing fourth floor. As for the Tianyang faction disciple, he had already stepped into the Tianfujing sixth floor. With such a huge gap, how could it be so easily made up for with a few tricks? At the same time, Mai Hani's face became even more worried. In this gap, the Kongtong faction disciple that was fighting with her faintly sensed the reason for her change in mood. Although he felt some disbelief when he saw the scene, in the end he still mocked. Looks like this ant is about to lose miserably in Fan Guan's hands. Hearing his ridicule, Mai Hani's pretty face suddenly turned cold, following which, her attacks became even more ferocious. Although the Kongtong faction disciple appeared to be in a miserable state, he confirmed the thoughts in his heart. This made things easier. At this moment, he only needed to defend. When that ant from the Cloud Sky faction was eliminated, the girl in front of him would definitely become uneasy. At that time, he would take the opportunity to find a loophole and attack. It was likely that he would obtain quite a good result. Because of this, the Kongtong faction disciple continuously spat out mocking words as he defended. His goal was to affect my honey as much as possible when Yen Chutian was seriously injured and eliminated. At the same time, as if he was tired of playing the game of cat and mouse, Fanguan once again sneered, after which he formed a seal in his hand. The entire enormous purple light prison immediately began to shrink. This situation had already confirmed Yen Chutian's earlier guess. Indeed, since Fanguan was able to create this prison, he was naturally able to control its size. As for his goal, it was even more simple. Once the purple light prison shrank to a certain extent, no matter how much Yen Chutian could escape, he would definitely be hit by the mysterious spirit Jian or touch the wall. No matter which outcome it was, it would definitely mean a miserable defeat for the other party. However, would the result really be like this? The purple light prison continued to shrink. However, before it shrank to an extremely small area, Yen Chutian, who was within the prison, no longer tried to escape. He quietly stood in the field. "Have you given up resisting?" Such a situation immediately made Fanguan mock. However, when he saw the mocking expression on the former's face, his face immediately turned cold. He did not expect this ant from the Cloud Sky faction to be so ignorant. Even at such a time, he was actually still trying to act mysterious. Very well, he also wanted to see how long the other party's mocking expression would last under his mysterious spirit Jian. So in the next moment, as Fan Chai made a gesture, the Xianling Jian suddenly burst out. At the same time, it pulled the shrinking purple prison around it. Suddenly, there was an extremely huge explosion between the sky and the earth. The devastating energy ripples were enough to make many cultivators at the 5th level of the Heavenly Palace realm feel their hearts palpitating. It was extremely difficult to imagine just how powerful the raging, destructive power at the source of the explosion was.